Chapter 1. The reality of indiscipline in our society. Most often than not, when the issue of indiscipline is mentioned, the younger ones are quick to tag the elderly folks in positions of authority as being highly indisciplined, going by the various atrocities they commit in the positions they occupy. On the other hand, older people can immediately give you an analysis of how the youths are so indisciplined by engaging in internet fraud and spoiling the image of Nigeria, and how the country is not progressing because of the lack of discipline on the part of the younger generation. In yet another dimension, as followers and citizens, especially in the Nigerian society, we are quick to pass the bulk of the blame for system failure and the state of underdevelopment in Nigeria to the indisciplined lifestyle of our leaders. After all, they are the ones who siphon our funds, you say. All these manner of thinking and talking brings something to the fore, and that is, we do not have a clear understanding of what discipline is all about, its effect, and how we can move our country from its current state of underdevelopment to a state where things work and citizens live a life that is comfortable and good through the power and force of discipline. Now, if you will, I'd like you to put on a polychromatic lens and let me show you the various dimensions of discipline and how it affects Nigeria and other African nations. If you take a drive around town during normal school hours, especially in some rural parts of Nigeria and some other developing nations, the picture you get would be very similar to this: primary and secondary school students roaming about the street, probably just going to school at 9:30 a.m., walking lazily and chatting with their friends, improperly dressed. When you see such, one is tempted to inquire whether they are on holidays or their teachers will wait for them and probably repeat the lectures already done. Most often, these students miss out of the first and second school periods, and that does not seem to bother them anyway. When you take time to further step into some of the schools, what you find out is probably worse. Members of staff idle away, discussing the state of the nation, their unpaid salaries, and engaging in other numerous activities other than the business of teaching and learning. This of course means the students are in their classes, shouting, playing, and even fighting. Most often than not, assignments are not given, classwork are not marked, registers are not marked, and truancy is prevalent. Parents on their part appear helpless since they do not have enough funds to enroll their wards in private schools where the system is working. By the time the term is over, these students' academic performance is indeed very poor. This cycle unfortunately goes on and on until the students write their final examination unexpectedly. Their failure rate is high. Students fail to get admission into higher institutions of learning. They become nuisance in the streets and to the society. They get involved in crime and make the country insecure. This unpalatable situation becomes worrisome to the government and other stakeholders, who gather afterwards to discuss and talk about the problem and do little to improve the matter. This is a pathetic situation which is a result of lack of discipline, and of course the lack of self-control, because acts of indiscipline are direct result of lack of self-discipline. As disturbing as the above scenario is, it is true of what obtains in most public primary and secondary schools in Nigerian societies, and the reality in the lives of individuals and developing nations especially. In a yet another vein, I read a report posted on the Nigerian Television Authority website in January 2016 about the menace of street begging in Nigeria and its cities, where it was highlighted that the number of different categories of beggars at road junctions, marketplaces, religious worship centers, and motor parks is on an alarming increase. Perhaps you have never been accosted by a beggar before, but when you step into most cities, you are likely to encounter a scenario similar to this. You come across a well-dressed young man, most likely in his 30s, well-suited with a nice shoe to match. He has a good dress sense and speaks good English. Imagine such a person walks up to you and begins, "Please bros, I lost my wallet and I just have to get a taxi to the next town. Can you help me with any amount?" The picture above is quite different from the physically challenged people whose occupation is to solicit alms. These categories of people are referred to as corporate beggars. They are always well-dressed and they appeal to people's conscience by telling horrifying tales of one calamity or about a pilfered wallet or grumble of being stranded and not having enough money for transport to their homes after visiting make-believe relations in faraway locations. These classes of beggars operates in and around offices, churches, shopping malls, roadsides and familiar neighborhoods, and even lurk around automated tellers machines, ATM. What a demeaning way to live. The report I mentioned earlier noted that street begging cuts across gender, tribes and age groups, with young children and women in this ignoble trade. In fact, the Lagos state government at a time had to dislodge some professional beggars from the state and conveyed them back to their various states. What a shame. Now, if begging is not lack of discipline, what else is it? Let me quickly say that this act of begging, which stems out of lack of discipline, is not limited to Nigeria alone. There are reports of forced child begging in Senegal, street begging in Tanzania, and other forms of begging in various developing countries. This is definitely not God's desire for any man. People only put themselves in such a low life condition because of lack of discipline, but you deserve a better life than that. The point I am making here is this: indiscipline is clearly engraved in the lives of individuals and in our societies, manifesting in various forms and acts. It permeates our life to the extent that we can as well call it a norm. Indiscipline manifests in the home when parents refuse to instill the needed stamina in their children. In the school when teachers shirk their duties because of tiredness or other frivolous reasons. In the private sector when someone does a shoddy job because of the gains he wants to make. In the government and legislative assemblies when politicians will rather engage in fiasco over juicy appointments than make relevant laws and govern well. It also manifests in public service when workers sleep and trade on duty rather than work assiduously. Talking about the civil service, I believe strongly that Nigeria needs a total overhaul of its civil service if it will become more disciplined and productive. The era of having about 3 different agencies of government performing almost the same function should be over by now. It is sheer indiscipline to allow taxpayers' money waste on less productive workforce system. Every civil servant should be made to work for the salary being earned. If these disciplined steps are not taken, our civil service may not be as productive as it can and should be. When discipline is absent. Recently I read the Times Higher Education report released in September 2016, and only one Nigerian university, University of Ibadan, made the list in the 801st position. Earlier in 2016, Academic Rankings of World Universities (AWRU) and Center for World University Ranking (CWUR) released a list of the top 500 and 1,000 world universities respectively, and no Nigerian university was on the list. I was embarrassed that after so many years of their existence, not many African and Nigerian universities made the list of best 1,000 universities in the world. Only South Africa and Egypt had the highest number of universities on the list from the Black continent. Could it be because we do not have qualified academic staff? Far from it. The CWRU stated that ranking is done based on the quality of researches the institutions carry out, and Nigerian universities were not considered because of that. So the question is, why can Nigerian academics not carry out quality researches in Nigeria when most of them get awards and encomiums for doing same in other universities where they work? The answer cannot be divorced from lack of discipline in the educational system, and that is why I say without fear of contradiction that when discipline is absent, things don't go as planned. Furthermore, the absence of this very important virtue is why you see an angry father or mother say or do things which they later regret saying or doing. The same thing is responsible for elected public officials throwing decorum into the wind and engaging in the exchange of fisticuffs on a very simple issue as we sometimes see in the Nigerian National Assembly. The same thing is responsible for people quitting a task or leaving a project midway without achieving success in it because they deem it too hard. When these things happen, it is a pointer to the fact that discipline is absent, and we see the manifestations of indiscipline in laziness, poverty, corruption and system failure, etc. in the lives of individuals in developing societies. Indiscipline is everywhere. Take a cursory look at every facet of our dear nation Nigeria and other developing nations. You realize that the evil of indiscipline is just everywhere. It is displayed on the road, when a private car owner parks indiscriminately and taxi drivers stop literally in the middle of the road, delaying other road users just because he wants to pick a passenger. Lack of discipline is responsible for the plane crashes, road crashes, and the folding up of many companies in the countries. Indiscipline is even deep-seated in churches and mosques. Or how else do you explain indiscipline if a supposed man of God will collect money from people before he prays for them? I even learned supposed pastors now claim other people's wives and engage in spiritual bathing of women who are not their wives. What a demeaning situation stemming from lack of discipline. What of Nigerians' attitude to public property? Indiscipline appears to have become a culture, as it is now the norm for people to treat public properties with disdain and sometimes damage them simply because they think it belongs to nobody. Yet these are ways by which we stunt our growth as a nation. I really feel bad when you look at the way some people pride themselves in indiscipline, which appears to have become a sign of being modern or 21st century compliant, but unfortunately it is the cause of moral decadence and other heinous crimes in our society. You may however want to ask, is indiscipline the concern or worry of a particular age group only? Is it only young people who are not disciplined enough? Indiscipline is not limited to any age or grade. Dear friends, before you start to think indiscipline only manifests in the lives of young people or old people or some category of people only, let me quickly say that indiscipline is deep-rooted in the lives of many individuals and societies, old or young, employed or unemployed, developed and developing nation. In fact, it is an awkward issue which affects both the leaders and followers, educated and the uneducated, parents and students alike. Perhaps you want to check out how people of all age grades flout rules and regulations with reckless abandon, how we throw dirt on the roads and dump waste arbitrarily. Cars are parked anywhere, whether in authorized places or not. People evade the payment of tax, display their goods anywhere convenient for them, and build unapproved structures with substandard materials. You must have heard and read how customs officials stationed at Nigeria borders engaged car smugglers in gun battles simply because car importers attempt to evade the payment of customs duties, which is legal. On the other hand, indisciplined custom officials collect bribe from smugglers and allow them drive into the country without paying the required amount to the government coffers. These are indisciplined acts that require collective and individual efforts to halt. What of military and paramilitary officials who cannot resist the temptation to brutalize bloody civilians because they carry arms? They also board vehicles and refuse to pay transport fares. Police officers brazenly collect bribes on the road, in their stations, before an offender is released on bail, even when it is stated that bail is free. Some of our judges who are to enforce our laws are corrupt. Some of our attorneys are unruly. Some landowners sell land indiscriminately to multiple buyers, collect money and create confusion. I have heard of countless lives that have been lost in this regard, and so many legal cases are in Nigeria courts because of this very issue. Politicians ride on the wings of poverty to gather people who perpetrate evil for them before, during and after elections. They make false promises and stimulate their supporters to confront the rules and customs of society. Furthermore, aggrieved youth confront police officers, burn down police stations, school buildings, or carry out jungle justice. Students in both secondary and higher institutions of learning create and join cult groups, terrorize teachers and their colleagues, maim and kill people who dare cross their path. All these alarming scenarios are unfortunately happening in a manner that affects every category of persons in this 21st century, and we seem to watch helplessly. Many of our societies in African nations are full of gross indiscipline, but it must stop now if we hope to experience a positive turnaround. Society and indiscipline. I believe strongly that it will not be wrong to say that societies can be somewhat answerable for the deterioration in principle of discipline. This is because moral and spiritual values which are core to discipline have over the years been ignored by societies, all in the name of modernism and technological advancement. It appears very many societies have lost track of the kernel of a disciplined life. Indiscipline and the Nigeria attitude. At this point, permit me to take you down memory lane. For those of you who grew up in Nigeria and in some other African societies especially, you remember that it was more of an unwritten law that any elderly person was permitted to correct any young person when he or she goes wrong or does something against the values highly cherished by the society. Unfortunately, however, the reverse appears to be the case now. Youths of today cannot be disciplined by just any elderly person, as most parents and guardians protect their children and wards even when they are wrong. Children have become my children, as against our children. Is it not disgusting to hear that in Nigeria, when a political officeholder or civil servant is accused of wrongdoing, whether financial misappropriation or some other acts of indiscipline, the next thing is for a group of his kinsmen to rise up and accuse the government of witch-hunting their kinsmen? When such people are even charged to court and probably jailed, pressure is mounted on the government to release him, her, and if and when this happens, the person is giving a heroic welcome by his people. What a shame indeed. Rather than call a spade instead of a farm implement, we cover indiscipline under the guise of ethnicity and religion. How shall such a nation progress? How can we progress when individuals are programmed to get a piece of the national cake, when they have the opportunity to get to where the money is? It is sad to know that Nigerians, Christians inclusive, are only waiting for opportunities to get a grab of the oil money when we are supposed to use the power of discipline to bring a positive turnaround to our dear nation. Friends, we cannot continue with such indiscipline acts and expect a positive change in our nation. We must, as individuals, begin to allow the power of discipline affect our lives to the extent that we discipline ourselves to bring innovations into Nigeria and build a nation that is comfortable, because we have all it takes to do just that if only you, my reader, will allow discipline in your life. Still talking about how society encourages lack of discipline, I believe that the near obliteration of corporal punishment in schools, private especially, has made the students more undisciplined than ever. You can bear witness that these are days when parents and guardians take offense when their children or wards are administered physical punishment and find it offensive when their ward child is punished in school, especially by flogging with a cane. In fact, in several cities in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, many parents who can afford it pay to put their children in private schools where corporal punishment is not accepted. This is simply to prevent any sort of punishment for their wards when they go wrong. The schools also have become silent about this because they want more students, which translate into more money. This scenario definitely makes teachers helpless, and we have had cases of teachers who were attacked or arrested by parents for daring to punish their children. This is one way by which the society encourages indiscipline, especially among young students. What do we now have? Children who grow up thinking life is a bed of roses and that everything should be done for them. Listen, parents, when you allow them grow like that, shielding them from the discipline they should actually go through, which will build the necessary stamina in them, you are doing a great disservice to their future and that of the country. I remember vividly when I was growing up in Nigeria, with my grandmother, having no biological fatherly or motherly input. Life seemed so tough and rough, and I had to trek round the town without shoes to sell firewood before going to school. I never knew those discipline were to prepare me for the future ahead. I was not pampered, therefore, when the myriads of challenges came to me later in life and ministry, I was able to overcome because the power and force of discipline had built in me stamina. You will get to read more about this if you go on reading. Also, at the level of the society, indiscipline is responsible for most of the challenges we face today in the country. Indiscipline among political office holders is responsible for the mischievous and egotistic policies in offices and corruption at high places. Indiscipline among security personnel is responsible for some of the security challenges we face in countries. The protracted issue of Boko Haram in Nigeria escalated because a microscopic few chose to put the life of other soldiers on the line by diverting the funds meant to purchase arms and ammunition into private pockets. That is indiscipline at its peak. Again, apart from bad roads, indiscipline among drivers is responsible for majority of the accidents being recorded on our roads. As some drivers drink and drive under the influence of alcohol even when it is explicitly prohibited by the law, this has no doubt led to the death of promising lives. Also, apart from poor facilities in our hospital, indiscipline among hospital officials is responsible for some of the death in our hospitals, while indiscipline among students and teachers explain why students appear not to be serious with their academic pursuit. I could go on and on telling you what lack of discipline has done to our dear nation and to the Africa continent, but one thing is certain. You need to become disciplined in your thoughts, acts, and habits. You need to be disciplined to do the right things whether anyone is watching you or not. In fairness to the Nigeria government and some other societies, some of them did consider the negative effects of indiscipline and came up with strategies of dealing with it. This is an indicator to the truth that when we allow indiscipline to reign in the lives of individuals and the society, it wreaks a lot of havoc. I will like to share with you certain measures adopted to tackle indiscipline in societies. Efforts targeted towards fighting indiscipline in the society. It's important that I re-emphasize the truth that when individuals live in disciplined life, the overall effect is that we have an indisciplined society, which can cause chaotic situations in any society. Such a chaotic situation was what the Nigerian experienced several years ago, and coincidentally, the current president of Nigeria was in power then. As a military head of state and adopted a widely acclaimed strategy of fighting indiscipline. War against indiscipline in Nigeria. In March 1984, a military decree enacted war against indiscipline, sometimes called WAI and later sustained by General Muhammad Buhari and General Tunji Agbon. The intention of the program was to instill public morality, discipline or social order, civic responsibilities and promote Nigerian nationalism. One of the visible objectives of WAI was the encouragement of customers and citizens to line up to board buses and mostly line up or queue for high-demand services. Other objectives include the encouragement of women to train their wards, as the culture then considered child-raising a predominant female skill, and proper home training would groom future disciplined adults. A second objective, promoting hard work, was introduced in May 1984. This objective, like many others, was buoyed by the use of government-owned media. In July 1985, the Buhari administration launched environmental sanitation as the fifth phase of the program. WAI's third and fourth phases focused on patriotism and eradicating economic sabotage and corruption. Today, however, the effect of this noble program is almost gone into extinction, and the contemporary Nigeria society seems like another home for indiscipline. However, hope seems to be rising with the government's launch of Change Begins With Me campaign, which is in tandem with the words of Leo Tolstoy, who said, "Everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing himself." Leo Tolstoy. The disciplined life is what will make you change your way of thinking and begin to pursue positive acts and endeavors that will bring a radical improvement to your life and to the lives of your countrymen. You cannot afford to be indisciplined and demand that someone else does the right thing. You can't afford to thrust the responsibility of improving Nigeria on the political class alone, because according to Mahatma Gandhi, you should be the change that you wish to see in the world. Discipline changes begin with you. If there is something I know Nigerians are good at, it is that we are so quick to castigate the government for what they do or refuse to do. But Nigerians and people of other nations refuse to see the wrongs they do on a daily basis. Or who do we blame when members of a community engage in acts of indiscipline by throwing dirt on waterways, and when the rainy season comes, there is flooding which destroys lives and property? I must say I was excited when the Nigerian government launched a renewed war against indiscipline under the campaign, "Change begins with me." Indeed, no disciplined result can be gotten in the societies if you as an individual refuse to change from your indisciplined acts. As a young person, you cannot afford to graduate from the tertiary education and sit back at home waiting for a government job or going from your uncles to aunties asking them for money when probably they have not being paid their salaries and they have their own myriads of financial challenges. How can you bring a change without working with your own hands? Or you forget that the scripture says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 3 verse 10 that if anyone is not willing to work, let him not eat. ESV. Yet it takes discipline to work with your hands. As members of the Nigerian society, how do you display acts of indiscipline? This becomes important because we cannot divorce the level of discipline in a society and the results the society gets. In the next chapter, I will show you exactly what discipline is and how some Nigerians like you have engaged the power and force of discipline to create tangible wealth and development. 1. You can live a disciplined life. 2. Indiscipline in our society is responsible for some of the challenges we are facing today in the country. 3. Acts of indiscipline are done by every category of persons. 4. Discipline is the only thing that can help individuals and societies get to the top and record success. 5. Indiscipline in individual lives ultimately leads to undiscipline in the society. 6. Indiscipline currently manifests in every facet of our societies. 7. Discipline has a force and a power. 8. Never allow excuses stop you from living a life of discipline. 9. When you cultivate the force and power of discipline, it builds stamina in you. 10. You are disciplined when you put your body under your own control. When your life is not controlled by circumstances and others around you. Chapter 2. The concept of discipline. Friends, if you took your time to read through the whole of Chapter 1, you will realize how deep-seated and discipline is. You must have seen how it is that lack of discipline is not a scourge that affects a particular age grade or sector of the economy, rather everyone is concerned. I believe you have also seen the sorry state our dear nation Nigeria and other developing countries are in, simply because we have chosen to neglect this very vital principle of discipline and we have not allowed it work in us and through us. You sure have seen that all hope is not lost as we can yet build a Nigeria of our dreams and get all sectors of our continent developed in no time with the power of discipline. But perhaps a keen mind is asking, what is discipline? Permit me to show you what Proverbs chapter 1 verses 1 to 3 says. These are the Proverbs of Solomon, David's son, king of Israel. Their purpose is to teach people wisdom and discipline, to help them understand the insights of the wise. Their purpose is to teach people to live disciplined and successful lives, to help them do what is right and just and fair. NLT. Proverbs chapter 1 verses 1 to 3. This is one verse of the scripture that tells us that God's word is designed to teach people discipline, and what follows discipline is successful living. I can therefore say that discipline is that which produces success in the lives of individuals as well as in societies. Notice that the third verse says when people live disciplined lives, they do what is right, just, and fair. My friend, what else do we need in Nigeria? Don't you think if individuals and leaders begin to live disciplined and start doing what is just, right, and fair, Nigeria and other nations will be better for it? If lecturers do that which is expected of them by engaging in research, teaching and mentoring students without asking for favors in cash and kind as a prerequisite for student success their courses. If our athletes prepare adequately and pay the price necessary to win a medal in international competitions, if lawmakers, judicial workers and politicians discipline themselves to do the just and right things, don't you know our nation will experience a gradual change for the best? What discipline is? So many years ago, a conversation ensued between Michael, one of the greatest violinists of the 20th century, who was walking through the streets of New York City one sunny afternoon when a tourist approached him saying, "Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me how to get to Carnegie Hall?" Elman exhaled deeply and responded, "Practice, practice, practice." Similarly, Gary Player, a very successful international golfer, lost count of how many times someone said to him, "I'd give anything if I could hit a golf ball like you." A particular day came and he replied, "No, you wouldn't. You'd give anything to hit a golf ball like me." If it were easy. Player then listed the things one would have to do in order to achieve his level of play. You've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go out and hit 1,000 golf balls. Walk up to the clubhouse to put a bandage on your hand where it started bleeding, then go and hit another 1,000 golf balls. That's what it takes to hit a golf ball like me. My dear, the literal translation of what these successful professionals told people is that discipline is the key to success. Be it in the music studio, the football field or the classroom, discipline is vital for maximizing your potential. It is a sine qua non to live a spiritual life according to God's standard. Also, through appropriate preparation, we develop correct routines without which we won't travel far in life. These routines are built through discipline. Discipline can be described as being the conscious physical and mental control over lifestyle. It is used in directing or changing behavior, learning something, or training for something. Discipline is when you can successfully tell yourself what to do and nothing else interferes. It means when you have a goal, you accomplish it without distraction. It means you master your body and never allow circumstances to dictate to you. John Stevenson said it the way I like it, he said. Many people have the ambition to succeed, they may even have a special aptitude for their job. And yet they do not move ahead. Why? Perhaps they think that since they can master the job, there is no need to master themselves. John Stevenson. At this point, I like you to take a pause and place your life vis-a-vis this definition, my dear. Have you been successful in telling yourself what to do without something else interfering? As a student, when you say you'll wake up to read on study at night, do you not stifle the alarm clock when it wakes you up? Can you said to be disciplined in that regard? As an employee, do you concentrate on your job without distraction? Oh, how I wish my Nigerian brothers and sisters will grab this meaning of discipline and allow it to dictate their dispositions towards personal and national duties. How many Nigerian politicians remain in control of their lives after winning an election and focus on that which they were elected for? I remember something about politicians now and I like to share with you. Over the years, when elections are approaching, you get to see politicians going round every nook and cranny of the societies promising the electorate heaven and earth. But no sooner do they win the elections that they change their phone numbers and residences and renege on all the promises they made earlier. Can that be said to be discipline? Yet that has been the scenario in the political landscape of Nigeria for years, and we complain of underdevelopment. How shall we develop? It is quite painful to me that when we consider the above definition of discipline against what obtains in the life of many people today and in societies around the world, it is obvious that discipline is missing. There seem to be no self-control in the way people dress, talk, act and behave towards given tasks and assignments. Contractors abandon projects shortly after being mobilized, leaving the masses to the mercy of risks and deaths. So many Nigerians and citizens of other nations cannot endure hard work and will quickly throw in the towel when they face difficulties, which are bound to come anyway. This sadly explains why there are so many corporate beggars around, layabouts, school dropouts, failures, abandoned projects and inefficiency in workplaces. It is because not many people are willing to give whatever it takes to finish a difficult task. In fact, people want things to be delivered to them on the platter of God, when the scriptures said in John chapter 5 verse 17, "But Jesus answered them, My Father worketh hitherto, and I work." John chapter 5 verse 17 KJV. How many Nigerian graduates have successfully utilized the knowledge they got in school to birth an innovation and idea that will create jobs for other teeming youths? How many individuals are disciplined enough to think and act like the Nigerian man referred to as Odinba Gaddafi? I read historian cannot but commend how discipline helped this man to bring such a unique innovation to Nigeria. The story of DMT toilets. DMT mobile and portable toilets was conceived in 1992 when a young man, Isaac Darojaya aka Odin Bogatafi San, mooted the idea of providing mobile toilets to serve outdoor events, but this idea did not come into reality until 1996 when the first wagon toilet was manufactured locally. However, in 1999, the company complemented its locally produced wagon toilets with about 30 plastic portable toilets imported from the UK. However, to fulfill a burning desire to localize production of the plastic toilets, the company acquired necessary technology to start manufacturing high-quality plastic mobile toilets in Nigeria in the year 2002. DMT Mobile and Portable Toilets are the pioneer mobile toilet company in Nigeria and at present the only manufacturer in the West African sub-region. DMT initially focused on renting toilets for parties, religious activities and other outdoor events. However, motivated by the recognition that most cities do not have functional public toilets and that the vast majority of these toilets are poorly maintained and inadequate, they plan to bridge these gaps. With the migration of people to urban centers, the company has begun to make inroads into the public toilet arena by providing toilets at bus stops and in densely populated areas in major cities as public toilets in order to improve sanitation. This idea also took youth empowerment into consideration by taking the bold step of hiring idle street miscreants to manage its public toilets. Each toilet typically serves about 100 people a day and the street miscreants collect a token per toilet use. They are required to share a portion of their proceeds with DMT. They keep 60% and remit 40% to DMT. Through this partnership, some of these miscreants not only earn decent salaries, they also gain meaningful work experience and no more constitute nuisance to the society. What an amazing and encouraging story you got there. That was a young man who saw a need and was disciplined enough to do something about it, and through what he did, several other people including miscreants were gainfully employed. The man did not just look at miscreants and complain about them. He was disciplined enough to take a disciplined step which over time have contributed tremendously to a cleaner environment and improved sanitation in major cities. They also went into partnership with manufacturers of toilet-oriented products who place advertisements on DMT's toilets located at various points. This additional revenue enables DMT to cover a large percentage of its manufacturing cost, and ultimately better services delivery as we provide more toilets for the public. I wish the youths of Africa will be disciplined like this man and start something good from nothing. This requires deep thinking with the power of discipline. At this juncture, permit me to quickly clarify that discipline does not mean you will never fail or default, since that is expected of humans. In fact, you will fail and default many times, but your ability to hold yourself and maintain your ground against all odds is discipline. At times when life is tough, the only thing you have to fall back on apart from God is discipline. When you indulge yourself, pity yourself and lack self-control, self-discipline is totally absent from your life. For my readers who know a little about computers, you know every computer system has what is referred to as operating system. Now, I can comfortably equate discipline to the operating systems on computer systems. You know very well that the moment a computer's operating system becomes faulty and is corrupt, it ceases to function well. Similarly, a person without discipline cannot function well, be it for himself or within the society. In short, minus discipline in our lives, we are at risk of diverse forms of Trojans and viruses such as indulgence, excuses, and negative habits. Why indiscipline abounds? Like we have seen in the previous pages, indiscipline seems to have infested every facet of the Nigerian system. The transportation, civil service, education, economic, political, and even financial sectors seem not to be yielding the desired results due to the absence of discipline. Or why is it that the Nigerian government cannot reactivate the railway system as an alternative means of transportation? Even where it is working, what we use are pitiably the locomotive trains that have ceased to function in developing nation. May God help us change our nations with discipline. So the question here is, why does indiscipline abound? I like to start by saying we cannot attribute acts of indiscipline solely to an individual because before a person forms his habits and grow up, there is the interplay of so many factors such as the home, school, church, society, etc. As a matter of fact, parental responsibility is the major influence in one's life, given the fact that parents' roles in the development of wards and children is very deep. They have the major responsibility of nurturing the child. That is why the scripture admonishes us to train a child in a way he should grow, and when he is old, he will never depart from it. Proverbs chapter 22 verse 6. Acts of discipline originates from homes. When a youth is not properly trained nor taught how to live a disciplined life, such a child will find it difficult or nearly impossible to be disciplined and have self-control. This is because a child learns by observation and finds it easy to learn habits and attitudes from the parents, whether positive or negative. It therefore means that when a person grows up without learning the rudiments of discipline, it is very likely such a person will adopt bad acts prevalent in the society he finds himself. For example, for someone who has grown up with untidiness and not keeping the environment hygienic, to litter the environment where he finds himself will certainly not be a problem. As a parent or would-be parent, you need to understand that you owe God and the society the duty of instilling discipline in your children and wards. Again, I believe one major reason why people refuse to live a disciplined life is because of peer pressure, which is the sway a social group has on an individual. Both young and old individuals are affected by this, and I like to share a story I read to illustrate this. The story of Grace. How on earth did I come into this family? No freedom. I can't wear what I like. I can't do what I want. I can't do my hair like my colleagues do. Dad says my gown is too short and too tight. Mom says sagging is for prisoners, but hey, other children do it. Yet they have parents too. Why am I so different? Why can't I behave like my friends? Those were the very words of Grace, a young girl who was practically fed up by the fact that she was not allowed to act and behave the way she wanted while she was in a secondary school, going from her parents' house. In no time, she graduated from secondary school and got admission to university, where she breathed an air of relief and freedom. One beautiful morning, while on campus, she was accosted by two very beautiful and intelligent classmates of hers who came to introduce her to a clique that will guarantee her all-round success on campus. She was scared at first and turned down the offer, but after much consistent pressure, she yielded and joined the clique, which turned out to be a cult group. She was introduced into drugs and high-level prostitution. Even though she had her way with her course lecturers and had no academic problems, she was bedeviled with mental, social, moral and legal challenges. Her use of drugs became abuse and she became totally dependent on drugs. In her final year, she could not come for one of her examinations because on that day, she had issues with security officials who raided their apartment, found drugs and ammunition in her possession and detained her in the police station. The result was that she failed the course and had to come back the following year. It was during the extra year that she had a rethink of her life, reconsidered her ways, became born again and forsook the group. She had the opportunity to make amends, but why did she go through the stress and challenges she had years back? It is because of peer influence. Peer pressure has been responsible for both indiscipline and disciplined acts. Sometimes, a disciplined person, well-trained, attempts to obey rules and regulations concerning the good of the society, but for peer influence he or she decides to go against them. Deuteronomy chapter 15 verse 11 vis-a-vis Psalms 37-25. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Deuteronomy chapter 15 verse 11. That verse of the scripture did not have anybody's name written there. It does not have any nation's name written there because the Bible equally says in Psalms 37-25. I have been young and now am old, yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken nor his seed begging bread. Psalms 37-25. Now, whether you experience what is written in Deut 15 or in Psalms 37-25, it is your choice. Whether our nation relies on external assistance or not is a measure of the discipline we have both as individuals and as a nation. Dear friends, I want it to sink into your mind that in an individual's life and in the society, indiscipline has so many disadvantages. Over 80 million Nigerians are living in poverty and below God's expectation for their lives, not because God hates them, but because they have chosen not to pay the price of discipline that will take them into the place God has prepared for them. Many Nigerians today cannot boast of 3 square meals daily, not because there are no farmlands to plant various kinds of food, but because we are too lazy and indisciplined to pay the price of farming. Many young people now take to driving motorcycles, popularly called Okada, because they will get money daily. Our leaders even have failed to develop the agriculture sector over the years because of the derivations they get from crude oil sales. Cocoa, cotton and other produce are neglected simply because we depend solely on oil money, which is shared every month. Thank God there was a lull in the international oil market, which has jolted all of us to reality that we cannot afford to depend on oil alone. I like you to know that, positionally, every child of God is blessed. However, experientially, the blessing is not manifesting in the lives of many because the road to success is a not so smooth and easy one, and it requires discipline to walk on it. Life is governed by natural laws which will produce when activated. For instance, naturally, you must plant something in the soil before you expect an harvest. Now imagine a farmer who plants nothing, but goes to his farm to pray and sing every day. How shall he harvest anything when others who discipline themselves to plant, cultivate and water their farms get their own harvest? Unfortunately, that is exactly how my fellow countrymen, Nigerians, behave. It is on records that in many cities of Nigeria, committed believers rise very early to be a part of early morning worship services in various churches, yet they are not disciplined enough in their actions. Many people close their shops continually over the weeks to move from one prayer meeting to another, and when they return late in the afternoon, customers have gone elsewhere to buy what they need. Yet such a person comes back to say there has no sales in the shop. Is it not sheer stupidity to expect prayer to do what discipline will do? I am definitely not against prayer, but to everything there is a time. Many Nigerians today, believers especially, neglect the force of discipline, yet wait for some kind of miracle that may be a mirage. Now when people neglect discipline, what are the dangers? Shall we examine some of these? Hazards of indiscipline. If you are a football fan and you watch football matches, you realize the game has guiding rules, and when a rule is flouted, there are penalties. Oftentimes when players and even coaches violate certain principles, they get suspended, and for a critical player to be suspended because of indiscipline may be the reason for a team's loss in their next match. Friends, I believe this tells you something very vital. Lack of discipline has dangerous effects. The truth needs to be told. When an individual, group, or society choose to live a life without self-control, it can lead to disaster. The capabilities of a person to control and manage his or her actions are proportionate to the degree of accomplishment and bliss they will experience in their lifetime. Since discipline refers to one's ability to stand by actions, beliefs, and conducts that result in personal improvement instead of instant gratification, lack of discipline is what is responsible for the failures people experience in both personal and professional lives. Lack of discipline is what makes people experience sicknesses, obesity, poverty, and issues in their relationships. Lack of self-discipline in the lives of individuals negatively affect their societies, sets the society backwards, and keep them on a spot for so long, and that unfortunately is the challenge in most developing societies, like you will see below. Unemployment rate in Africa and Nigeria. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, unemployment rate measures the number of people between the age of 15 and 64 who are actively looking for a job as a percentage of the labor force. In the update they made to their website in September 2016, the unemployment rate in Nigeria was recorded at 13.3% in the second quarter of 2016. The number of unemployed persons rose by 12.2%. Meanwhile, youth unemployment increased from 24% to 21.5%. Unemployment rate in Nigeria averaged 9.28% from 2006 until 20. The situation is no different in Ghana, Kenya, South Africa and other Africa countries, going by the words of Kelvin Balogun, president of Coca-Cola, Central, East and West Africa, who said that almost half of the 10 million graduates churned out of the over 668 universities in Africa yearly do not get job. During the Africa Transformation Forum held in Kigali in 2016, experts argued that youth unemployment and underemployment are among the main barriers to development in West Africa. According to the World Bank, Africa is said to have the largest youth bulge in the world, and the number of youth is expected to grow by 42.5 million between 2010 and 2020. Can you just imagine such statistics? Can we continue like this and expect a crisis-free future? All over the world the youth are known to be productive, but it seems the youth in Nigeria and other African countries are waiting for a miracle to happen after all. They have gone to higher institutions to obtain a certificate. My dear youths, it is time for us to take our future in our hands and create the better Nigeria. We are smart, we are rugged, we are knowledgeable, and we have all it takes to make the difference. We only require tenacity, discipline and perseverance. There are so many business ideas we can implement that will bring a positive turnaround to the country. Imagine if we have 50 Aliko Dangotes among the youths and we have 50 Otedolas who are driving the economy and creating value. And indeed, we can have much more than that number, if those ones have gone ahead to become great figures and entrepreneurs in this time. Then with discipline, we can do better. Why we must stamp out indiscipline. My intention in this book is not to chastise or lay blame on anyone, but to raise awareness about the evil of indiscipline and urge everyone to engage the force of discipline so that we can change Nigeria and our other African nations for the better, because we cannot expect any meaningful development in our society without individuals first becoming disciplined. Unlucky is the country where indiscipline is seen by ordinary people as the prerogative of the high and mighty. For by the same token, discipline will be seen as a penalty which the rank and file must pay for their powerlessness. Chinua Achebe. My people, the wind of change is sweeping across Nigeria and Africa, and the time has come for us to engage the force of discipline to correct the ills in our country and make our systems work as expected. The truth is, can make things work in our societies through the power and force of discipline. The train system can work, electricity can be available for 24 hours a day, and 7 days a week, we can export goods and have a better per capita income. We can have the level of illiteracy drop, we can have very low mortality rate, we can have portable drinking water, our institutions can work well, drugs abuse, suicide and other vices can drastically reduce in our societies. All these things are achievable by the power of discipline which Nigerians in their various homes and offices can engage. Since discipline is the quality that allows someone or a group execute a task that needs to be done even when the person does not feel like. Societies can therefore only get better when individuals, leaders and followers alike choose to do the things that are essential and needful and not necessarily popular. In many instances, leaders know what to do but are simply too afraid or timid to take the right step because of certain factors. Unfortunately, however, no society develops when such calibers of people are in power and when followers act in similar ways. For instance, who does not know that Nigeria does not need bicameral legislature? Do we not know that the allowances and emoluments of Nigerian senators and House of Representatives members are way too much and is the cause of the do-or-die politics we practice? Yet who is willing to be disciplined enough to move and implement the motion that such gross wastage should be reduced? How individuals can engage the power and force of discipline. My dear friend, we have identified discipline as the necessary prerequisite for bringing the desired changes to our nations, but before you can develop the power of discipline, it is a must for you to sit down and take a cursory look into your life, because oftentimes we deceive ourselves and lie to ourselves that all is well with us when indeed we know all is far from been well. If, however, we will help ourselves, we should abide by the submission of August Wilson that says, confront the dark parts of yourself, and work to banish them with illumination and forgiveness. Your willingness to wrestle with your demons will cause your angels to sing. August Wilson. If individual Nigerians will move forward and our society will progress, an honest appraisal of some of the lies you tell yourselves must be done in order to do away with them. Like Pema Chodron said, the most fundamental aggression to ourselves, the most fundamental harm we can do to ourselves, is to remain ignorant by not having the courage and respect to look at ourselves honestly and gently. Pema Chodron. Below are some of such lies that we use to deceive ourselves. The challenge. How we justify it. 1. Obesity. I am this obese because it's hereditary and there is little I can do about it. 2. Anger. I explode most times because I have awful colleagues. 3. Procrastination. My work schedule is so wide and I have too much to do each moment. 4. Debt. What I earn is way too meager to meet my needs. 5. Matrimonial challenges. You need to meet my spouse, as he is devil's incarnate. 6. Lackluster presentation. I didn't have enough time during the presentation. 7. Alcoholism. I am just helpless and addicted. 8. Lack of physical exercise. There is no time for it. 9. Laziness. I am a weaker vessel. So 10. Poor academic performance. My lecturers are too mean and the course is difficult. I could actually go on listing different challenges people face and given to which makes them perform below optimum level. You also know the one that poses a challenge to you, but remember God's word says His grace is sufficient for you, for His power is made perfect in weakness. You have no excuse. You must know that as a nation, we cannot continue to justify our laziness and expect to reach the zenith in life. There is no excuse for our nation to lag behind. The color of our skin is not a disadvantage. Our geographical location is not a minus. There is nothing any nation has that we cannot if only we will desist from justifying our failures and lack of discipline. You are not different from every other successful person out there. They also have their own weaknesses and fears, but they are on top of their game and have become trailblazers today because they choose to rise beyond the weakness and do the needful through the power of discipline. In fact, the difficulties we encounter and the techniques we adopt to deal with them vary from person to person, but discipline remains the underlying solution which is forever consistent. Before you can introduce discipline into your life, you must be honest to yourself and take responsibility for your laziness. Learn to identify the real reason behind the negative conditions in your life and overthrow the justification disease. Remember that leaders aren't born, they are made. And they are made just like anything else, through hard work. And that's the price we'll have to pay to achieve that goal, or any goal. If you desire to engage the power and force of discipline, it's time to know yourself, your strength, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. By knowing yourself and knowing the facts, you can determine how to handle the situation, because he who reigns within himself and rules passions, desires, and fears is more than a king. John Milton. My dear, now that you are enlightened about the concept of discipline and you have seen its manifestation in our nation Nigeria and our continent Africa, you need to discover what the force in discipline is all about and how to unleash it for development. All these and many more I will show you in the next chapter. Let's meet over there. 1. Discipline is when you can successfully tell yourself what to do and nothing else interferes. 2. Parental failure and peer pressure are some of the reasons why individuals fail to live disciplined lives. 3. The capabilities of people to control their actions are proportionate to the degree of accomplishment they will experience in their lifetime. 4. We can make things work in our societies through the power and force of discipline. 5. Individuals must do an honest appraisal of their lives to identify strength, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. 6. The stamina you build through discipline enables you to face any situation you come across and emerge a winner. 7. Developing nations must enforce discipline to move their nations forward. 8. If you choose to live a life of indiscipline, you will live a substandard life. 9. Living a disciplined life does not mean you won't stumble, but you rise and move on. 10. The life of discipline is the only life that guarantees success in life. Chapter 3. Discipline has a force and power. I believe by now it is firmly established in your heart that lack of discipline is the cause of underdevelopment in our nation, Nigeria, and other developing nations. You must also have understood that discipline as a concept refers to your ability to do what is necessary and needful as against what is convenient. I will now go ahead to show you that inherent in discipline is a very powerful force and power that can accomplish great things in your life and in our nations. Friends, most times when the word discipline is mentioned, I believe you, like every other person, is quick to consider it as a painful process only. Most people fail to realize that inherent in discipline is a force, and that force is that which causes you to have breakthrough in any area of your life irrespective of the hardship you encounter. You need to realize that discipline produces in you a power that can help you surmount mountains and make impossible things possible, and this is the kind of power that helps you change and transform yourself. As Nigerians and Africans, we can discover the antidotes and drugs for every manner of disease afflicting mankind, and which scientists are researching on if we allow the force of discipline to take effect. We can also create jobs and raise the standard of living in our country. Through this force, we can win the gold medals in the Olympics, our football team can conquer the world and bring the gold medal home during the World Cup competition. Our continent can have several developed nations and be the hub of technological advancement. All we need is the force of discipline. However, let me say that the force and power of discipline cannot be seen on the surface. Rather, they are activated and unleashed when you chose to stretch yourself like so many people who have become success stories did. I have read quite a number of stories about how people utilize the force and power of discipline to do the unthinkable. We have quite a number of ordinary people like you who have conquered their fields and attained great heights through discipline. Allow me to show you some of these people through their stories. How Mount Everest was conquered. After years of dreaming about it, months of planning and organizing, and 7 weeks of climbing, New Zealander Edmund Hillary and Nepalese Tenzing Norgay reached the top of Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world, at 11:30 a.m. on May 29, 1953. They were the first people to ever reach the summit of Mount Everest. Prior to this time, Mount Everest had long been considered unclimbable by some and the ultimate climbing challenge by others. This is not unexpected because it's indeed a huge mountain. Rising in height to 29,035 feet, 8,850 meters, the well-known mount is sited in the Himalayas, alongside the border of Nepal and Tibet, China. No doubt about the fact that ascending Mount Everest is a great task and really daring. Apart from the weather, which is freezing and puts its climbers at serious risk of frostbite and the possibility of falling off its cliff, climbing the mountain makes climbers suffer from the terrible effects of very high altitude, referred to as mountain sickness. The mountain's loftiness stops the human body from receiving sufficient oxygen, which results into hypoxia. Once a climber gets above 8,000 feet, the person is susceptible to mountain sickness, which becomes complicated as you go higher. Most people who climb the mountain suffer from headaches, anorexia, tiredness, and sometimes dementia and coma. I bet some of my readers already concluded in their mind that such a mountain could simply not be climbed, but I am happy to disappoint you. Because in spite and despite these numerous negative conditions, and not minding the fact that some people who attempted to climb the mountain earlier died trying, these two men did climb successfully. They did what no mortal man had successfully done prior to that time. How? Through the power and force of discipline. What a powerful force! A force that could make a man ignore all those dangerous information to rise to the very top of the mountain. I can only imagine how those two men felt that day. What a good feeling of breaking the world record. But do you know that you can also break boundaries and rise beyond any existing barriers, ceilings and obstructions to create that industry in Nigeria? You can rise beyond the bureaucracies and formalities to get your company registered and start legitimate business that will change the face of Africa. The latent power and force of discipline. I mentioned it earlier that discipline has a force in it. It is a force that can generate great power within you, with which to accomplish great things for yourself and our dear nation. You should, however, remember that the great force is in a potential form until it is released. You only release it when you are able to commit yourself to what you want, to a goal, without wavering. It is then you will realize and discover that there is a power in discipline. Abraham Lincoln's example. Regarded as perhaps the most defeated man in the world, this American politician and lawyer engaged and released the force of discipline to occupy one of the strongest positions on earth today, the office of the United States President. Abraham Lincoln lost several elections to all levels of political office which he contested for in the U.S. However, through the force of discipline, he never gave up, he continued. He probably did not know he could absorb the failures and challenges he encountered by failing in the elections, yet he was disciplined enough to rise after each defeat till he became the 16th President of the United States from March 1861 to April 1865. It is on record today that Lincoln led the United States through its Civil War and he preserved the Union. He also abolished slavery, strengthened the federal government and modernized the economy. What a disciplined man. Perhaps there will not be a United States of America today if this man did not rise above defeat to occupy the position. My dear Nigerians, how many people have quit politics because they failed to be selected in the party primaries? Have you decided to leave the political scene because it is a dirty game? If it is dirty, are we not supposed to shine the light of Christ into that system as believers? I need to remind you today that the force and power and discipline can help you surmount mountains and make impossible things possible. It is a power that helps you change and transform yourself. It will help you put the forces of nature under your authority. That power makes the element of this world subject to you. Discipline has a power and a force that begins to work in you when you activate it. That force breaks down the wall of opposition and resistance. By being disciplined, the power causes a force to come out of you. Will you activate the force today like John Grisham did? The force of discipline at work in John Grisham. John Grisham is a renowned and successful writer, and reading through his life, you will clearly see that he activated the power and force of discipline. Listen to what he said. The alarm clock would go off at 5, and I'd jump in the shower. My office was 5 minutes away. And I had to be at my desk, at my office, with the first cup of coffee, a legal pad, and write the first word at 5:30 5 days a week. John Grisham. Grisham's aim was to write 1 page daily. Therefore, if it took 10 minutes, fine. If it takes longer, good. Sometimes, he would write for 2 hours before starting his job as a lawyer, but he had to sustain the habit, and he did that only by the power of discipline. As a matter of fact, Grisham said that such a rigorous discipline was one of several little rituals that were silly and brutal, but very important. How many writers are there in Nigeria and African nations whose work can create landmark impact across the world, such as that of Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Alichi Amadi, etc.? Perhaps you have dropped your pen because of indiscipline and laziness. You need to pick it up today. The power in discipline. The power in discipline is that ability, capacity, and strength to do something. The force in discipline is the energy, influence, and effectiveness generated to accomplish a task. When you combine both the power and force, what you realize is that you generate strength, ability, energy, influence to effectively accomplish any task before you. You must realize that the force and power of discipline are in a potential form. Until you stretch yourself, that power will not be released. You should realize that stretching yourself is a conscious effort that you must make. When it appears that you have reached your end and you can't go ahead, give it a little more push and the latent power of discipline will come to work. When you ask many people who achieved anything tangible in life, at the beginning, they felt they might not be able to accomplish such feats. However, in spite and despite the fear and doubts, they went ahead, they took steps. That step could be as little as enrolling for a course, it could be starting a regular practice. It could be waking up at a particular time of the day or engaging in one activity at a particular time. Whatever it is, the beginning definitely isn't going to be easy, but when you keep it up, when you push further, when you remain consistent, the power you need will begin to flow from within you because it is resident already on the inside of you. It will, however, not manifest until you put it to work. That is the spirit we need as Nigerians and Africans to bring an end to poverty, maternal mortality, female genital mutilation, corruption, insecurity and other myriads of challenges confronting our continent. We need to engage the force of discipline to think deeply and come up with a lasting solution. We need to engage discipline to establish pressure group and NGOs that will spearhead the movement against corruption on our continent, and you are the one we are waiting for because you have what it takes to do just that. The power and force of discipline. In the life of my protégés. In my several years of being a pastor and church leader, I have had the opportunity of being a mentor to several believers through some of the trainings I organize. One thing I have discovered is this. So many of my protégés never knew they could get to certain heights until they signed up for some of the training sessions we put in place. By virtue of the components of the training, many of them were practically forced to do things they had never thought they could do and never planned to do in their lives. However, because failure to do the assigned tasks was met with some measures of punishment, they had no choice but to unleash the force of discipline in them. Until they disciplined themselves, and did the given tasks by force, the power they had in them did not get activated. Many of them had to stay awake in the night or spend extra hours to read a book, or to prepare a talk, and today, some of them are pastors of churches and leaders. The discipline they learned back then makes it easy for them to successfully combine the task of leading other people with working in other organizations. The discipline has become part and parcel of them. In the same way, I can tell you, my dear, that there are quite lots of thinking you can engage in that will birth solutions to the many challenges confronting the Africa continent. Despite the fact that you are employed in a white-collar job and it demands you time, you can actually still become an entrepreneur and create value in Nigeria. It is possible for you to write that book, sing that song and take that examination. You can establish that company and it becomes big even with what you have, because what it takes is in you. You already have it. If the millions of youth on the continent of Africa will simply pursue one idea to a logical conclusion rather than wait for government jobs that are not forthcoming, we can bring about an industrial revolution in Africa. You have the capacity to do it, but until you really begin to discipline yourself to go a step more and do the things you consider out of your reach, the force of discipline will not be unleashed. I can tell you numerous stories of countless humans like you who have accomplished great things through the power of discipline, and will indeed tell you in the next section, but you must know that there is a dormant force in you, which you have the ability to unleash or suppress, but when it is developed and released, you can accomplish incredible and seemingly unbelievable things in life. That force is the force of discipline. Incredible but true human accomplishments through the power and force of discipline. It is on record today that mortal men have reached heights that were thought impossible before now. Records have been broken and are being broken, discoveries are being made, medical breakthroughs are being recorded. Theories and propositions of high quality are being made, and solutions to long-standing challenges are being discovered all around the world through the sheer display of the power and force of discipline. Many societies, especially in the Western world, have reached a very high level of development and advancement because scientists, sportsmen, engineers and other professionals are deeply committed to their vocations and endeavor. Life seems to be easier for them as every phase of the society seems to be on autopilot. As a matter of fact, malaria is long forgotten in some climates, maternal mortality is at an all-time low. Hunger and poverty seems minute and technological advances seems out of this world. Could it be because God loves them more than some other nations and societies? Definitely no. All these achievements were made by sheer human efforts through the power of discipline. Friends, I believe developing nations and societies can achieve the current levels of development the Western societies have and even surpass it if only we will commit to discipline and let order reign in the lives of individuals, systems and policies. Talking about some of the incredible things that humans have accomplished, it is interesting to note that some of the people who accomplish such feat are not even Christians. They did not have the Holy Spirit, all they ever accomplished were done by natural efforts of discipline. The question then is, if natural men can achieve greatly with natural wisdom, how much more believers who have the mind of Christ and have the Holy Spirit who is to guide us into all truths? If natural men could accomplish some of the fantastic things on record, then with the deposits of God in our lives, believers should be able to accomplish much more. I believe it will interest you to read some of the inspiring feats we have on record. The man Usain Bolt, regarded as the fastest person ever timed, and the first man to hold both the 100 meters and 200 meters world records since fully automatic time measurements became mandatory in 1977. Usain Bolt, a Jamaican sprinter along with his teammates, also set the world record in the 4x100 meters relay. He is the reigning Olympic champion in these three events, and the first man at the modern Olympic Games to win 6 gold medals in sprinting, and an 11-time world champion. He was the first in the modern Olympics era to achieve the double-double, of winning 100 meters and 200 meters titles at consecutive Games 2008 and 2012. And topped this through the first double-triple, including 4x100 meters relays. Further, at the 2013 World Championships in Moscow, Bolt completed a hat-trick of 200 meters world titles by winning his third straight gold in the event. His 2009 record-breaking margin for 100 meters, from 9.69 seconds, his previous world record, to 9.58, is the highest since the start of fully automatic time measurements. Bolt's achievements in sprinting have earned him the media nickname, Lightning Bolt, and awards including the IAAF World Athlete of the Year, Track and Field Athlete of the Year, and Laureus World Sportsman of the Year 3 times. He is the highest-paid athlete ever in track and field. He has been called the world's most marketable athlete by winning 3 gold medals at the 2015 World Championships. Bolt became the first athlete in the 32-year history of the IAAF Athletics World Championships to complete the triple-triple, making him the most successful athlete at the IAAF Championships. In the 2016 Rio Olympics game, Usain Bolt won 3 gold medals. What lesson can Nigerian and African athletes learn from the life of this man? I am sure you know that running surely required discipline, and the implication of running fast is that he overcame resistance, because when you run, wind and the force of nature attempts to resist you, and for you to emerge winner in such a race means you put in a great deal of resistance. This man was able to achieve this feat because he had disciplined himself by going for practice and exercise several times a day. He didn't just sit there and assume he will win the next race he participates in. Rather, he maintains his health, stays away from certain diets, proactively trains and engages in rigorous practice. The practice he attends is the discipline that created a power in him. That power becomes stronger than the power of nature trying to stop him each time he runs, and the result is that he keeps getting better. This then brings to the fore that discipline does not only create a new power, it also creates force and energy to push back anything that might be standing on your way. I mentioned at the beginning of this book how African countries did not have much of a medal in the last Olympics, and how we don't clinch the gold medal in World Cup football tournaments. It is largely due to lack of discipline on the part of the coach, the players and the Nigerian government. It will interest you to know that in the selection of player that will represent Nigeria in international matches, so many politics come into play and people are chose based on ethnicity, religion and some other unnecessary things. Why on earth should we sacrifice qualification on the altar of ethnicity and we expect to get any tangible result? We have read several times that Nigerian contingents to games do not get adequate preparation and training before the games. Sometimes they are even owed money and they have to protest before their allowances and match bonuses are paid. What a shame. What a high level of indiscipline. Discipline in sport means we select the right people for the right purpose. It means players must report to the camp at the expected time and comply with the rules of the game. It means government must release the required funds to see to the adequate provision of players and they must ensure that no body or official diverts or butcher the funds. All these require discipline, but they pay off. It will even interest you to know that some countries are already preparing the contingent that will represent them in the next Olympic Games several years ahead. That is the power of discipline, and that is what we must emulate as Nigerians and Africans if we will make impact in the field of sports. The story of Ben Carson. Once you begin to understand and realize what you are capable of, the whole world changes. When I was in the 5th grade and I thought I was a dummy, I was relatively depressed. That's probably why I was angry all the time. But once I discovered through reading that I could control my own future, it was like someone had lifted a veil. I couldn't get enough knowledge at that point. Everything that was new was exciting to me, and I began to think about what I was going to do, how I was going to change the world. I had the same brain, just a different attitude. Those are the very words of an intelligent Christian neurosurgeon whose story will strike a chord in your heart and open your eyes to see how important the force and power of discipline is. Benjamin Solomon Ben Carson, born on September 18, 1951 in Detroit, Michigan, is an American retired neurosurgeon and former candidate for President of the United States, and a graduate of Yale University and the University of Michigan Medical School. Carson has authored numerous books on his medical career and political stances, and was the subject of a television drama film in 2009. According to a piece written about him by Anne Clara Simo. As a boy, Ben Carson watched his father walk out on his family, closing the door on a life the 8-year-old would never know again. Through periods of heartbreak, fear and financial struggle, his mother, Sonia Carson, provided for Ben and his brother. A determined woman with only a third-grade education, she insisted her sons see their potential and that they never let circumstances get them down. She taught them that education would change their lives. Ben took on the challenges, devoting himself to a life of learning and achievement, overcoming adversity on his path to become a world-renowned neurosurgeon. Dr. Ben Carson never forgot his mother's early lessons. As the director of pediatric neurosurgery at Johns Hopkins Medical Institutions, Carson, 57, was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his groundbreaking contributions to medicine and his efforts to help America's youth fulfill their potential. Even at 8, when his father left, Carson knew he wanted to be a doctor. He writes in his autobiography, Gifted Hands. When Sonia Carson moved her sons from their modest house in Detroit to live with her brother and his wife in Boston, she scrimped and sacrificed so they could return. When they did, they had to settle for Detroit's downtown housing projects, but at least they were home. Sonia Carson knew the world held more hope for her boys than the ghetto offered. She struggled to support the family without relying on government assistance. Ben was lost, hopelessly behind in his schoolwork in a school that was competitive. The other kids picked on him and called him dummy. Ben lashed back with his fists. He resigned himself to thinking he was stupid. With both boys' grades suffering, Sonia took away the TV and replaced it with library cards. She required both sons to read 2 books a week and turn in book reports. The boys left the reports on the table for her before going to bed. In the morning, they found red check marks on their papers, signifying her approval. The boys did not realize until they were adults that their mother couldn't read. Reading changed Ben Carson's life. Books became an escape for him. He enjoyed reading about animals and nature and found self-confidence in his newfound knowledge. As a fifth grader, he could identify the rocks he found along the railroad tracks on his walk home from school. His brother Curtis, who grew up to become an engineer, kidded Ben about the rocks. But Ben was not deterred. Also in fifth grade, an eye test revealed Ben badly needed glasses. With his new love for knowledge and a shiny pair of glasses, his world was changing. As his grades improved, the name-calling stopped. Other kids began to respect him and even ask for help with their schoolwork. He knew he could achieve anything he set his mind to, and that knowledge helped him make his dreams come true. As my mother would tell me, he says, give your best, Ben Carson. Settle for nothing less than doing your best for yourself and others. His hard work continued through high school and he won a scholarship to Yale, followed by medical school at the University of Michigan. At 33, Carson became the youngest physician to head a major division at Johns Hopkins. He continues to revolutionize neurosurgery with advanced techniques such as hemispherectomy, removing half the brain to treat seizure disorders. Since the 1980s, Carson has refined and developed new approaches to these delicate surgeries, increasing universal success rates. The doctor believes that encouraging people to succeed in life is as important as the work he does in the operating room. The neurosurgery provides a platform for me to help people recognize that the person who has the most influence on them and their success is themselves, he says. If I did do all that I do as a doctor, then nobody would want to hear what I have to say. He views education and knowledge as central to a successful life. Acquiring knowledge makes you an incredibly valuable person, Carson says. And reading, because that exercises your mind, is like exercising your mind with weights. In 1994, Carson and his wife Candy founded the Carson Scholars Fund, a nonprofit organization rewarding students in 4th through 11th grades that strive for academic excellence and demonstrate a strong commitment to their communities. We want these scholars to think that they are world beaters, he says. You take a 4th, 5th, or 6th grader and give them all the attention for academic achievement and humanitarian qualities and you have started something. Wow, that is a very inspiring story of a disciplined man. The record shows that he was involved in an area where not many people venture into because it is very technical, and he did not only get involved. He did great and set so many records. Can you imagine from being named a dummy in class to being a world-renowned surgeon? What else could have been responsible other than the power and force of discipline? The discipline his mother put him through in his earlier days and which he sustained when he grew made him unleash a great power and force with which he could accomplish great medical tasks. This is an attestation of what the force and power of discipline can do. Carson not only affected his life and got successful, he also helped others, helped his community, saved lives and contributed to the body of knowledge. Imagine some lives that could have been lost if this man did not allow discipline to steer him to success. You also can do better than this with discipline. In his story, he did mention that he discovered through reading that he could control his future, and indeed he had a good future compared with his background. One thing I like to highlight and recommend for individuals and societies is the need to be an ardent lover of books by reading voraciously and aggressively, because readers are leaders. If developing nations will reach certain heights of discoveries and accomplishments, we must sufficiently commit to active reading, research and search for knowledge, without which we may not become entrepreneurs and wealth creators. In the light of the above, I like to examine the discipline of reading. The discipline of reading. If there is something I am sure about, it is that so many years ago, the culture of reading was very popular and common around the world. Much emphasis was placed on it. Many school children were encouraged by teachers and parents to read wide. Libraries were stocked consistently with good books. However, today, it seems that culture is dwindling, especially in developing countries. I know several papers have been written about the state of poor reading culture in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, especially since the advent of GSM, which seems to be taking the attention of our young Africans especially. I make bold to say, however, that the more that you read, the more things you will know. The more you learn, the more places you'll go. We must revive the reading culture. And really it takes discipline to engage in intellectual reading. What reading is? I like to define reading as the process of looking at a series of written symbols and getting meaning from them. When we read, we use our eyes to receive written symbols, letters, punctuation marks and spaces, and we use our brain to convert them into words, sentences and paragraphs that communicate something to us. Reading is indeed beneficial to individuals and societies, but it appears we are fast losing the discipline of reading in Nigeria. Many Africans today, both young and old, only read to pass a course or examination, and even at that, what they do is cram and forget most of what was read as soon as the examination is over. Sometimes, we only read works that interest us and bury ourselves in the social media which the information age has given us. Dear friends, I believe reading should even be easier now, because what the information age has done for us is to make knowledge available and easily accessible, and we should maximize the chance. These are days that we have audiobooks, e-books that you can buy, download and carry about on your iPad, iPod and even mobile phones. You can listen to these books and get knowledge even while you are driving or relaxing. But do we really do these? Are we maximizing the opportunities the access to information is throwing into our laps? We should always put in mind that in the same way that listening to professional musicians improves a musician's musical faculties, the same way that workout sessions build up one's physical capacity, so does reading good and difficult literature polishes our mind. At the end, our mind learns to function well and we reason sharply. In short, reading trains us to be a powerful thinker. You should learn to read wide and read consistently. When you discipline yourself to read a book, the knowledge you gain from the exercise and the stamina you build becomes an added value. The stamina stretches you, makes you bigger and enables you to stand. The stamina is called value. What you do each time you discipline yourself is to add value and power to your life in that area. The more you discipline yourself, the more force you develop. Such force helps you make things happen and gives you the vigor to go ahead when others are ready to quit due to difficulty and resistance. When others around you are complaining that things are difficult, tough and terrible, you will realize you are going ahead because from within you, a force is being released which is a result of the discipline you have committed to. History Makers Training. Let me tell you this, one of the secrets to success in my life is reading. I have learned a lot via reading and I encourage people to do same. That is why when I organize a booth camp, History Makers Training, in Kiev for people, one of the rigorous trainings participants are subjected to is to read a whole book within 3 hours. In most of the editions of the training, most of the participants did not know they could do that until they were forced to. Many of them today read easily as a result of the training they received back then, and you can also do better than you are currently doing with reading. Nigerian students must desist from reading junks and materials only relevant to the courses they study in school. Individual and national development can only come to the black race when we read wide and deep. We must learn to enlarge our mental faculty through reading relevant materials. You can achieve the unthinkable with discipline. Friends, the disciplined rule our world because discipline is the master of excellence. Life does not despise the disciplined. Life decorates them. Those who decide to neglect this demand of life cry through life. Discipline is needed in our eating habits. Discipline is needed in our lifestyle. Discipline is needed in our temperance. Discipline is needed in our pursuits. Discipline is needed in our family lives. It is also needed if we will break new grounds, change our societies for the better and achieve the unthinkable. If you practice weightlifting, running or aerobics, you make stronger your body, so, when the need arises for you to move something heavy, you surely have the strength for it. Similarly, by studying French each day, you will be able to talk French when you travel to Francophone countries. The same thing happens with discipline. By cultivating discipline in every area of your life, the force and power you require to accomplish a task become available whenever they are needed. Like I said earlier, there are several stories of regular people like you who have done incredible things by the power and force of discipline. It is my sincere belief that when you read the story of these people and study their lives, you will realize that getting results for your life and for our dear Africa continent is not an impossible task. The story of Gabriel and Nderitu from Kenya. Neither an engineer nor a pilot, a man by the name Gabriel and Nderitu keeps hope alive with tenacity, doggedness and discipline and believes he will one day fly a plane. Nderitu is a Kenyan inventor and researcher who has manufactured about 11 aircrafts. On October 2, 2013, he tried to fly one of his remote-controlled aircraft, as well as a manually controlled one. Unfortunately, once again, none of the planes took off. However, regarding the remote-controlled aircraft which did accelerate from a positive perspective, Gabriel registered his name in aviation history by becoming the first Kenyan to achieve flight with a homemade airplane. The two-seater plane was pieced together with sheets of metal, some parts ordered specially for the project, and a Toyota engine to drive its 72-inch wooden propeller. Studying the designs of existing prop planes, and gathering some helpful tips from the internet, helped the novice airplane engineer craft his plane from scratch. Gabriel enlisted the help of some metal workers to put the finishing touches on the plane leading up to the maiden flight. Despite the fact that his self-made plane has not been able to travel far, he keeps hope alive, not discouraged at all, and keeps trying. Maybe you are wondering why this story qualifies to be shared here. It is because it takes discipline, determination, inner strength to attempt something over and over without giving in to discouragement. This is exactly the case with Gabriel. More so, he is from a country where he does not have all the resources to assist him with his dream, yet he hasn't given up. That is the power and force of discipline at work, and it tells us that anything is possible in a world where, with common materials, some elbow grease, and a little dedication, anyone can fulfill their dreams. I bet you, this man is surely going to achieve his aim someday soon through the force of discipline. Following the steps of this man, Nigerians can build cars better and stronger than anyone that has been made from any part of the world. We can make the Africa continent the hub of technological development if you are disciplined enough. You do not need much to effect these changes. With what you have and discipline, you can change Africa. Would you like to unleash the force and power of discipline? Dear reader, my intent in this book is to help you release the force of discipline to achieve great things for your life in Nigeria, and I like to re-echo that to be disciplined means that you train yourself to complete a specific mission without giving in to discouragement. People who have become successful all over the world follow a great amount of discipline in their life. On the contrary, people who are not at all disciplined do not go far in life. You must always remember that discipline is the master key to success. If you will therefore like to unleash and activate the power and force of discipline, there are certain things you will have to take note of, and I like to mention some of them here. First, you need a role model. Maybe as a student, worker, in the field, business, academics, sports and so on, you will definitely have someone in mind that you admire and aspire to be like. When you identify him or her, understudy him to find out the kind of personal discipline the person engages in and find out how the extra things he does that keeps him on top. It is said that the difference between ordinary and extraordinary people is the extra, so find out the extra and adopt them. In choosing a role model, you may want to study the life of people like Wole Soyinka, Mike Adenuga, Femi Odedilla, Chinua Achebe and many more who have made marks in their fields and engaged the force of discipline to effect changes in their world. Men who have through discipline founded business dynasties and are changing the face of business and the economy of the Africa continent. These are the kinds of people you must study to create development for us in Africa rather than emulating stars who themselves need discipline. Second, you just have to discard inducements. By inducements, I mean something that prompts you to act in a certain negative way, like temptations and whatever it is that could make you lose self-control. That is why God's word tells us to flee all appearance of evil. A very good example is this: if you know that social media is a challenge to you, simply do not subscribe for internet access till you are done with the task at hand. Or perhaps television viewing is a challenge to you and need to focus on a project for the next month. Cancel your subscription or physically unplug your TV from the wall. It's as simple as that. Furthermore, you will need to stick to your plans. This is because, unless commitment is made, there are only promises and hopes, but no plans. And like it is said, a goal without a plan is just a wish, but a good plan gets you into the race. But sticking with it propels you into the winner's circle. When you make business plans, expect challenges but stick to your plan. Similarly, you will need to maintain self-control, since self-control is the power within you that holds the reins of anger, intolerance and impulsiveness. And he who controls others may be powerful, but he who has mastered himself is mightier still. Again, if you will unleash the power and force of discipline, practice is very important. Nothing good happens just like that. Yes, indeed. You don't become a good writer by thinking alone. Ask Chimamanda Adichie. You have to practice the art. You will also not become a good teacher, doctor, engineer, pastor, or any other good thing by wishful thinking. You just must give time to quality practice, irrespective of what it takes. That is in tandem with what Chichi Rodriguez meant when he said, "Preparation through steady practice is the only honest avenue to achieving your potential." Chichi Rodriguez. Finally, remember that when you take a leap and set a goal, lots of challenges and obstacles will surely come your way. It is very important to fight those challenges to become a successful, and one of the most essential qualities that you need to have at such a critical juncture is discipline, because there are no shortcuts to any place worth going. Jamo Ibrahim fought challenges, Aliko Dangote fought challenges, yet they were disciplined enough to stand their ground in the business world. What enlightenment for you! I believe you now know that inherent in discipline is a force and a power. Many Africans and Nigerians are doing well in their field and are making impact in their profession because they have been able to unleash that force. Now, what are those things that characterize the life of people who are disciplined? These are the things I will show you in the next chapter as you read on. 1. Impossibilities only exist in the mind of someone who lacks discipline. 2. The failure of others in the same task you are involved in does not determine your failure or success. Your level of discipline does. 3. Resident on the inside of you is the latent force of discipline which you can cultivate and unleash. 4. No profitable vocation or task comes easy at the beginning, but becomes easier with discipline. 5. Reading stimulates your mind for effective functioning. 6. Each time you discipline yourself, you add value and power to your life in that area. 7. Readers will continually remain leaders, and leaders must continually remain readers. 8. If your mind can conceive a thing, discipline can produce it. 9. It's important for you to study and research if you will bring a change to your society. 10. God can take you from zero to hero if you cooperate through discipline. 11. A disciplined man will always stand before kings and people that matter. 12. Nothing just happens by chance. Every success requires great effort. Chapter 4. The Portrait of a Disciplined Life. If you have really read this book up till this point, I am so happy for you and want to congratulate you. Why, you may ask? Reading to this point is an attestation to the fact that you are indeed interested in becoming disciplined, and you like to know what the life of a man who is disciplined looks like. Dear, I will tell you that indeed, there are certain qualities and features present in the life of a person who is disciplined. It does not matter whether one is male or female, young or old, living in a developed or developing nation, discipline has universal applicability. It does not respect or answer to the color of your skin. It is not restricted by age. In fact, it does not respond to any particular religion. It is applicable to everyone under the sun and every society. Seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men. Proverbs chapter 22 verse 29. Diligence in business requires discipline, and it is a principle, whether you are Christian or not, African or European. When you are disciplined enough, your business will blossom and you will stand before kings and people who matter in the world. Check out the stories of Bill Gates, Aliko Dangote, Obote Deco, Wole Soyinka, and many more. You don't even have evidence that they spend all their days in the church praying and fasting. Rather, they set about their business with discipline, and today, the world stands up for them for the impact they are making in their field. The story of Alebo Antonia. Perhaps you want to learn from the story of Alebo Antonia, who sat for WAEC 6 times, but today, she is a DLSU first-class graduate. Antonia was the second-best graduate from Delta State University, Abrica, in the 2014-2015 academic session. And she graduated from the Department of Mathematics with 4.70 CGPA, but the beginning was not that easy. She had to engage discipline. According to her, growing up wasn't easy at all. She was 9 years old when her parents divorced, so as the first of 3 children, she had to assume the role of a mother for her siblings. Of course, she faced lots of stress and had to cope with numerous house chores, balancing that with her academics and having to do the things she wasn't used to before. During her secondary school education, she was not particularly an exceptional student, as her position was 21st out of the 50 students in her class. However, as an undergraduate, she became more disciplined and was either in the hostel, in the class receiving lectures, in the fellowship, or sometimes in the library. She established a timetable for reading for about 6 hours, 2 hours each during the day, in the evening, and in the midnight. Gradually, she became addicted to the library. Being a studious student did not stop her from serving God and being involved in fellowship, as she was a member of the choir department as well as prayer, evangelism, home cell, and academic units. She was even made the director in her 400 level and was among the committee that organized the first National Mathematics Conference hosted by her school as the exhibition coordinator. At the end of it all, she came out with a first-class degree in mathematics. Wow. And she said something very important while advising students. Listen to her. My advice is that they should be determined, live a purposeful life, because today's input determines tomorrow's output. They should believe in themselves, think big, don't assume they know certain things, they should be sure they know, and above all, know God. Friends, can you imagine that? A young woman, who went in for a degree in mathematics and came out with a first class in Nigerian university. So what excuse do you have? You see now that you have no right to blame the educational system, your academic institution, and your lectures for your failure. Discipline can take you to any heights. That is established. Dear, in the life of the lady above and in the life of any disciplined fellow, there are certain things you will see in the manner a disciplined person thinks and behaves. In this chapter, I am interested in bringing to the fore such qualities, emphasizing how the life of a disciplined man is not a function of his location or color. General characteristics of a disciplined person. I consider the following as some of the general characteristics of a person who is disciplined. A disciplined person. 1. Starts a task and completes it irrespective of challenges. 2. Ensures he puts in required effort and works hard. 3. Suspends pleasure till after work. 4. Invests rather than spend. 5. Gives part of what he makes back to the society. 6. Is trustworthy. 7. Follows a routine. 8. Relies on God rather than his abilities. 9. Appears too tough to others. 10. Makes himself accountable. I'd like you to go over the above characteristics one by one and juxtapose your life with them. Are these characteristics evident in your life? Can you boldly say that if people around will describe you, these features will be mentioned? If it is no, then you already know you must take practical and consistent steps and actions to align yourself with these truths and install discipline into your life. If your answer to the above is yes, well, it tells you that you have to keep doing the simple, difficult things that brought you thus far, because discipline is not an end in itself. Rather, it is a means to an end. If you have become successful in your endeavor through discipline, you cannot afford to relax and allow undiscipline. That is like signing up for a great fall. Biblical characters who had discipline. All through the Bible, we have several stories of real people who through the power of discipline subdued kingdoms, wrought righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the power of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, from weakness were made strong, waxed mighty in war, turned to flight armies of aliens. These are not just figurative personalities, rather, they are humans like you who existed several years ago and their stories were written for us to be an example. These are faithful servants of God who went out of their way to do things worthy of mention. I like us to consider from the scriptures the lives of David, Joseph, and Daniel and see the picture of a disciplined life. The life of David, Joseph, and Daniel. A critical look at the life of David, Joseph, and Daniel show that all these people had a common denominator, and that is by God's design. They were to become great leaders in their time, and they needed to receive the required quantity and quality of training supervised by God. In fact, if they had not cooperated with God in the discipline process, they would have ended up as failures. In the same way, everyone on earth has an assignment from God to fulfill here on earth, and there are quite a lot of young Nigerians and Africans who are by design going to take over that government in their nations. In all the fields of endeavor such as education, entrepreneurship, governance, politics, pastoring, etc. God is waiting for you to take over, but you cannot take over without discipline, as shown in the lives of Daniel, Joseph, and David. Now let's start by looking at Joseph and how, through discipline, he made impact in his nation and his generation. Discipline in the life of Joseph. Genesis chapter 37. If you take time to really study the story of Joseph, you realize that it is such an interesting one. He was the confident younger son of Jacob. He had the gift of dreams, and God did reveal his future to him through dreams. He had other brothers, but was their father's favorite. His other brothers knew this and were jealous of him. Summary of Joseph's story. In Genesis chapter 37, Joseph's brothers had sold him into slavery, and by the end of the chapter, we saw Joseph serving in the palace of Potiphar, a government official and military commander. Joseph served in the house of Potiphar and had the complete trust of his master. The control of everything had been given to him in the house except his master's wife. Genesis chapter 39 verse 9. Therefore, when Potiphar's wife daily enticed Joseph to lay with her, he wisely rebuffed the sexual advances. However, in spite of doing the right thing, he was framed up and wrongly accused of inappropriate behavior with Potiphar's wife. As a result, he was locked up. Genesis chapter 39 verses 11 to 20. I wonder how many men can exercise such a degree of self-control if it were to be in these days. Considering the fact that Potiphar's wife was a queen and must have been very beautiful and desirable to any man. That is a high degree of discipline. If you go back a little and check out the kind of training Joseph's father was giving him initially by shielding him away from assignments and responsibilities, you might probably realize that Joseph will grow up to become something else apart from what God wanted for him. This was because God knew somewhere along the line, Joseph will be a ruler, and he had to learn leadership by service. Therefore, God orchestrated and utilized 3 types of discipline in the life of Joseph to prepare him as the second in command. Read along and you will find out. Lessons from Joseph's life. From the story above, we can learn that just because we do the right thing does not mean we will receive immediate commendation for it. However, God will remain faithful to His word and honor you. He will also justify you in the face of men, just like Joseph was honored by God and justified in the sight of men for taking a stand to do right at a time when it was neither easy nor pleasurable. Varieties of discipline, exemplified by Joseph. There are 3 major types of discipline the life of Joseph teaches us, which are: 1. The discipline of service. Genesis chapter 39 verses 1 to 6. 2. The discipline of self-control. Genesis chapter 39 verses 7 to 18. And 3. The discipline of suffering. Genesis chapter 39 By service, I mean your ability to work and do certain things for others as a job or duty. Through the discipline of service, the man Joseph was proven faithful in small things, therefore God promoted him to greater things. Remember Luke chapter 19 verse 17. And he said unto him, Well done, thou good servant, because thou wast found faithful in a very little, have thou authority over 10 cities. Luke chapter 19 verse 17. Note that not only did Joseph serve his masters truthfully, he also learned the lessons of humility and the importance of obeying orders, because one should never demand from others what one is not ready to do. Discipline of service in Nigeria and other nations. The implication of discipline of service for us in Nigeria and Africa today is that we must be willing to serve others, especially if you want to become a leader. You must be willing to obey orders and laws. Every nation has its own constitution and laws, and as a disciplined person, you must obey those who have rule over you. When the law says you should not drive above 80 kilometers per hour, discipline requires that you obey. You should be disciplined to pay your tax, pay your electricity and water bills. It is sheer indiscipline to circumvent official electricity connections and tap it illegally. You should also be willing to serve well in any capacity you find yourself. As a civil servant, serve with all your heart, not as men pleasers. Remember, Jesus Christ made it clear in Luke chapter 22 verse 26. But ye shall not be so, but he that is greatest among you, let him be as the younger, and he that is chief, as he that doth serve. Luke chapter 22 verse 26. You desire to rise to the top of your career just like Joseph became the prime minister in Egypt, you should be disciplined. The discipline of self-control. Self-control saves you of doing mistakes, getting embarrassed, and losing friends and relationships. Ramazassan. The words in the quote above are true in the life of Joseph, because it will have been a great mistake if he gave in to the sexual advances of Potiphar's wife. It is true that you cannot always control situations, but you can choose to control your actions and reactions. This you can see clearly in the life of Joseph. Like I said earlier, I wonder how many men in our present generation would exercise the degree of self-control Joseph exercised in the face of sexual temptation, knowing fully well that the offer was free, and from a woman who had power and connection. Self-control is the ability to control your own behavior, especially in the terms of reactions and impulses. As a preacher said, Joseph lost his coat but he kept his character, and as a result got clothed in power and authority. You and I must learn the discipline of self-control, because when people refuse to learn the discipline of self-control, they shortchange themselves, often placed in the background, unable to be used fully by God. Apart from that, many people are in jail and in serious problems today because they could not control their actions and thoughts. The sexual explosion in Africa. I cannot but caution you against getting involved in sexual immorality, which is on a dangerous upsurge in our continent. Premarital sex, extramarital affairs, cohabitation, rape, abortion, and divorce seem to be increasing on a daily basis. Sex which God wants between the confines of marital relationship has become so cheap today, and even some countries have legalized same-sex marriage, South Africa inclusive. In his book titled Sin's Explosion, Dr. Jaap Van Lamp said that, every day in the United States of America, 11,282 illegitimate babies are born, 68,493 teenagers contract venereal diseases, 2,900 teenagers become pregnant, and 3,231 women have abortions. Now imagine such a statistics in a highly literate society where records are properly kept. What do you think will be the statistics in Africa countries? Terribly unimaginable. This is indiscipline in a very high order, which is killing our young ones and preventing them from becoming all that God ordained for them. My dear, 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 22 says, Flee youthful lusts, but follow righteousness, faith, charity, and peace with them that call on the Lord out of a pure heart. 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 22. You may also read Colossians chapter 3 verses 5 to 6, Corinthians 6 to 9, the discipline of suffering. This is the third kind of discipline the life of Joseph teaches us. If you will exercise self-control, you may suffer some things just like the discipline of suffering put iron in Joseph's soul, helping to make the complete man that God wanted him to be. Remember, the Bible says in 2 Timothy 3:12, yes, and all who desire to live godly in Christ Jesus will suffer persecution. 2 Timothy 3:12. People who avoid suffering have a hard time developing the kind of character God desires. Therefore, friends, don't run away from the little suffering that comes along with discipline. It is for a greater glory. That things appear difficult in Nigeria and other Africa countries is not an excuse for you to run away from the country by all means. I am sure you have read the story of Africans migrant who put their lives at risk as they go on a boat journey in search of the proverbial green pasture. Reports have it that such people die in their numbers as they journey illegally from Libya to Italy. Why, for God's sake, will you, whom God has made in His image, bring yourself so low to endure terrible situations and hardships to make an illegal journey which may land you in jail or make you lose your life? Listen, promotion does not come from abroad, it comes from above, from God. You can make it there in Africa, you can make it in Nigeria. You can create a business empire bigger than that of Dangote if you are disciplined enough and can endure the little training you call suffering. I am sure that you have learned something from the life of Joseph. Now shall we consider the life of David. David and discipline, 1 Samuel chapter 17. David was also a man of very great discipline. As a small lad, he probably was supposed to be in the street playing and idling away while the elder brothers were supposed to run after him, trying to check his excesses like young children do on the streets of towns and cities in Nigeria and Africa. But no, the reverse was the case. Out of all his father's children, he was the only one going into the field as the shepherd. He dutifully obeyed all instructions and did the jobs others did not want to do. When we read his story, we realize that indeed, all the time he invested paid off later in life, and that is a very big lesson for us today. We must know that the time of discipline is a time of investment, it is not wasted. Even if it seems the results are not forthcoming now, keep it, exercise yourself. That was why when David was left alone with the bear in the bush after trekking so many kilometers, leading the cattle and sheep to pasture, he still overpowered the bear that came to attack. Permit me to give you a clearer picture of the animal called bear. The bear is a very strong animal. In attacking a human or its victim, the bear grabs a man's neck and waist and breaks its victim's spinal cord. Therefore, for a human to be able to not only resist a bear, but to overpower and kill it, is a testimony of exercising oneself in strength, energy, persistence, perseverance, stamina, power and force. Do not forget that it was not only a bear that David killed, he also killed a lion. Since David started by dealing with and overcoming a bear, it was easier for him to kill a lion when it appeared. The story does not end there. We saw that David, a 17-year-old boy who has never been to war, was the only person in the whole of Israel who could stand against Goliath when even all the trained warriors refused to show up as they put into consideration Goliath's status and size, and indeed, he had a very intimidating CV. This was only possible because of the stamina and force he had developed back in the desert. Not even King Saul and David's brothers could dare look Goliath in the face because something was lacking in them at that point, and that was the force of discipline. David's elder brother could not tackle this problem because they had failed in time past to inculcate the force of discipline, and this shows that if you are not disciplined enough in little things, you will not be disciplined enough to face your Goliath. What will make you face the Goliaths of this world is consistent discipline. You must daily subject yourself to discipline which will prepare you for the bear, lion and Goliaths of life. You should also note that David had both mental and physical discipline, and in the latter part of this book, you will get to understand what is meant by mental and physical discipline. Implication of David's life for Nigerians and Africans. Many young Nigerians are not doing anything tangible today in terms of business or job because they want to start big. They don't believe in managing, but David did not mind to do the job others did not want to do. He was seen taking his father's sheep to graze, and it was there he developed the stamina with which he faced and defeated Goliath. As a young Nigerian, you do not have to reject that job because the salary is small. You can be in that establishment, learn how the system works, and establish something bigger in a matter of years. You will then move from the position of an employee earning 10,000 naira to the post of a chief executive officer managing millions, providing services, and employing others. But it starts from being disciplined enough to do the things people don't want to do because of immediate gratification. If people like Chimamanda Adichie waited to become big before they started writing, she will never become big really. So, gather all the experience you need now, because in life, Goliaths will appear. They will appear in terms of bribes, accusations, threats and challenges, but you can overcome anything. Daniel, his friends and discipline. Daniel, a Hebrew man enslaved to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, eventually became known for his interpretation of a dream and obtained the favor of the king. This young man served in the government and survived the administration of quite a lot of leaders, because history shows that King Nebuchadnezzar had been succeeded by King Belshazzar, who was killed at the end of chapter 5, and succeeded by King Darius the Mede. Daniel devoted his entire life to serving God and building personal integrity, and because of this, God was able to work through Daniel's life in great ways. Daniel was given the option to choose between uprightness and caving in under pressures. In the opening chapters of the book of Daniel, we can see Daniel and his friends being brought to Babylon to work for a pagan king. In no time, Daniel and his friends were encircled by all sorts of temptations. At this point, Daniel respectfully stood up to the king and obeyed God's instructions, despite the fact that it could cost him his life. This integrity test introduced us to how Daniel lived his life. His was a life known for taking a stand for God. Daniel was very intelligent, as well as his friends, and that was why they were selected for the king's special assignment, yet they chose to discipline themselves. How? Daniel and his friends demonstrated physical discipline, discipline of dedication, discipline of regular prayer, and discipline of humility. They displayed physical discipline by refusing to defile themselves with the portion of the king's delicacies, nor with the wine which he drank. This urged them to ask for vegetables to eat and water to drink. Daniel chapter 1 verse 12. Also, Daniel demonstrated the discipline of dedication by his steadfastness as a subordinate to Darius, in that they could find no corruption in him, because he was trustworthy, not crooked or carefree. Daniel chapter 6 verse 4. In another vein, Daniel displayed the discipline of regular prayer. It is recorded that 3 times a day he got down on his knees and prayed, giving thanks to God, just as he had done before. Daniel chapter 6 verse 10. To end with, Daniel showed the discipline of humility by identifying with Israelites in their sin. Despite being an honest person, he still prayed, "O Lord, we have sinned and done wrong. We have been wicked and have rebelled." Daniel chapter 9 verses 4 to 7. Implication of Daniel's life for Nigerians and Africans. Physical discipline, discipline of dedication to duty, discipline of regular prayer, and discipline of humility are so vital for you to develop if indeed you want to leave your footprints on the sands of time as an achiever. Prayer is good. It is an expression of your trust in God. Men ought to always pray and not to faint. Concerning your business idea and career, you need to do your part and pray, because prayer changes things. You also have to stay humble irrespective of whatever success you achieve. Do not be in too much haste to buy the most expensive cars and gadgets for pleasure as soon as you make headway in business. Big cars, big houses, and big phones do not indicate a big man. It is your investments and possession of assets that matter. I have shown you through the life of these great Bible figures how discipline helped them to achieve their purpose and callings in life. I could equally show you some others who lost out because they were not disciplined, but that is not my focus here. The point is, as it was in their days, so it is now. You get to choose whether or not discipline will help you. My dear, I sincerely believe that if you have read this book up till this point, you have surely seen how possible it is to be different. make progress and achieve the unthinkable by the power and force of discipline. Contemporary examples of people who have done great things with discipline. I have shown you, from the Bible, 3 characters who have displayed discipline in their lives and nations and the implication of their actions for us today. However, I know some people may be tempted to think the biblical figures whose stories I shared above had some special things working in their favor, and as such, one can't be like them. Even though that is not true, I like to show you contemporary examples of great and unthinkable things humans like you and I have achieved. Some of them do not even have all the things you have, some do not live in the right societies, yet they are achieving a lot through the force of discipline. If these people can achieve this, what is your excuse? Because if they can, you also can. If they can, you can. The story of Pastor Nick Vujicic. Can you imagine getting through your everyday without hands or legs? Can you imagine how life will be without the ability to walk, take care of your needs, drive your car, or hug your loved ones? Difficult. That, however, is exactly how Nicholas Vujicic, pronounced Vujicic, spends every day. Without any medical explanation or warning, Nick was born in 1982 in Melbourne, Australia, without arms and legs. 3 sonograms failed to reveal complications, and yet the Vujicic family was destined to cope with both the challenge and blessing of raising a son who refused to allow his physical condition to limit his lifestyle. His early days were difficult, and throughout his childhood, Nick not only dealt with the typical challenges of school and adolescence, but he also struggled with depression and loneliness. Nick constantly wondered why he was different than all the other kids. He questioned the purpose of life, or if he even had a purpose. According to Nick, the victory over his struggles, as well as his strength and passion for life today, can be credited to his faith in God. His family, friends, and the many people he has encountered along the journey have inspired him to carry on, as well. However, since his first speaking engagement at age 19, Nick has traveled around the world, sharing his story with millions, sometimes in stadiums filled to capacity. Speaking to a range of diverse groups such as students, teachers, young people, business professionals, and church congregations of all sizes. Today, this dynamic young evangelist has accomplished more than most people achieve in a lifetime. He's an author, musician, actor, and his hobbies include fishing, painting, and swimming. In 2007, Nick made the long journey from Australia to Southern California, where he is the president of the international non-profit ministry, Life Without Limbs, which was established in 2005. Nick says, if God can use a man without arms and legs to be his hands and feet, then he will certainly use any willing heart. My dear Nigerian youth, the story of this man is a raw example of what a man can achieve with the force of discipline. Like I mentioned in the early parts of this book, scattered across the streets of Africa and Nigeria are many able-bodied men, women, children, and youth out in the streets, adopting the shameless attitude of begging as a job, when they have 2 arms and 2 legs. Nick is a man born without limbs, yet he combines the job of a writer with an actor, evangelist, and musician. He travels around the world talking to people, leaving them better and challenged than he met them. Nigerians' youths must stop the habit of begging for things. Why should you be begging for airtime, begging for money to buy examination forms, etc., when there are building construction sites in your area where you can work and earn decent pay? God did not create anyone without a gift, talent, or ability. Some even have multiple gifts, and people are out there who are in need of your services. You need to get up, search the internet, search your streets. People are making good fortunes from the gifts of writing, singing, farming, carpentry, tailoring, etc. If indeed you can do what you claim, then offer your services. People will pay you for it. The Nigerian land is so blessed, there is hardly anything you plant that will not germinate. Therefore, get a piece of land, plant crops that you can sell and export. The world is waiting and you have no excuse. The story of Isaac Newton. On January 4, 1643, Isaac Newton was born in the hamlet of Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England. Using the old Julian calendar, Newton's birth date is sometimes displayed as December 25, 1642. He was the only son of a prosperous local farmer, also named Isaac Newton, who died 3 months before he was born. A premature baby born tiny and weak, Newton was not expected to survive. When he was 3 years old, his mother, Hannah Askew Newton, remarried a well-to-do minister, Barnabas Smith, and went to live with him, leaving young Newton with his maternal grandmother. The experience left an indelible imprint on Newton, later manifesting itself as an acute sense of insecurity. He anxiously obsessed over his published work, defending its merits with irrational behavior. During his first 3 years at Cambridge, Newton was taught the standard curriculum but was fascinated with the more advanced science. All his spare time was spent reading from the modern philosophers. The result was a less than stellar performance, but one that is understandable, given his dual course of study. It was during this time that Newton kept a second set of notes, entitled Quaestiones Caedam Philosophicae, certain philosophical questions. The Quaestiones reveal that Newton had discovered the new concept of nature that provided the framework for the scientific revolution. Though Newton graduated with no honors or distinctions, his efforts won him the title of scholar and 4 years of financial support for future education. Unfortunately, in 1665, the Great Plague that was ravaging Europe had come to Cambridge, forcing the university to close. Newton returned home to pursue his private study. It was during this 18-month hiatus that he conceived the method of infinitesimal calculus, set foundations for his theory of light and color, and gained significant insight into the laws of planetary motion, insights that eventually led to the publication of his Principia in 1687. Legend has it that, at this time, Newton experienced his famous inspiration of gravity with the falling apple. Oh, how I love the part of Isaac Newton's story where he discovered through self-study, during a break in his formal schooling, the law of gravity and other landmark discoveries. Sheer discipline is the only thing that can drive a person into a self-study mode and sustain him for several months without supervision. You should also realize that whether or not you have anyone monitoring you as a minor or adult, you should be disciplined enough to do the needful. As disciplined people do what is necessary, not what is convenient. My dear, the stories of these people you have read is an attestation to the fact that being disciplined means rising above lethargy and delay, because discipline is the ability to reach a resolution and follow it with determination until it is successfully implemented. I therefore really want to urge you to recognize discipline is central to your success in life, and to allow the power and force of discipline drive you through whatever task you are involved in, because discipline will help you choose your behaviors and reactions instead of being slaves to them. I will show you in the next chapter why you cannot afford to equate discipline with punishment. It is beyond that. 1. A disciplined person has established and consistent way of life. 2. You may not receive immediate commendation for doing the right things, but the reward will come in due course. 3. Discipline will help you choose your actions and reactions rather than being controlled by them. 4. If God can still use a man without arms and legs but who has discipline to accomplish great things, then he can use any willing person. 5. Stamina and force are developed in secret. Success is what is evident to all. 6. Service is a discipline to learn if you will be a leader that is influential. 7. The time of discipline is a time of investment. 8. You require physical discipline to fulfill God's plan for your life. 9. If you are not disciplined enough in little things, you will not be disciplined enough to face your Goliath in life. 10. Discipline in small things and positions will get you higher promotions. 11. Those who will live the life of discipline will suffer condemnation, false accusations, etc. 12. The discipline of humility will exalt you. Chapter 4. The Portrait of a Disciplined Life. If you have really read this book up till this point, I am so happy for you and want to congratulate you. Why, you may ask? Reading to this point is an attestation to the fact that you are indeed interested in becoming disciplined, and you like to know what the life of a man who is disciplined looks like. Dear, I will tell you that indeed, there are certain qualities and features present in the life of a person who is disciplined. It does not matter whether one is male or female, young or old, living in a developed or developing nation, discipline has universal applicability. It does not respect or answer to the color of your skin, it is not restricted by age, in fact, it does not respond to any particular religion. It is applicable to everyone under the sun and every society. Seest thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. Proverbs chapter 22 verse 29. Diligence in business requires discipline, and it is a principle, whether you are Christian or not, African or European. When you are disciplined enough, your business will blossom and you will stand before kings and people who matter in the world. Check out the stories of Bill Gates, Aliko Dangote, Obote Deco, Wole Soyinka and many more. You don't even have evidence that they spend all their days in the church praying and fasting, rather they set about their business with discipline, and today the world stands up for them for the impact they are making in their field. The story of Alebo Antonia. Perhaps you want to learn from the story of Alebo Antonia, who sat for WAEC 6 times, but today, she is a DELSU first-class graduate. Antonia was the second-best graduate from Delta State University, Abrica, in the 2014-2015 academic session. And she graduated from the Department of Mathematics with 4.70 CGPA, but the beginning was not that easy. She had to engage discipline. According to her, growing up wasn't easy at all. She was 9 years old when her parents divorced, so as the first of 3 children, she had to assume the role of a mother for her siblings. Of course, she faced lots of stress and had to cope with numerous house chores, balancing that with her academics and having to do the things she wasn't used to before. During her secondary school education, she was not particularly an exceptional student, as her position was 21st out of the 50 students in her class. However, as an undergraduate, she became more disciplined and was either in the hostel, in the class receiving lectures, in the fellowship, or sometimes in the library. She established a timetable for reading for about 6 hours, 2 hours each during the day, in the evening and in the midnight. Gradually, she became addicted to the library. Being a studious student did not stop her from serving God and being involved in fellowship, as she was a member of the choir department as well as prayer, evangelism, home cell and academic units. She was even made the director in her 400 level and was among the committee that organized the first National Mathematics Conference hosted by her school as the exhibition coordinator. At the end of it all, she came out with a first-class degree in mathematics. Wow! And she said something very important while advising students. Listen to her. My advice is that they should be determined, live a purposeful life, because today's input determines tomorrow's output. They should believe in themselves, think big, don't assume they know certain things, they should be sure they know, and above all, know God. Friends, can you imagine that? A young woman, who went in for a degree in mathematics and came out with a first class in Nigerian university. So what excuse do you have? You see now that you have no right to blame the educational system, your academic institution and your lectures for your failure. Discipline can take you to any heights. That is established. Dear, in the life of the lady above and in the life of any disciplined fellow, there are certain things you will see in the manner a disciplined person thinks and behaves. In this chapter, I am interested in bringing to the fore such qualities, emphasizing how the life of a disciplined man is not a function of his location or color. General characteristics of a disciplined person. I consider the following as some of the general characteristics of a person who is disciplined. A disciplined person. 1. Starts a task and completes it irrespective of challenges. 2. Ensures he puts in required effort and works hard. 3. Suspends pleasure till after work. 4. Invests rather than spend. 5. Gives part of what he makes back to the society. 6. Is trustworthy. 7. Follows a routine. 8. Relies on God rather than his abilities. 9. Appears too tough to others. 10. Makes himself accountable. I'd like you to go over the above characteristics one by one and juxtapose your life with them. Are these characteristics evident in your life? Can you boldly say that if people around will describe you, these features will be mentioned? If it is no, then you already know you must take practical and consistent steps and actions to align yourself with these truths and install discipline into your life. If your answer to the above is yes, well, it tells you that you have to keep doing the simple, difficult things that brought you thus far, because discipline is not an end in itself. Rather, it is a means to an end. If you have become successful in your endeavor through discipline, you cannot afford to relax and allow undiscipline. That is like signing up for a great fall. Biblical characters who had discipline. All through the Bible, we have several stories of real people who through the power of discipline subdued kingdoms, wrought righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the power of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, from weakness were made strong, waxed mighty in war, turned to flight armies of aliens. These are not just figurative personalities, rather, they are humans like you who existed several years ago, and their stories were written for us to be an example. These are faithful servants of God who went out of their way to do things worthy of mention. I like us to consider from the scriptures the lives of David, Joseph, and Daniel and see the picture of a disciplined life. The life of David, Joseph, and Daniel. A critical look at the life of David, Joseph, and Daniel show that all these people had a common denominator, and that is by God's design. They were to become great leaders in their time, and they needed to receive the required quantity and quality of training supervised by God. In fact, if they had not cooperated with God in the discipline process, they would have ended up as failures. In the same way, everyone on earth has an assignment from God to fulfill here on earth, and there are quite a lot of young Nigerians and Africans who are by design going to take over that government in their nations. In all the fields of endeavor such as education, entrepreneurship, governance, politics, pastoring, etc. God is waiting for you to take over, but you cannot take over without discipline, as shown in the lives of Daniel, Joseph, and David. Now let's start by looking at Joseph and how, through discipline, he made impact in his nation and his generation. Discipline in the life of Joseph. Genesis chapter 37. If you take time to really study the story of Joseph, you realize that it is such an interesting one. He was the confident younger son of Jacob. He had the gift of dreams, and God did reveal his future to him through dreams. He had other brothers, but was their father's favorite. His other brothers knew this and were jealous of him. Summary of Joseph's story. In Genesis chapter 37, Joseph's brothers had sold him into slavery, and by the end of the chapter, we saw Joseph serving in the palace of Potiphar, a government official and military commander. Joseph served in the house of Potiphar and had the complete trust of his master. The control of everything had been given to him in the house except his master's wife. Genesis chapter 39 verse 9. Therefore, when Potiphar's wife daily enticed Joseph to lay with her, he wisely rebuffed the sexual advances. However, in spite of doing the right thing, he was framed up and wrongly accused of inappropriate behavior with Potiphar's wife. As a result, he was locked up. Genesis chapter 39 verses 11 to 20. I wonder how many men can exercise such a degree of self-control if it were to be in these days. Considering the fact that Potiphar's wife was a queen and must have been very beautiful and desirable to any man. That is a high degree of discipline. If you go back a little and check out the kind of training Joseph's father was giving him initially by shielding him away from assignments and responsibilities, you might probably realize that Joseph will grow up to become something else apart from what God wanted for him. This was because God knew somewhere along the line, Joseph will be a ruler, and he had to learn leadership by service. Therefore, God orchestrated and utilized 3 types of discipline in the life of Joseph to prepare him as the second in command. Read along and you will find out. Lessons from Joseph's life. From the story above, we can learn that just because we do the right thing does not mean we will receive immediate commendation for it. However, God will remain faithful to His word and honor you. He will also justify you in the face of men, just like Joseph was honored by God and justified in the sight of men for taking a stand to do right at a time when it was neither easy nor pleasurable. Varieties of discipline. Exemplified by Joseph. There are three major types of discipline the life of Joseph teaches us, which are: 1. The discipline of service, Genesis chapter 39 verses 1 to 6. 2. The discipline of self-control, Genesis chapter 39 verses 7 to 18, and 3. The discipline of suffering, Genesis chapter 39. By service, I mean your ability to work and do certain things for others as a job or duty. Through the discipline of service, the man Joseph was proven faithful in small things, therefore God promoted him to greater things. Remember Luke chapter 19 verse 17. And he said unto him, Well done, thou good servant, because thou wast found faithful in a very little, have thou authority over 10 cities. Luke chapter 19 verse 17. Note that not only did Joseph serve his masters truthfully, he also learned the lessons of humility and the importance of obeying orders, because one should never demand from others what one is not ready to do. Discipline of service in Nigeria and other nations. The implication of discipline of service for us in Nigeria and Africa today is that we must be willing to serve others, especially if you want to become a leader. You must be willing to obey orders and laws. Every nation has its own constitution and laws, and as a disciplined person, you must obey those who have rule over you. When the law says you should not drive above 80 kilometers per hour, discipline requires that you obey. You should be disciplined to pay your tax, pay your electricity and water bills. It is sheer indiscipline to circumvent official electricity connections and tap it illegally. You should also be willing to serve well in any capacity you find yourself. As a civil servant, serve with all your heart, not as men pleasers. Remember, Jesus Christ made it clear in Luke chapter 22 verse 26. But ye shall not be so, but he that is greatest among you, let him be as the younger, and he that is chief, as he that doth serve. Luke chapter 22 verse 26. You desire to rise to the top of your career just like Joseph became the prime minister in Egypt, you should be disciplined. The discipline of self-control. Self-control saves you of doing mistakes, getting embarrassed, and losing friends and relationships. Ramesses. The words in the quote above are true in the life of Joseph, because it will have been a great mistake if he gave in to the sexual advances of Potiphar's wife. It is true that you cannot always control situations, but you can choose to control your actions and reactions. This you can see clearly in the life of Joseph. Like I said earlier, I wonder how many men in our present generation would exercise the degree of self-control Joseph exercised in the face of sexual temptation, knowing fully well that the offer was free, and from a woman who had power and connection. Self-control is the ability to control your own behavior, especially in the terms of reactions and impulses. As a preacher said, Joseph lost his coat but he kept his character, and as a result got clothed in power and authority. You and I must learn the discipline of self-control, because when people refuse to learn the discipline of self-control, they shortchange themselves, often placed in the background, unable to be used fully by God. Apart from that, many people are in jail and in serious problems today because they could not control their actions and thoughts. The sexual explosion in Africa. I cannot but caution you against getting involved in sexual immorality, which is on a dangerous upsurge in our continent. Premarital sex, extramarital affairs, cohabitation, rape, abortion, and divorce seem to be increasing on a daily basis. Sex which God wants between the confines of marital relationship has become so cheap today, and even some countries have legalized same-sex marriage, South Africa inclusive. In his book titled Sin's Explosion, Dr. Jaap van Lamp said that every day in the United States of America, 11,282 illegitimate babies are born, 68,493 teenagers contract venereal diseases, 2,900 teenagers become pregnant, and 3,231 women have abortions. Now imagine such a statistics in a highly literate society where records are properly kept. What do you think will be the statistics in Africa countries? Terribly unimaginable. This is indiscipline in a very high order, which is killing our young ones and preventing them from becoming all that God ordained for them. My dear, 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 22 says, "Flee youthful lusts, but follow righteousness, faith, charity, and peace with them that call on the Lord out of a pure heart." 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 22. You may also read Colossians chapter 3 verses 5 to 6, Corinthians 6 to 9, the discipline of suffering. This is the third kind of discipline the life of Joseph teaches us. If you will exercise self-control, you may suffer some things just like the discipline of suffering put iron in Joseph's soul, helping to make the complete man that God wanted him to be. Remember, the Bible says in 2 Timothy 3:12, "Yes, and all who desire to live godly in Christ Jesus." People who avoid suffering have a hard time developing the kind of character God desires. Therefore, friends, don't run away from the little suffering that comes along with discipline. It is for a greater glory. That things appear difficult in Nigeria and other Africa countries is not an excuse for you to run away from the country by all means. I am sure you have read the story of Africans migrant who put their lives at risk as they go on a boat journey in search of the proverbial green pasture. Reports have it that such people die in their numbers as they journey illegally from Libya to Italy. Why, for God's sake, will you, whom God has made in His image, bring yourself so low to endure terrible situations and hardships to make an illegal journey which may land you in jail or make you lose your life? Listen, promotion does not come from abroad, it comes from above, from God. You can make it there in Africa, you can make it in Nigeria. You can create a business empire bigger than that of Dangote if you are disciplined enough and can endure the little training you call suffering. I am sure that you have learned something from the life of Joseph. Now shall we consider the life of David. David and discipline, 1 Samuel chapter 17. David was also a man of very great discipline. As a small lad, he probably was supposed to be in the street, playing and idling away while the elder brothers were supposed to run after him, trying to check his excesses like young children do on the streets of towns and cities in Nigeria and Africa. But no, the reverse was the case. Out of all his father's children, he was the only one going into the field as the shepherd. He dutifully obeyed all instructions and did the jobs others did not want to do. When we read his story, we realize that indeed, all the time he invested paid off later in life, and that is a very big lesson for us today. We must know that the time of discipline is a time of investment, it is not wasted. Even if it seems the results are not forthcoming now, keep it, exercise yourself. That was why when David was left alone with the bear in the bush after trekking so many kilometers, leading the cattle and sheep to pasture, he still overpowered the bear that came to attack. Permit me to give you a clearer picture of the animal called bear. The bear is a very strong animal. In attacking a human or its victim, the bear grabs a man's neck and waist and breaks its victim's spinal cord. Therefore, for a human to be able to not only resist a bear, but to overpower and kill it, is a testimony of exercising oneself in strength, energy, persistence, perseverance, stamina, power and force. Do not forget that it was not only a bear that David killed, he also killed a lion. Since David started by dealing with and overcoming a bear, it was easier for him to kill a lion when it appeared. The story does not end there. We saw that David, a 17-year-old boy who has never been to war, was the only person in the whole of Israel who could stand against Goliath when even all the trained warriors refused to show up as they put into consideration Goliath's status and size, and indeed, he had a very intimidating CV. This was only possible because of the stamina and force he had developed back in the desert. Not even King Saul and David's brothers could dare look Goliath in the face because something was lacking in them at that point, and that was the force of discipline. David's elder brother could not tackle this problem because they had failed in time past to inculcate the force of discipline, and this shows that if you are not disciplined enough in little things, you will not be disciplined enough to face your Goliath. What will make you face the Goliaths of this world is consistent discipline. You must daily subject yourself to discipline which will prepare you for the bear, lion and Goliaths of life. You should also note that David had both mental and physical discipline, and in the latter part of this book, you will get to understand what is meant by mental and physical discipline. Implication of David's life for Nigerians and Africans. Many young Nigerians are not doing anything tangible today in terms of business or job because they want to start big. They don't believe in managing, but David did not mind to do the job others did not want to do. He was seen taking his father's sheep to graze, and it was there he developed the stamina with which he faced and defeated Goliath. As a young Nigerian, you do not have to reject that job because the salary is small. You can be in that establishment, learn how the system works, and establish something bigger in a matter of years. You will then move from the position of an employee earning 10,000 naira to the post of a chief executive officer managing millions, providing services, and employing others. But it starts from being disciplined enough to do the things people don't want to do because of immediate gratification. If people like Chimamanda Adichie waited to become big before they started writing, she will never become big really. So, gather all the experience you need now, because in life, Goliaths will appear. They will appear in terms of bribes, accusations, threats and challenges, but you can overcome anything. Daniel, his friends and discipline. Daniel, a Hebrew man enslaved to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, eventually became known for his interpretation of a dream and obtained the favor of the king. This young man served in the government and survived the administration of quite a lot of leaders because history shows that King Nebuchadnezzar had been succeeded by King Belshazzar, who was killed at the end of chapter 5, and succeeded by King Darius the Mede. Daniel devoted his entire life to serving God and building personal integrity, and because of this, God was able to work through Daniel's life in great ways. Daniel was given the option to choose between uprightness and caving in under pressures. In the opening chapters of the book of Daniel, we can see Daniel and his friends being brought to Babylon to work for a pagan king. In no time, Daniel and his friends were encircled by all sorts of temptations. At this point, Daniel respectfully stood up to the king and obeyed God's instructions, despite the fact that it could cost him his life. This integrity test introduced us to how Daniel lived his life. His was a life known for taking a stand for God. Daniel was very intelligent, as well as his friends, and that was why they were selected for the king's special assignment, yet they chose to discipline themselves. How? Daniel and his friends demonstrated physical discipline, discipline of dedication, discipline of regular prayer, and discipline of humility. They displayed physical discipline by refusing to defile themselves with the portion of the king's delicacies, nor with the wine which he drank. This urged them to ask for vegetables to eat and water to drink. Daniel chapter 1 verse 12. Also, Daniel demonstrated the discipline of dedication by his steadfastness as a subordinate to Darius, in that they could find no corruption in him, because he was trustworthy, not crooked or carefree. Daniel chapter 6 verse 4. In another vein, Daniel displayed the discipline of regular prayer. It is recorded that 3 times a day he got down on his knees and prayed, giving thanks to God, just as he had done before. Daniel chapter 6 verse 10. To end with, Daniel showed the discipline of humility by identifying with Israelites in their sin. Despite being an honest person, he still prayed, "O Lord, we have sinned and done wrong. We have been wicked and have rebelled." Daniel chapter 9 verses 4 to 7. Implication of Daniel's life for Nigerians and Africans. Physical discipline, discipline of dedication to duty. Discipline of regular prayer and discipline of humility are so vital for you to develop if indeed you want to leave your footprints on the sands of time as an achiever. Prayer is good. It is an expression of your trust in God. Men ought to always pray and not to faint. Concerning your business idea and career, you need to do your part and pray, because prayer changes things. You also have to stay humble irrespective of whatever success you achieve. Do not be in too much haste to buy the most expensive cars and gadgets for pleasure as soon as you make headway in business. Big cars, big houses, and big phones do not indicate a big man. It is your investments and possession of assets that matter. I have shown you through the life of these great Bible figures how discipline helped them to achieve their purpose and callings in life. I could equally show you some others who lost out because they were not disciplined, but that is not my focus here. The point is, as it was in their days, so it is now. You get to choose whether or not discipline will help you. My dear, I sincerely believe that if you have read this book up till this point, you have surely seen how possible it is to be different. Make progress and achieve the unthinkable by the power and force of discipline. Contemporary examples of people who have done great things with discipline. I have shown you, from the Bible, 3 characters who have displayed discipline in their lives and nations and the implication of their actions for us today. However, I know some people may be tempted to think the biblical figures whose stories I shared above had some special things working in their favor, and as such, one can't be like them. Even though that is not true, I like to show you contemporary examples of great and unthinkable things humans like you and I have achieved. Some of them do not even have all the things you have, some do not live in the right societies, yet they are achieving a lot through the force of discipline. If these people can achieve this, what is your excuse? Because if they can, you also can. If they can, you can. The story of Pastor Nick Vujicic. Can you imagine getting through your everyday without hands or legs? Can you imagine how life will be without the ability to walk, take care of your needs, drive your car, or hug your loved ones? Difficult. That, however, is exactly how Nicholas Vujicic, pronounced Vujicic, spends every day. Without any medical explanation or warning, Nick was born in 1982 in Melbourne, Australia, without arms and legs. 3 sonograms failed to reveal complications, and yet, the Vujicic family was destined to cope with both the challenge and blessing of raising a son who refused to allow his physical condition to limit his lifestyle. His early days were difficult, and throughout his childhood, Nick not only dealt with the typical challenges of school and adolescence, but he also struggled with depression and loneliness. Nick constantly wondered why he was different than all the other kids. He questioned the purpose of life, or if he even had a purpose. According to Nick, the victory over his struggles, as well as his strength and passion for life today, can be credited to his faith in God. His family, friends, and the many people he has encountered along the journey have inspired him to carry on, as well. However, since his first speaking engagement at age 19, Nick has traveled around the world, sharing his story with millions, sometimes in stadiums filled to capacity. Speaking to a range of diverse groups such as students, teachers, young people, business professionals, and church congregations of all sizes. Today, this dynamic young evangelist has accomplished more than most people achieve in a lifetime. He's an author, musician, actor, and his hobbies include fishing, painting, and swimming. In 2007, Nick made the long journey from Australia to Southern California, where he is the president of the international non-profit ministry, Life Without Limbs, which was established in 2005. Nick says, if God can use a man without arms and legs to be his hands and feet, then he will certainly use any willing heart. My dear Nigerian youth, the story of this man is a raw example of what a man can achieve with the force of discipline. Like I mentioned in the early parts of this book, scattered across the streets of Africa and Nigeria are many able-bodied men, women, children, and youth out in the streets, adopting the shameless attitude of begging as a job, when they have 2 arms and 2 legs. Nick is a man born without limbs, yet he combines the job of a writer with an actor, evangelist, and musician. He travels around the world talking to people, leaving them better and challenged than he met them. Nigerians youths must stop the habit of begging for things. Why should you be begging for airtime, begging for money to buy examination forms, etc., when there are building construction sites in your area where you can work and earn decent pay? God did not create anyone without a gift, talent, or ability. Some even have multiple gifts, and people are out there who are in need of your services. You need to get up, search the internet, search your streets. People are making good fortunes from the gifts of writing, singing, farming, carpentry, tailoring, etc. If indeed you can do what you claim, then offer your services. People will pay you for it. The Nigerian land is so blessed, there is hardly anything you plant that will not germinate. Therefore, get a piece of land, plant crops that you can sell and export. The world is waiting and you have no excuse. The story of Isaac Newton. On January 4, 1643, Isaac Newton was born in the hamlet of Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England. Using the old Julian calendar, Newton's birth date is sometimes displayed as December 25, 1642. He was the only son of a prosperous local farmer, also named Isaac Newton, who died 3 months before he was born. A premature baby born tiny and weak, Newton was not expected to survive. When he was 3 years old, his mother, Hannah Askew Newton, remarried a well-to-do minister, Barnabas Smith, and went to live with him, leaving young Newton with his maternal grandmother. The experience left an indelible imprint on Newton, later manifesting itself as an acute sense of insecurity. He anxiously obsessed over his published work, defending its merits with irrational behavior. During his first 3 years at Cambridge, Newton was taught the standard curriculum but was fascinated with the more advanced science. All his spare time was spent reading from the modern philosophers. The result was a less than stellar performance, but one that is understandable, given his dual course of study. It was during this time that Newton kept a second set of notes, entitled Quaestiones Quaedam Philosophicae, certain philosophical questions. The Quaestiones reveal that Newton had discovered the new concept of nature that provided the framework for the scientific revolution. Though Newton graduated with no honors or distinctions, his efforts won him the title of scholar and 4 years of financial support for future education. Unfortunately, in 1665, the Great Plague that was ravaging Europe had come to Cambridge, forcing the university to close. Newton returned home to pursue his private study. It was during this 18-month hiatus that he conceived the method of infinitesimal calculus, set foundations for his theory of light and color, and gained significant insight into the laws of planetary motion, insights that eventually led to the publication of his Principia in 1687. Legend has it that, at this time, Newton experienced his famous inspiration of gravity with the falling apple. Oh, how I love the part of Isaac Newton's story where he discovered through self-study, during a break in his formal schooling, the law of gravity and other landmark discoveries. Sheer discipline is the only thing that can drive a person into a self-study mode and sustain him for several months without supervision. You should also realize that whether or not you have anyone monitoring you as a minor or adult, you should be disciplined enough to do the needful. As disciplined people do what is necessary, not what is convenient. My dear, the stories of these people you have read is an attestation to the fact that being disciplined means rising above lethargy and delay, because discipline is the ability to reach a resolution and follow it with determination until it is successfully implemented. I therefore really want to urge you to recognize discipline is central to your success in life and to allow the power and force of discipline drive you through whatever task you are involved in, because discipline will help you choose your behaviors and reactions instead of being slaves to them. I will show you in the next chapter why you cannot afford to equate discipline with punishment. It is beyond that. 1. A disciplined person has established and consistent way of life. 2. You may not receive immediate commendation for doing the right things, but the reward will come in due course. 3. Discipline will help you choose your actions and reactions rather than being controlled by them. 4. If God can still use a man without arms and legs but who has discipline to accomplish great things, then he can use any willing person. 5. Stamina and force are developed in secret. Success is what is evident to all. 6. Service is a discipline to learn if you will be a leader that is influential. 7. The time of discipline is a time of investment. 8. You require physical discipline to fulfill God's plan for your life. 9. If you are not disciplined enough in little things, you will not be disciplined enough to face your Goliath in life. 10. Discipline in small things and positions will get you higher promotions. 11. Those who will live the life of discipline will suffer condemnation, false accusations, etc. 12. The discipline of humility will exalt you. Chapter 5. Discipline is neither punishment nor perfection. As I open this chapter, I like to call your attention to the words of Noah Benshea, who said, "Discipline in its highest notion is not punishment or self-punishment. It is rather something seminal to the self. It is our foundation. It is our architecture. It gives us structure. It allows us to steer our energies and pull our wagon." Noah Benshea. Going by the words of the above lines, I say indeed it is true that discipline is not punishment. Unfortunately, quite a number of people shy away from living a disciplined life because they equate it with punishment and chastisement. However, discipline is much better. The process of discipline, though painful, is quite beneficial. I like to show you that when you live a disciplined life, it does not mean you will never falter or fail, but rather, you make mistakes along the way, but they don't keep you down. Discipline, therefore, is a process and always in progress. Discipline is not punishment. The story of Sharon Bowman, pushed through the pain, was not the prescription she expected the orthopedic doctor to give to her that morning, having had excruciating pain in her leg for so long. She stopped exercise out of fear that whatever was broken or torn in her knee would become more damaged if she overburdened it. After many x-rays of her knee, the diagnosis came without hesitation that she had arthritis in her knees. The bad news was that there was no cure for arthritis. The doctors can only treat the pain. The good news for her was that she could find significant relief from the pain by losing weight. The faster the weight comes off the knee, the faster she was to experience relief from the pain, and of course, exercise remains a necessary ingredient to weight loss, but she considered that a punishment. She, however, had to make the disciplined choice of going through the process of exercise or endure the pain. Yes, she chose exercise, knowing fully well that even though the exercise will be painful, the pain was only going to help her experience relief later. This was a wise choice for her, especially as the Bible says, "No discipline is enjoyable while it is happening, it's painful. But afterward there will be a peaceful harvest of right living for those who are trained in this way." Hebrews chapter 12 verse 11, NLT. In a much similar way, I like you, my reader, to know that whatever discipline you are currently going through, as a student or someone in training, is not meant to punish you, but to develop you. No developed country you see today suddenly appeared on the horizon as developed. Its citizens and people went through the process. Nigeria and other African nations must be ready to go through the process of development. Discipline isn't perfection, it's progress. You should always remember that as humans, we all have weaknesses that we try to work on. However, in the process of working on our weaknesses, there is a danger of feeling disappointed in ourselves when we try and fail again. In my many years of ministry, I have come across different types of people, and I have counseled with quite a number of persons. Some of the issues people raise are similar to what Apostle Paul identified in Romans chapter 7 verse 19. "For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not that I do." Romans chapter 7 verse 19. Many a times, you have decided to live a life of discipline in an area of your life, but in no time, you stumble and fall. So many times, after struggling for a while, we give in to these struggles and probably give up, thinking we are simply not cut out for the life of discipline. However, I wish to let you know that such experiences are not out of this world. They are normal and expected because you are a work in progress. If you cooperate with God, you will get to overcome these weaknesses gradually. You have to understand that the life of discipline is a work in progress. Since you are human, you will have weaknesses. But you must be consciously dealing with them, because our battle with discipline is going to be a lifelong one. There will be a gap between who you really want to be and who you are at the moment, but your emphasis should be on closing the gap. That was why Apostle Paul said, I die daily. If we forgive ourselves and strive for progress instead of perfection, our journey through the process of discipline will be more rewarding and successes will eventually fall in place, because success is a matter of understanding and religiously practicing specific, simple habits that always lead to success. Why discipline is not punishment. I said earlier that discipline is not punishment, and if discipline is not punishment, then I consider it very appropriate to distinguish between punishment and discipline. I am sure you were punished at one point or the other for an offense you committed, and you have an idea of what it is. Let me, however, say that punishment is a penalty that is imposed on someone for doing something wrong. It is a way of dealing with behaviors that include but not limited to the following: spoken punishment such as screaming, intimidating, name-calling, and disparagements. The physical dimensions include punishment, pinching, twisting arms, pulling ears, etc. Taking away favorite things such as keeping a bicycle away for a period when a child misbehaves, or cutting off access to television when children can't stop fighting over them. Punishment emphasizes previous misconduct and offers little or nothing to help a person behave better in the future. Discipline, on the other hand, is a positive method of teaching people self-control, confidence, and responsibility. Discipline teaches you what behavior is okay and what behavior is not okay. It includes modeling and encouraging appropriate behavior. It involves setting limits and correcting misbehavior quickly and respectfully, like using verbal redirection or even a raised eyebrow. Like Stanley Greenspan said, good discipline is more than just punishing or laying down the law. It is liking children and letting them see that they are liked. It is caring enough about them to provide good, clear rules for their protection. Stanley Greenspan. Discipline is a process, not a single act. It teaches one how to get along with other people. It means being consistent and firm, but also kind and fair. It is about providing a trusting, unloving atmosphere. Sometimes discipline might encompass restitution. For example, if someone does a wrong thing and you mediate, such a person can be made to see reasons why some actions should be taken to make things right, like Zacchaeus the tax collector did by returning monies he collected from people before he met Christ. Discipline therefore does not mean punishment, because punishment comes after you have done something wrong, while discipline is a training given to you so that you don't do something wrong and so that you can do everything right. Now you know that discipline does not equate punishment, rather, it's a process of becoming the right person for yourself. Let me further clarify the myth around discipline in regards of what it does not mean. This becomes imperative so that you don't assume I am asking you to get punished when I talk about being disciplined. What discipline does not mean. 1. It does not mean you are perfect. You fail sometimes, but you get up. I need to emphasize this point again and again, because many people think when you live the life of discipline, it means you have attained perfection and you do not fail. But rather, the force of discipline itself is what will make you rise and keep going when you fall. Many successful people today have made one mistake or the other as humans, but they rose above the mistakes, moved on, and now they have successful business empires. 2. Discipline does not refer to self-control only, as it is deeper and more active than that. There are several other components to discipline, such as willpower and consistency. It is the interplay of these factors that produce a disciplined life. You should therefore endeavor to adopt these other components to get the best result from discipline. 3. Discipline is also not limited to focus. You may have focus and keep an association that does not help you live a life of discipline. When this happens, you will also not get the best from discipline. Therefore, you must keep your focus but engage other relevant components to make discipline work. Discipline delivers God's secrets to you. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but those things which are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Deuteronomy 29:29. This verse of the Bible makes it clear that God has so many secret things which He is willing to reveal to humans, but it takes discipline to take delivery of such. I can boldly say that the challenge of Boko Haram insurgency in Nigeria can be completely solved if Someone is disciplined enough to get ideas and inspirations from God, and that someone can be you. You can be the one to get the idea of how to solve the issue of epileptic power supply in Nigeria. After all, there are developed countries where it is like a taboo for electricity to go off, and it took someone to get the idea of how to generate the sufficient electricity needed in the countries. I make bold to say that all of the discoveries that have been made through researches and human efforts are just a tip of the iceberg, as God still has so many things to reveal to humans. There are so many songs yet unsung, so many books yet unwritten, so many heights yet unreached, and God is waiting for you to make yourself available so that He can open your minds and heart into deep secrets. These things will, however, not happen without engaging the force and power of discipline. It takes a disciplined person to take delivery of the secrets of God, and if you will position yourself to discover God's secret with which you can change Nigeria and the Africa continent, you need to take note of the following necessities for progress. Necessities for progress. One of God's principles for progress is that you are faithful, disciplined, and diligent with the little He gives you before you are advanced to greater and superior things. Yet being faithful and diligent requires discipline. God is not unaware that if you are not disciplined to take care of what He has put in your care now, money, children, material things, your body, family, relationships, job, ministry position, etc., then you are not ready for God to entrust more responsibilities and influence in your life. This point was proven in the parable of the talents when Jesus spoke about the master who gave his faithful servants more, having shown that they could be trusted. He, however, took the little the unfaithful servant had away from him. In verse 29 he says, "For unto everyone that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance, but from him that hath not, even that which he hath shall be taken away." I believe sincerely that being faithful requires discipline. Utilizing what you have well does not come naturally. It requires discipline to discover the secrets. The deep things of God cannot be uncovered without consistency and discipline. When you can't give this discipline, you are simply not ready. So I ask you, are you ready to discover God's secrets through discipline? Friends, the disciplined life brings us closer to God and makes us sensitive to hear from Him. It helps us make better choices and walk in the path God has for us because we take time to listen to His voice and hear His direction for our country, family, and societies. We experience His peace even when we walk through hard times because we are disciplined to study His Word and we remember His promises about carrying us through. Finally, we are able to bless others by making ourselves available to speak God's Word into their lives. A spiritually strong life is a wonderful life to live, but it doesn't come without effort. A word of caution. I like to close this chapter by sounding a note of warning here by emphasizing what John chapter 3 verse 27 says. John answered and said, "A man can receive nothing, except it be given him from heaven." John chapter 3 verse 27. This means discipline in itself does not produce result without God. Everyone, irrespective of the things you have accomplished, must know that there is a God in heaven that rules in the affairs of men. Do not get to a point in your life that you think the arms of flesh has gotten you. What you have as your life and breathe in the first instance belongs to God. Therefore, no matter how high you go in life, no matter how successful you become, no matter the discoveries and inventions you birth, never fail to ascribe all glory to God because He upholds everything by the power of His hands. In the next chapter I intend to show you the very many effects discipline produces in the lives of individuals for His nation. Chapter 6. Effects of Discipline in a Man's Life. Dear reader, your arsenal of knowledge is no doubt enriched already with all the precious insights you have garnered from the previous chapters. And I believe you are determined to engage the force of discipline for your personal development and for developing your nation. As I open this chapter, I like to share a very interesting story with you as we look at the effect discipline has in the lives of individuals. The story of Moialua. Moialua Adami studied computer science from Obafemi Awolowo University, and she is now a software engineer at Swift Systems and also a co-organizer at Google Developers Group. One Friday evening after work, she had an aha moment. She looked at a clock and thought, what if it could tell the time in Yoruba? That question has led to the development of an Android watch face that tells time in Yoruba language. It wasn't simple as A, B, C. She had to get ideas from some of her friends and do extensive research before she came up with a working prototype. It will probably be the first ever indigenous watch face app on the Google Play Store. The Yoruba Watch Faces by Moyin is a collection of watch faces built in a popular local Nigerian dialect. There are currently 2 watch faces in the collection, both of which are in Yoruba language. The illustrations were created by the Wunderkind, and they depict a man and a woman dressed in the traditional Yoruba attire. The watch faces works on all screen types, chin, square and circle. You agree with me that this is simply ingenuity at its peak. Can you beat that? A watch which tells time in Yoruba language. What a skill! That young lady could only have achieved that level of skillfulness by the power of discipline. It's just a matter of time before she makes millions from that idea while her other colleagues are roaming about the streets looking for white-collar jobs. Discipline took effect in her life and she became productive. Don't you think you too can? The study of the life of a person who is living a life of discipline will bring to the fore some effects. This is because living a disciplined life surely produces positive effects in a person's life. If as a science student you get into the laboratory and pour some chemicals on a paper, you will observe that the paper will become wet, change color and might burn. Those are the effects. In a similar way, there are both internal and external effects we get to see in the life of a disciplined fellow, which you, my reader, must be encouraged to want if you will change your life in our nation, Nigeria. Effects of discipline. 1. Discipline prepares you for future challenges. Yes, indeed. If you as a Nigerian are disciplined enough to do the academic tasks you are given while in school, you will realize that if for any reason you find yourself in any Western university, you are likely to perform excellently well. Challenges will come your way, and when the challenges come, you shatter and ride over them when others are running. You see, you never can predict the types of challenges and issues you will face as you journey through life. However, when you have already developed the required internal stamina and strength, you will be able to face and tackle any challenge that comes your way. Like in my case, I was able to stay and persevere for several hours in the place of prayer for the church because years back, I did persevere in the place of reading when I was to learn Russian language. The same thing happened when our church was going through growth challenges because I was a black man pastoring a church of 99% white people. I was able to overcome the challenge because discipline had prepared me for any and every form of challenges that might come my way. 1. Discipline develops skills in you. A skill refers to the ability to do something well, and it is usually gained through experience or training. Whether you teach, or write, or sing, or run, you will develop the needed skills when you live a life of discipline. When you engage the force of discipline, the skills and cleverness in you are developed and unleashed. 1. Discipline makes you influential. To be influential means to have a powerful effect on people. If you take your pen and make a list of the most influential people around the world, I am sure one common denominator in their life will be the fact that they are indeed disciplined. When you are disciplined, the world hears about you like the world has heard about these young Nigerians like you. They are young, tough, disciplined, and unafraid to take the plunge. Influential young and disciplined Nigerians. 1. Ayinoluwa Aboyeji. Ayinoluwa Aboyeji co-founded Andela, which is a global talent accelerator that trains young intelligent Africans to be world-class developers before connecting them with employers around the world who are in search of top-tier technical talent. The organization is supposedly harder to get into than Harvard, and the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative made an investment of $24 million investment into the 2-year-old Nigerian startup. One of the biggest and most heartwarming news stories. 2. Cole Aina. He is a serial investor, CEO of Emerging Platforms Limited, a software and technology firm that specializes in developing innovative technology-based solutions in education, national security, governance and healthcare sectors. 3. Keoma Chuka. The Silicon Valley mosaic is predominantly white and male. Its Nigerian equivalent is predominantly black and male. Keoma Chuka is trying to tilt this gender imbalance with TechHer, a community of women passionate about technology and building Nigerian women to be technology literate so as to explore diverse opportunities in information and communication technology. TechHer trains selected females in areas like digital marketing, web development and coding. 4. Mark Essien. Essien is the founder of Hotels.ng, Nigeria's largest hotel booking website. The online portal allows users from all over the world to book rooms from an impressive selection of over 7,000 hotels. The company has so far raised enviable sums in funding from investors like the Spark Fund and Omidyar Network and has pooled resources heavily via crowdsourcing and on-the-spot tours to amass a peerless listing of Nigerian hotels. So far, over 1 million bookings have been made on Hotels.ng. 5. Isioma Idemudia. Idemudia is an information technology expert and innovation specialist who has successfully birthed and helped the growth of various startups and tech-related entrepreneurial activities. Her Founders Cafe blog, started in 2015, is a smart hub of tips, happenings, highlights and trends for engaging business conversations with clients. Founders Cafe hosts the startup meeting, Abuja startups to arm businesses with the useful and practical information. All of these young people are doing exploits in their fields and we can see the effects of discipline in their lives. Can the same effects be seen in your lives? 1. Discipline activates a force in you. The force that discipline activates in you is that which enables you to surmount any challenge in life. When that force is activated, you become unstoppable and will survive in any climate or location because what propels you to succeed is from within you. 1. Discipline creates in you a sizable amount of power. Power is essential to make progress in the face of daunting challenges. Power is necessary to say no to things which are not good for oneself and for the society. But then how do you generate power to say no at the right time? It is through discipline. 1. Discipline makes you a trailblazer. A trailblazer is someone who makes a new path through the wilderness. He is a pioneer, an innovator like this Nigerian woman whose story I read. The story of Delia Umuna. Delia Umuna, 42 years old, was appointed clinical professor of law at Harvard Law. She is the first Nigerian to achieve this great feat. She has been a lecturer at HLS since 2007, and is deputy director and clinical instructor at HLS's Criminal Justice Institute, CJI, in which she supervises third-year law students in their representation of adult and juvenile clients in criminal and juvenile proceedings and arguments before Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court and Appeals Court. Delia's students revere her, her colleagues at HLS and nationally look at her as an exemplary advocate, teacher, and mentor. From her unprecedented win record in criminal defense trials, her deft leadership of the Criminal Justice Institute day-to-day, and her superb coaching of student moot court teams, her published scholarship, to her numerous awards and recognition of her outstanding work as a criminal defense attorney, advisor, and teacher, Delia is simply extraordinary. An inspiration to her students and her clients in every way. She is the author of the article Rethinking the Neighborhood Watch, How Lessons from the Nigerian Village Can Creatively Empower the Community to Assist Poor Single Mothers in America, published in the American University Journal of Gender, Social Policy and the Law. Friends, this is one woman who has achieved a lot on the international scene without giving into internal and external things that could have discouraged her. Especially by telling her she is a woman and can't go far, and she is a trailblazer today because of discipline. As a woman in Nigeria, there is no height you can't reach in all spheres of life, including the political landscape of Nigeria. I believe a woman can become the president in Nigeria if she is disciplined enough and the political system is disciplined. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was president in Liberia and she performed creditably well. Africa Women Arise. 1. Discipline also ensures that you stay hale and hearty. Part A of 1 Timothy chapter 4 verse 8 says, "For bodily exercise profits a little." Let me say that the little we benefit from physical exercise is great. Discipline is what keeps you fit. You need to always recollect that taking care of your physical health is vital to your spiritual lives, because if you are sick and exhausted, you cannot have the physical strength to do the things God wants us to do, and we find ourselves held back. When you discipline yourselves to be active and choose healthy foods to eat, you are giving your bodies the necessary fuel to carry out God's plans through you. 1. Discipline increases your concentration and efficiency. When you exercise discipline, your mind is unfettered and can focus on what is necessary rather than distractions. It is normal for negative thoughts to attack us every day, but when we lack discipline and neglect the essential things, the negative thoughts may cripple our minds. Discipline therefore has the key to concentration. 1. Discipline affects every part of your life. When you are disciplined, it affects your weight, fitness, the tidiness of your house, the amount of time spent watching TV, and every other thing. You cannot achieve anything concrete externally without first winning the war within yourself, which will then affect every other part of you. By and large, discipline helps you take control of your mind, thoughts, and actions. Your concentration ability gets better and external circumstances do not move you. You begin to feel the effects of discipline on your physical, mental, and spiritual life if you allow it. Indeed, every dimension of your life will get better, increase and grow because you will much control over your habits, daily activities, actions and inactions, and your progress will be evident to all. When these happen in your life, it will surely affect how you work and contribute to the society. You can now imagine if 170 million Nigerians will allow discipline affect their lives, we will surely have a safe and developed new Nigeria. As I close this chapter, let me share the story of this young Kenyan with you and see the effects of discipline at work in the life of an individual. The story of Chris Karubi. Chris Karubi was born poor, lost both parents very early, and had to start working during school holidays to supplement the needs of his brothers and himself. While you may feel sorry for the child that he was, his early work experience formed the building blocks of the astute tycoon he would become. It helped him develop self-reliance, energy, confidence, discipline, time management, transparency, and gifted him with a wealth of experience. Upon graduation, he worked for Shell as a salesman, selling and repairing gas cylinders. According to him, the pennies he earned from this job could not have bought anyone dinner. During the 1960s and early 1970s, he worked as an administrator at Canatco, a government-owned transportation company. In around 1971, he began buying decayed properties in Nairobi, renovating the buildings, and then reselling them for a profit or renting them out. He also began acquiring strategic pieces of land in and around Nairobi, and proceeded to erect rental residential and commercial properties on them, using loans from Kenyan financial institutions. His foray into real estate property development was timely and strategic, and he made a killing. Today, he is one of Kenya's wealthiest businessmen with a fortune estimated at $300 million, and also one of the richest men in Africa. His property management company, International House Limited (IHL), owns and manages various residential and commercial buildings in Nairobi, and he owns Nairobi's landmark International House building, one of the city's longest-standing and most prestigious commercial properties. He is presently the chairman and a shareholder of Hakko Tiger Brands, a joint venture with Tiger Brands SA, listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. He is also CEO of Capital FM and holds large equity stakes in Nairobi Stock Exchange-listed investment firm Centum, UAP Insurance and the Kenyan franchise of DHL. Furthermore, he is a shareholder in Nairobi Bottlers, a bottling franchise for Coca-Cola. There was no stopping him as he built a diversified and very successful business empire with perhaps one low point, a foray into the paint business. But that only taught him some more ways not to fail. But I learned, you fail, you get up and you walk. You move on. I had the proceeds from the assets and some land that I still hold, so it wasn't a total disaster. How did he make the leap from poor orphan boy to having wealthiest as an appellate to his name? Determination, focus, never giving up and believing in me, he asserted in an online interview with How We Made It in Africa. 1. There are both internal and external effects in a person's life as a result of discipline. 2. You cannot predict challenges that will come your way in life, but discipline prepares you for whatever. 3. You need to engage the force of discipline to develop skills. 4. Living a life of discipline makes you influential. 5. When the force of discipline is activated, you become unstoppable. 6. Discipline sets you on the pedestal of innovators and trailblazers. 7. If you will say no to the wrong things at the right time, you need to discipline your willpower. 8. Discipline can affect and influence every area of your life. 9. Discipline builds your confidence level. 10. With discipline, you achieve more, and become more industrious and productive. 11. Maintaining a high level of tolerance and forbearance becomes possible with discipline. 12. With discipline, you remain undaunted in the face of challenges. 13. Your goals, aims and objectives are met on effectively and efficiently when you engage discipline. Chapter 7. Types and Nature of Discipline. Discipline is the soul of an army. It makes small numbers formidable, procures success to the weak and esteem to all. George Washington. The words of George Washington in the above expression no doubt show the nature of discipline. It explains how discipline by its nature can bring strength and success to a group. This is indeed true of Nigeria and the African nation. If we allow the nature of discipline work well in our lives, success is no doubt guaranteed. In this chapter, I will expatiate on the very nature of discipline and distinguish the two major dimensions of discipline. However, one thing you must know about the two types of discipline is summed up in the words of Joyce Meyer when she said, "When discipline is sown, like a good seed, it yields a harvest of things that fulfill and satisfy us, things that make us happy and release peace and joy in our lives." Joyce Meyer. Types of discipline. Discipline can be said to be of two major types, with each having its own distinctive features, and they are 1. Mental discipline. 2. Physical discipline. Mental discipline. My dear, let me say this to you, your ability to keep control of yourself, overcome difficulties, and to maintain presence of mind in any difficult situation is a necessary human quality. Without this quality, you will not go far in life. This quality is what is referred to as mental discipline and is what Vince Lombardi described when he said, "Mental toughness is many things and rather difficult to explain. Its qualities are sacrifice and self-denial. Also, most importantly, it is combined with a perfectly disciplined will that refuses to give in. It's a state of mind, you could call it character in action." Vince Lombardi. Mental discipline is basically the exercise of one's mind to stretch it and allow increased thinking. It is the broad term used in describing the actions and reactions of a person when facing pressure. A distinguishing feature of mental discipline is that it is associated with overcoming obstacles and difficulties which require the utmost exertion of a person's mental capacity. It is the inner power with which you overpower the desire to indulge in unnecessary habits, and the inner strength that incapacitates inner emotional and mental opposition for taking action. It is one of the cornerstones of success in both spiritual and physical endeavors. If you sincerely desire to develop and maintain mental discipline, you just must be ready to task your mind, because any battle is lost or won in the mind. Any achievement is first made in the mind before physical actions follow. Robin S. Sharma said, "Everything is created twice, first in the mind and then in reality." If you can't see a victory in your mind, you might as well expect failure in the physical. When your mind is strong and developed, you can easily forge ahead in times of crisis and mobilize all the resources you need to get victory. For my Nigerian brothers and sisters, you realize that indeed you need to be tough mentally, because when you look around at the hardship and challenges you encounter on a regular basis, you know that indeed, your mind has to be tough to achieve anything tangible. I bet some of you can relate to this scenario. You have an idea and you need to use your computer to type, but there is no electricity to work. You want to buy fuel to power the generator, but the petrol stations are on strike. For those who are students, you are set to go to school, but your parents can't take you to school in the one vehicle which the family manages because there is no fuel. Yet you can't afford to go late to school. You stand beside the road waiting for a cab, and you are there for so long before you get one, and at that, the transport fare has increased and the money you were given suddenly becomes insufficient. When you look at all these situations, a person with a weak mind might just give in and cave under the pressure, but you need to build up your mental toughness, because every successful person you see in Africa today had to be strong mentally. You cannot therefore be an exemption. The theory of mental discipline. Plato, a Greek philosopher, propounded a theory of mental discipline which I believe we should consider as we examine mental discipline. According to Plato, 427 to 347 BC, if you will initiate learning in a person, the mental nerves must go through a training associated with what is going to be learned. This operational preparation would ensure an impeccable learning. In short, the theory of mental discipline highlights that learning activities requires that the mind of the learners should be disciplined and trained effectively. Various researches on Plato's theory suggest the following three philosophies which may wrap up the whole ideas that underlie the theory of mental discipline, and they are: 1. Learning would not occur by itself, it has to be forced. 2. To ensure learning occurs effectively, strict control must be enforced upon the learner. 3. The perfect learning outcome may only be achieved through mental discipline by rigid training and practices. Now this theory is clear enough, I believe. It tells you that you need rigid training of the mind to learn anything. Learning does not come by chance. Success does not also come by chance. You actually require strong and firm training. If you will become an entrepreneur that will bring a change to the Nigeria economy, you need to learn the process through discipline. If you will become an academic or professional in any field, you must be mentally tough enough to bear the training process, if not you will quit. That is why we have so many people who withdraw from higher institutions of learning, but you should not be one of them. Why mental discipline? So, the question now is, why do you need mental discipline? Of what importance is mental discipline to your success as an individual? Of what importance is mental discipline to the Nigeria nation and the Africa continent? Let me give you two fundamental reasons why mental discipline is critical in the lives of individuals and societies. First, mental discipline is necessary to get to the top. For you as an individual, the mastery of physical skills alone is not a guarantee of getting to the zenith in any field. We must place emphasis on how and what to think. The ability of our minds to see far will take us far and high in life. Similarly, development can only come to Nigeria and Africa when we can see a change first in our minds and set things in motion that will bring positive changes to our society. When these actions are done, societies move higher and getter. The second reason is because mental discipline will help you to avoid overconfidence, pessimism, and withstand conditions that disrupt mental tranquility. When your mind is well developed, it has the capacity to help you look at the bright side of every task. For example, despite the failures of previous climbers of Mount Everest, some others saw the possibility of reaching the mount top in their mind because they had mental discipline, and eventually they overcame physical and dangerous conditions to reach the top of the mountain. Thomas Edison is one great man whose mind was indeed very tough because despite his failure in the process of developing the existing idea of making light bulbs several times, he kept at it till he succeeded. And today, you, my reader, can flip a switch in your house and pronto, the bulb comes on. Thanks to Edison's mental discipline that made him experiment with thousands of different filaments to find materials that would light well and last for a long time. So I ask you, what will you also do to improve your nation through your mental discipline? Developing mental discipline. My dear reader, having thus highlighted why you need mental discipline, let me quickly show you how it is that you can develop mental discipline. If your mental discipline will develop to a strong level and gather sufficient force needed to control your thoughts, you need to do the following. 1. Exercise unhindered mental focus. 2. You need to deliberate and clarify your motives. 3. You should understand and define yourself. 4. You must identify the things that matters most to you. 5. Endeavor to discover your purpose early enough. It will help you to set your foot in the right direction and feed your mind with nutrients that are rich enough and that will help you stand firm on your road to success. Physical discipline. With so much said about mental discipline, I believe you now have enough knowledge concerning the subject. Let me now shed light on the second type of discipline, which is physical. Let me ask you this, has it ever happened to you that sometimes you wish to go for a walk, knowing how good it is for your health and how healthy you will feel afterwards, yet you feel too lazy and prefer to watch the television instead? Similarly, you may well be aware of the fact that you need to change your eating habits or stop smoking, yet you do not seem to have the bodily power and strength to change these habits. How many times have you reminded yourself of the need to commence a fitness session, or begin writing a book, yet you postpone it till some other convenient time? I bet most people have been in such scenarios, and you know what your reaction was, that most times, you never get to do the things. Physical discipline requires exerting physical energy. For example, you are on your way to the office and have taken your seat in a vehicle. Along the way, an elderly man or a pregnant woman walks in. Physical discipline requires that you stand up and offer your seat even if you prefer to stay seated. By doing this, you are overcoming the resistance of your body. Similarly, you are well aware that your fitness session is 6 p.m., yet here you are, extremely tired, rather than lay back and rest a little. Physical discipline requires that you get up and exercise your body. How discipline comes. My dear, I like you to be more careful as you read this segment. I have been able to establish that the principle of discipline is what you can employ to pursue your dreams and ambitions, as well as to bring the needed development to our continent. Therefore, you should really be curious to find out how discipline comes, since it is learned and not natural. Discipline comes by taking action. Perhaps you should always remember that what Pablo recommended when he said, always remember to take your vitamins, your vitamin A for action, vitamin B for belief, vitamin C for confidence, vitamin D for discipline, and vitamin E for enthusiasm. Yes, indeed, you need to apply a measure of effort to things before you get the best result, because nothing just happens. Similarly, before physical or mental discipline comes, there are steps to be taken, and I like to share some of them here with you. 1. Begin with little footsteps. No process takes place overnight. Just the same way it requires time to build muscle, does it take time to develop discipline. The more you train and build it, the stronger you become. While engaged in physical exercise, you don't try to do much at once, else you get injured. In fact, fitness instructors start with very simple physical exercises before moving into the more technical and difficult ones. Likewise, you should take gradual steps in building discipline. If your goal is to become disciplined in reading, you don't start by hoping to finish an encyclopedia in a single day. You may want to start by reading a chapter or two of your favorite material daily, and you increase your pace as the day goes by. If your goal is to see to the development of Nigeria, you can start by developing yourself, your family members, your friends, your colleagues, etc. The truth is, we all have our sphere of influence. You desire to do something about the unemployment level in Nigeria and Africa, and you want to establish a big business empire like that of Aliko Dangote, so that you can employ thousands of youth. No. Start small. Begin by helping people repair the computers and gadgets. You will grow to a level where you need a shop. As you become disciplined, you will employ one or two hands. As you stay disciplined, you grow bigger and employ more people whom you are paying and teaching the art of computer repair. That is the way to go, my dear. Remember the words of Vincent van Gogh that great things are not done by impulse but by a series of small things brought together. Vincent van Gogh. And an old Chinese proverb say, it is better to take many small steps in the right direction than to make a great leap forward only to stumble. 1. Delay self-gratification. Delaying gratification is a process of scheduling the pain and pleasure of life in such a way as to enhance the pleasure of life in such a way as to enhance the pleasure by meeting and experiencing the pain first and getting it over with. It is the only decent way to live. M. Scott Peck. The above expression really nails it, because on your way to a successful disciplined life, there will be temptations to indulge yourself, but you have to train yourself to postpone pleasure and enjoyment. Learn the art and act of saying no to impulses. Force yourself to do the needful and the right things even when it is not convenient. You may to switch off your TV, refrain from outburst, pay someone a visit, or return something you have in your possession that does not belong to you. Let me state it categorically for you young and upcoming entrepreneurs in Nigeria and Africa. When you start your business or career and through discipline, it is growing, the first profit you make is not for you to spend on material things such as cars, expensive mobile phones, and other unnecessary liabilities. Your profit should be invested back into the business. This will make you grow bigger, expand your horizon, and with time you can afford to buy any car or house of your choice in any part of the world. Remember what Brian Tracy said? The ability to discipline yourself to delay gratification in the short term in order to enjoy greater rewards in the long term is the indispensable prerequisite for success. 1. Adopt daily routines. Mike Murdoch alludes to this when he said, "The secret of your future is hidden in your daily routine." That is indeed very true, and you should know that the moment you understand yourself and you have a goal at hand, make sure you chart a course and the path to succeed in that task. Afterwards, make certain actions and tasks a routine, just like Michelle Moore says. The secret to your future is hidden in your daily routine. You have to be self-disciplined to spend your time wisely. What that means is that you may have to wake up at a certain hour of the day, you may have to eat at a certain point, you may have to arrive at a location at particular periods of the day, but whatever it is, endeavor not to miss the routine. The more you do it, the easier it becomes, and in no time becomes automatic for you to do because it becomes programmed into your brain. If you need to change the things you do daily, please go ahead and do just that, because you will never change your life until you change something you do daily. The secret of your success is found in your daily routine. John C. Maxwell. 1. Take note of the things that motivate you. I recommend that you get adequate knowledge about yourself. If you need to take some personality tests, please do, but by all means, study yourself and get to know the things that motivate you and the things that discourage you. When you know all these, you can know what to build on and encourage. 1. Make your diet a balanced one. Friends, your body is designed in such a way that optimum performance is dependent on the availability of the right diet in quality and quantity. Therefore, a balanced meal is a prerequisite for both physical and mental discipline, because proper nutrition is indispensable for appropriate functioning of one's brain. I have read a research that shows that lack of fluids or dehydration can influence one's performance by affecting cognitive performance. Therefore, whether at home or at work, you should endeavor to drink in about 4 liters of water each day. Do not wait for your body to ask for water before you drink sufficient water. This may appear basic, but it is of utmost importance if your body will function effectively. You should not even joke with this in Nigeria and Africa generally, considering that the sun can be very scorching most times. Therefore, you should take proper care of your health. 1. Get enough sleep. I was surprised to learn that some of the renowned athletes actually employ the services of sleep coaches to help them sleep appropriately. You also can take a cue from their life and get the required hours of sleep, which is between 6 and 8 hours. Researchers have shown that lack of sleep can modify hormones in the body, which can result into challenges with the processing of body glucose. My dear, what I have been explaining in this chapter is that taking the steps highlighted above and many more will help you build discipline, and you cannot afford to ignore those points. Further dimensions of discipline. Talking about types of discipline, let me show you 2 more dimensions of discipline before I close this chapter. The 2 dimensions are the discipline of savings and the discipline of spiritual growth. You need both to succeed in any part of the world where you are. In one of my books, I taught a lot about investment and savings because there is a dimension of discipline in savings. Yes, indeed, savings requires great sacrifice, and I like to urge you to cultivate that discipline. You cannot afford to consume all you earn. That is setting yourself up for a life of frustration. The discipline of savings. Friends, you should note the following about savings as a discipline. 1. True investment begins with a culture of savings, then we will begin to have something to invest and multiply. 2. We must discipline ourselves to control our lust and desire to spend money. 3. The man or woman who puts aside his or her desires and does not rush out to exhaust his or her money has power and control over it. 4. $100 or $50 could turn into $1 million in 5 years through the law of money and really take care of your children and grandchildren. 5. Money cannot quench desires, only discipline can tame desires. 6. Develop a budget and live by it. A budget defends your priorities from casual wishes, and it helps to differentiate between the two. 7. Save for uncertain times such as old age or unexpected circumstances. See 1 Tim 5-8, 6-10. 8. Accumulate wealth first in small amounts, then larger amounts as you learn and become more capable. 9. Your goals should be simple and definite. 10. Be focused and concentrate your efforts to acquire more information, networks, strategies for better service, and cheaper and better products. 11. Beware of lending out money. You are not a bank, so do not bring others' burden on yourself. The discipline of spiritual growth. Grow, dear friends, but grow, I beseech you, in God's way, which is the only true way. Hannah Smith. Just like the above says, you should pursue growth, but the right growth which will help other areas of your growth. However, growth in any area does not come automatically. This is true of spiritual growth as it is true of financial growth. If you will grow as a Christian, you must be disciplined. The truth is, it requires discipline to stay away from food and engage in fasting and prayer for hours. Remember 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 18 says, "But grow in the grace and knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. To him be the glory both now and forever." 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 18. Apostle Paul also said in one of his letters, "Fight the good fight of faith." Fighting does not connote something easy. It requires effort and discipline, and if you ask any of God's generals or read their stories, you will notice that some of them engaged in very difficult spiritual disciplines which positioned them for the success they recorded in their ministry. If you choose to develop spiritual discipline, always remember that God's grace is sufficient and readily available for you. You have the Holy Spirit who is Paracletus, someone who takes hold with you. Beyond this, you need to remember that exercising the fruits of the Spirit such as love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness calls for a great deal of discipline. Let me reiterate, this discipline is needed for the Christian life because you need to stretch beyond your comfort zone. For some people, it will cost them money, for others it will cost time, while for others it will require a great deal of patience. While non-Christians can demonstrate self-control, spiritual discipline can only be brought about by the help of the Holy Spirit, because without Him, you can do nothing. That accounts for why people make New Year resolutions and say they will stay away from certain things, but few hours into the new year, they are neck deep in what they said they were going to quit. It tells you something. You cannot afford to rely on your strength and ability for spiritual discipline because the arm of flesh will fail you. Friends, let me conclude by saying that discipline revolves around subjecting our life to the finished works of Christ in the workings of the Spirit of God. Discipline can improve all areas of your life. In closing this chapter, let me sound it again that discipline has a force and power that can change all aspects of your life as a person. Your finances, your health, your career, your educational pursuit, your aspirations, and whatever your goal is can be made better by the power and force of discipline. Its nature is such that it is applicable to every and any area. If, for example, you like to lose weight, discipline can help you adopt healthy lifestyle. If you want to increase your investments and savings, you need discipline to cut down on impulse buying. When you wake up every morning, there are certain things you do almost automatically, like brushing your teeth and taking your bath. These are things no one reminds you because you are so used to it. So also, every area of your life can become so automated with discipline if only you will allow it. The story of Minkilila. Minkilila wrote an article with the title, "Try to be 1% better every day." According to her, she never thought that she could write, or could get to like writing for the past 24 years of life. Not until one day when she decided to start a new habit of writing at least 50 words a day no matter what. Since then, she hasn't skipped even for a single day. According to her, persistence and self-discipline are powerful qualities that can completely change you. She opines that being self-disciplined, with time as a currency, works the same way as a great investment. It compounds exponentially, and there is no end point to self-discipline because as long as you keep going, you will keep becoming better. Now, from a mini habit of writing 50 words a day, a couple of months later, she started her own blogging site, Pizza Thieves, and published her first article on Medium. The skill of writing, which she thought she was incapable of, has become an essential part of her daily routine. Moreover, as she kept writing, others' habits began to kick off as well, such as reading books, exercising, etc. Now her whole life and experience has improved through discipline. It can happen to you too, don't you think? Please follow me to the next chapter as I share with you my personal story. You know, most times people see the glory of successful people, but they do not know their stories. I will show you how, by God's grace, discipline helped me in life and in ministry. Chapter Chapter 6. Effect. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. You can take a cue from my life. It's a beautiful thing to sit in the comfort of your home, switch on the air conditioner and see a 2-hour movie while taking a cup of chilled wine and popcorn. Sounds interesting, right? What you should know, however, is that before the movie was produced, a lot of water had passed under the bridge. The film had taken several days of rehearsals and several personalities and professionals have put in efforts. Movie producers have spent huge sums of money to make sure the movie is fine-tuned. However, if you are privileged to have a glimpse of what happens behind the scene, you get to know that a high degree of effort and discipline is the price they paid. The scenario above, I can compare with my life. Coming from a background of abject poverty in Africa where I never had a pair of shoes to put on till I was 12 years of age. Never saw a toy of any kind as a child and lived on less than $1 to making 1 million United States dollars few years after graduating with a first-class grade from a Russian university, becoming the pastor of the largest church in the continent of Europe and leading a church of 99% white population as a black man. My story is that of God's help through discipline. As the pastor of the largest church in Europe, many people see my glory but they don't know my story. Not many people know the efforts, degree of discipline and self-control I put in during the days of little beginnings. Therefore, I will share my story of how God helped me and moved me from zero to hero through the power and force of discipline. Sunday Adelage's story in a nutshell. The man Sunday Adela is a young, visionary, Nigerian-born leader with an apostolic gift for the 21st century. Pastor Sunday has already proven himself to be one of the world's most dynamic communicators and church planters. He pastors one of the largest churches in Europe, with a congregation of over 20,000 members. Remarkably, he does this in Ukraine. His church, Embassy of God, has already planted over 200 churches in other countries such as the United Arab Emirates, the United States, the Netherlands, Russia and many others. Adela is recognized as one of the most gifted teachers of the Word of God in our time, with an unusual operation of the gifts of the Spirit, especially the word of knowledge. His teaching and use of these gifts have contributed in no small measure to the rapid growth of his congregation. A proven leader, Sunday is well known for his strategy of discipling groups of 12 leaders, whom he subsequently sends out to plant new churches. Sunday is happily married to Bo's Princess, and they are blessed with 3 children, Perez, Zoe and Pearl. How did it start? The world news on the Nigerian television channel 10 had just finished. The young 19-year-old viewer was contemplating whether he should keep watching to see what the next program might be or to look for something better to do. The seemingly insignificant decision to keep watching ended up changing the whole life of that teenager, who, as you may have guessed, was me. The next program was a stadium crusade featuring Pastor William Kumuyi. Through his anointed preaching, I clearly understood the gospel for the first time, and immediately I committed my life to the Lord. Little could I have imagined that my experience back in 1986 would eventually affect a whole nation on the other side of the world. But God knew. How I got to Russia. Like many young Nigerians finishing high school, I began searching newspaper advertisements for a government scholarship to study in one of the leading Nigerian universities. The tuition and the cost of living in a university was something my family could no longer afford. I say, no longer, because the Adela family at one time was prosperous, one of the most highly respected families in our part of Nigeria. Not only did we easily send family members to study at a university, but we also provided scholarships for less fortunate families in our region. Then tragedy struck. The three brothers who were the pillars of my extended family all died unexpected, violent deaths within just a few months of each other. Without the pillars, the family crumbled and was left destitute. That is why I've become one of the first of the prominent adolahs to find himself begging for a scholarship. My search narrowed down to two options: Columbia State University in the United States or Belarusian State University in the former Soviet Union. The advantage I had is that I knew God, and I could pray and ask Him for advice. He directed me to go to Russia in a way reminiscent of the call He gave to Abraham: get out of your country, from your family and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. General 12:1. Even though I was a new believer, I had the faith to accept this as God's sovereign assignment for my future destiny. Later I realized that this was actually my missionary call, just as God called Paul on the Damascus Road, so He was calling me. However, He did not reveal it to me then, because I would have had no way of even understanding what a missionary call might possibly have been. A not-so-smooth beginning. After 2 weeks in Russia, I wanted to go home. I found myself in a dingy hotel room. The tall, drab apartment buildings, the gray weather, the look of hopelessness on the faces of the people, and the spiritually dry Sunday mornings with no church or fellowship with other believers all fed my growing disillusion. My naive image of Russia's being a super economic power just like America came crashing down in a matter of days. Just as I was contemplating returning to Africa, I heard God whisper in my heart, "I directed you here and I have a purpose for bringing you to this place." These words convinced me to push forward. I settled into my studies at Belarusian State University, majoring in journalism. I immediately started a search for what I had heard called the underground church. A few days later, I came across a couple of Christian foreign students who met secretly on the university campus. I joined them, and then the struggle to escape the all-penetrating eyes of the KGB began. My clash with the law. The only encounter I ended up having with the law occurred because I was becoming too bold in displaying my faith. My offense was having hung a picture of the crucifixion over my bed. It was a cold afternoon, after the day's classes, when loud banging at my door sounded the warning. 4 men from the Youth Communist Party as well as my professors came in. They demanded that I remove the picture of Jesus or be dismissed from the university, since Soviet law prohibits religious propaganda. My flesh wanted to enter into a dispute to defend my Lord, but the soft, sweet voice of the Holy Spirit spoke to my heart again: let them remove it. Only don't allow them to remove Him from your heart. After I removed the picture from the wall, the conflict with the government died out as simply as it had begun. Not all of my classmates and colleagues were as fortunate as I, however. As time went by, some were dismissed from the university, while others ended up in psychiatric confinement before being sent out of the country. Survival during communism's dictatorship demanded much wisdom, silent worship, and many narrow escapes by the power of the Holy Spirit, lessons never to be forgotten. During the 6-year journey to my master's in journalism, there were many instances when I thought I would either go crazy or be deported once and for all. But the mercy and goodness of the Lord were with me. Christian casualties. As difficult as it was to survive the presence and persecution of communism, there were many more Christian casualties as a result of other factors. Sadly, sex, money, and carefree living stole the faith of many of the Christians who came into the former Soviet Union. In a society in which God had been officially declared non-existent, sin and immorality became the order of the day. Since there was no God, there could be no sin. This deception actually took the life of my close friend Brother Tom. We had entered the country together as professing Christians. We prayed together and lived in the same dormitory until, after language school, Tom was transferred to Kiev to continue his studies. The next time I heard about Tom, he had become a womanizer and an alcoholic, another lesson for me. The only strategy for survival in such spiritually challenging circumstances is the fear of God. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride and arrogance, and the evil way and the perverse mouth I hate. Prov. A 13. The fear of the Lord kept me focused till the year 1990, when the God-ordained reformations of Mikhail Gorbachev began to take effect. For the first time, we were able to meet with Russian believers. That turned out to be the beginning of my full-time ministry. However, the call of God on my life had occurred sometime before that. My missionary call. In one of the underground meetings, the leader of the group of foreigners, while encouraging us to remain steadfast in the Lord, asked us to seek the face of the Lord as to why he might have brought us to Russia in the first place. I heartily accepted the challenge. I prayed morning and night for 2 weeks, asking God to show me why he had brought me to Russia. At the end of the second week, something extraordinary began to happen to me. For 3 consecutive nights I had a dream of God showing his plans and future for me. My diary records. October 31st, 1986. Today is the 3rd day I'm receiving such a visitation from the Lord. Today also, I had a dream in which I saw myself before a large crowd of thousands of people. I saw myself on the stage ministering beside one of the leading world ministers. He seemed to step aside and hand the microphone to me, then I continued to minister to the people. Immediately, after waking up baffled, I opened my Bible spontaneously to Isaiah chapter 61, a passage I had never noticed before. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. And they shall build the old wastes, they shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolations of many generations. And strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the alien shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. Isa 61:1-5 KJV. After receiving this, as well as other scriptures, I went to Brother Paul de Hunzi, the leader of our group. Later that day, in my diary I wrote, "Today, November 1st, 1986, Brother Paul told me God had given him a message for a member of the fellowship last night. As soon as I finished narrating my story to him, he said the message was for me. God cannot afford to give precious materials to cowards or careless children. God needs people who will not toy with first-hand information, people who will not give what is meant for the children to the dogs. You must be trustworthy, careful, ready, serious and observant before things can be entrusted to your hands. Be prepared." This was a confirmation of my call. Wilderness training. Though I was finishing my studies in journalism, I knew by then that I would not be going into professional practice. The revelation that I was going into full-time ministry was burning in my heart. I strongly and urgently felt I needed ministry preparation, so I got in touch with a famous charismatic Bible institute in America. I was accepted, but as I prayed about this, God gave me an unexpected answer. He clearly said, "I have different ways of preparing my generals. One way is by linking them with existing leaders in the body of Christ. Another way is through Bible school. A third means of preparation is raising up the leaders in the context of a strong local church. However, when I want to do something truly extraordinary, I take my generals to the wilderness. Russia is your wilderness. It is the Bible school I have prepared especially for you." That revelation from God gave me much understanding about all I had been going through under communism. I was in Bible school in the wilderness. Once we began enjoying President Gorbachev's reforms, I started traveling all over the countries of the former Soviet Union, planting churches, preaching and teaching. This continued until some of my friends and I were rounded up in one city of Belarus by the KGB. I had just finished my master's program in journalism. The Belarus government and the KGB ordered me to leave the country. I managed to stay in the country and fight the deportation until the Lord moved me to Kiev, Ukraine. My call to Ukraine. It was years later when I finally understood that I was actually resisting God's will by praying against leaving Belarus. Kiev was where God had wanted me all along. Thank God He didn't answer my prayer to remain in Belarus. For me to get into Ukraine, God had to perform a series of miracles, since I had never even considered Ukraine as an option. If I left Belarus, I naturally thought that I would go back to Nigeria. But through amazing circumstances, God put me in Kiev. During my period of struggling to stay in Belarus, I received a call from some of my African friends in Ukraine. Due to their semester and school engagements, they couldn't accept an invitation to translate for Pastor Jeff Davis of Tulsa, Oklahoma, who was going to give a series of teachings all over Ukraine. They wanted me to step in for them. Only God knew how much I resisted that assignment. For one thing, I did not have the money to buy a ticket to Kiev. But God enabled me to beat the odds by sovereignly guiding my footsteps. So I served as Jeff Davis's interpreter. It was not more than a few weeks after I had returned to Belarus that I received a call from Jeff Davis. He had just signed a contract with an independent commercial television station in Kiev, and he needed a person who could represent his interests. That person had to be first, a Christian, and second, a professional journalist. The only person he knew with such qualifications was me, he said. This happened at the exact time I was praying about where to move after leaving Belarus. A few months later, my Ukrainian visa, an apartment, a company car and a director's chair were awaiting me in Kiev, Ukraine. From television to pastoring. As I worked at the Channel 7 television station in Kiev, the general director, Slava Bun, discovered how different I was. I did not smoke, drink, or run around with the girls. My explanation for not doing these things was that I felt called to share the gospel with him and my other coworkers. Slava became so curious that he asked me to create a program based on Christian values. That is how God opened up the opportunity for me to minister for a year in a weekly hour-long program, and all for free. By the end of 1993, I could no longer resist the urge of the Spirit to plant a church in Kiev. In November, at my apartment, I started a Bible study program that attracted about 7 people. I trained them 3 times a week, with a 3-hour lesson each time, for 3 months. By February 1994, we had grown to about 49 people. At that time, the new church went public under the name Word of Faith Bible Church, which in 2002 became Embassy of the Blessed Kingdom of God for All Nations. As I kept asking God to show me His purposes for the church, He told me first that it was to be a megachurch to win and minister to thousands of people from the Kiev area. And just as important, the second purpose for the church would be to send missionaries into the world, especially into China and the Arab countries. Just as the world used to know the former Soviet Union as an exporter of weapons of mass destruction, so now God wanted these nations to be exporters of life through the gospel of the kingdom of God. Today I stand amazed at how the Lord has helped us through the years to be faithful to this call. A church to keep. When I had first arrived in Ukraine, I had determined not to start another church because I couldn't understand why God had me leave Minsk, Belarus, and the new church I had started there. All of my plans had been in place, and I knew God had told me to plant the church there, but then suddenly I was gone. Although I had planted several other churches in Belarus and then had turned them over to nationals, this time I felt that I should pastor the new church. I felt that giving up the leadership of the church in Minsk was like a breastfeeding mother giving up her suckling infant. When I asked the Lord why He didn't allow me to pastor those churches, His answer was unforgettable. He had instructed me to give them up in their infancy because He never wanted my heart to be embedded in them. That is to say, He didn't ever want me to see a church as my own corporation with myself as the head, owner and operator. It was then that God specifically taught me never to build a denomination. Neither did He ever want me to build a pyramid or hierarchy answerable to me. Instead, I was always to see myself as the manager, who is entrusted only with the temporary caretaking of God's church. That meant that at any time, The true owner of the church could order me either to leave that position or to give over the church to someone else as he instructed me. God knew that I needed to learn to detach myself from the churches I planted in Belarus, despite the fact that they were only in the birthing stage. I learned that the church must never be my own thing. Even though the Lord may use me to start a church or ministry, I must not see myself as the president for life or the supreme authority. I am there only as long as He allows me to be, and I should always be ready to relinquish it if need be, maybe for another mission field or another country. Once that lesson was firmly established in my heart and in my mind, God released me to plant a new church in Kiev. This time He directed me to pastor it, not to turn it over in its infancy to the charge of another. Today, by the grace of God, our church in Kiev is well over 20,000 people strong. But because of the lesson the Lord taught me, never to attach my heart to the work but only to Him, I am ever ready by the grace of God to hand over the ministry to someone else at any time, as the Lord instructs. This freedom is probably one of my greatest assets in ministry today. Nor am I afraid to release pastors, ministers, evangelists and apostles from our ministry to independently start a fresh work. We now have 20 branches from our church in Kiev. They all have their own church name, structure, financial policies and accountability. This is also the case with over 300 more daughter churches. All are free to relate to me as the senior pastor, or apostolic covering, which they gladly do. Thanks to this policy, we have never experienced a split or break away from our church. All of our churches know that they have already been released to become an independent work if they so wish. My obligation is to help them get their feet on the ground, help them financially for a year, train them spiritually and release them to accomplish God's will through them. From then on, they have the choice whether or not to remain affiliated. My relationships are so strong with the ministers I mentor that I have decided never to build an organization. I want to invest my life in building leaders. My dream is not to leave behind an organization when I die, but rather it is to leave a legacy of men and women who have a vision to spread the good news of the kingdom worldwide. I think this focus is one of the reasons the Lord has chosen to bless our work, giving us over 300 churches in only 8 years. I do not doubt that in the years to come we will see an even greater acceleration of growth. Because it is only now that most of our new believers are attaining maturity. There is nothing that can stop the potential of a church that is totally released to do for God anything that the Lord calls it to do. There is tremendous freedom when people know that they are not building an empire for the person at the top. When church members know that they are not being used by their leaders, but rather their leaders are there to serve them and add value through them, nothing can stop them. The high price of growth. The growth that we have experienced didn't come without a price, however. Over the first 3 years we moved to 6 different locations in the city, each time losing a number of people in the process. The church was miraculously registered with the government, despite the vows of some government officials never to allow that to happen. The story we will never forget, however, is the conspiracy, which began after our 3rd-year anniversary, to close down our church and have me deported from Ukraine. False accusations. During one of our conferences, we were worshiping and celebrating the greatness of God. The halls were fully packed. The parking lot was too small. People were standing everywhere, including outside the building. As we were rejoicing inside, the police force was mobilizing to put an end, once and for all, to this uncontrollable sect. On the last day of the conference, our building was surrounded by the police. Fortunately for me, I was not arrested that day, but I was summoned to the police station the following morning. That was the beginning of a horrible chain of events that would last for 2 full years. All imaginable and unimaginable excuses were found as the basis for deporting me from the country and closing our church. For example, one of the problems was caused by worldly parents who didn't want their children to attend our church. They claimed that we were desocializing their children, because several children had stopped watching television, others had stopped dating. while some others had begun to criticize the ungodly behavior of their peers and family members. Consequently, I was accused of brainwashing the youth. It should be noted that the youngest of these youths was 20 years of age. As this case became public, it precipitated so many arguments in the media that the government set up a committee of psychologists and psychiatrists to investigate the matter and to submit a report on our church and the people who attended it. To the glory of the Lord, the commission came to the conclusion that nothing abnormal could be noted in the health or psyche of our church members. Soon after the conclusion of that investigation, the Secret and Intelligence Services began another investigation into the charges that I was planning to overthrow the government and take leadership of the country. My passport was seized, my visa was cancelled, and a deportation letter was issued by the Ukrainian Attorney General. Other charges included dealing drugs, being a Nigerian, making illicit business transactions, embezzling the church's money, and so on. The church was desperate for God to stop this unfair assault on us. My deportation at that stage of the church's development could have dealt a deadly blow since we were only 3 years old. Moreover, 90% of the church consisted of new believers. We appealed to the body of Christ all over the world to pray for us, and huge numbers fervently did so. Our church declared a 40-day fast. I had always believed and taught that if there is a long-lasting problem, it is only because we have not prayed or we have not prayed enough. On the basis of that belief, I locked myself up for days praying as much as 16 to 18 hours non-stop each day and fasting. After all, I reasoned, this nonsense had been going on for months and instead of the problems disappearing, they seemed to be getting worse. A mid-course correction. Suddenly I realized that God wanted to correct something. God showed me that the mere ritual of prayer and fasting was not enough. Along with that, I had to learn to say, God, please don't stop this problem until I've learned all the lessons you want to teach me through this trial. It began to dawn on me that my maturity in faith would not be possible until I passed through the crucible of trials, persecutions, and even suffering. Though he was a son, yet he learned obedience by the things which he suffered. Heb 5-8. The lesson was well understood. When I face a situation and I pray and bind and resist the enemy, and yet nothing changes, I may need to look inside myself for the answer. Maybe God was allowing these hardships. In my situation, the horrible newspaper articles continued to be written on a daily basis, but I stopped reading them and stopped being concerned about them and, for that matter, about my visa and passport. I left myself in his hands. The turnaround. Then the signs of a turnaround appeared. Members of Parliament started joining the church after some major miracles of God occurred in their lives and in the lives of their family members. As a result, they started lobbying for me in Parliament, where they were able to get 50 parliamentarians to sign in my defense. This momentarily put a hold on the decision of the Attorney General. The only thing that could settle the dispute between the executive arm of the government and the Parliament was the court. There were 22 lawsuits against the church involving different government agencies, media, government officials, and so on. At the end of 2000, my ordeal, which had begun in February 1997, ended with the courts decreeing that I should not only be acquitted of the charges but that I also should be issued a resident permit to enable me to lead a constructive and needed institution in the land. As the years of persecution by the government, press, media, and traditional Orthodox Church continued, I continued to tell God that if there were only 20 members left in the church, I would count it worthwhile to keep pursuing my missionary activities in Ukraine. I sincerely felt that 20 would be a good number, given all the social, mental, and governmental pressures to which church members had been subjected. But contrary to my expectations, by the time the persecution ended, we had grown from 3,000 to 8,000 members. 2 years later, the church had 20,000 members with over 300 other churches worldwide. The big picture. We have come a long way in the journey during the first 8 years of Embassy of the Blessed Kingdom of God for All Nations. Here are some statistics as of 2002 that demonstrate how the grace of God has blessed our church. 1. Over 20 services are held every Sunday in various auditoriums in Kiev. 2. There are 48 daughter churches functioning in the Kiev region, 20 in the city of Kiev and 28 in outlying districts. 3. There are over 100 daughter churches in the cities and villages of Ukraine. 4. There are over 200 daughter churches in the countries of the former Soviet Union, the United States, Germany, the United Arab Emirates, Israel and the Netherlands. 5. More than 1 million people have accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior through our ministry. 6. There are over 2,500 home groups with over 3,000 leaders of home groups and outreaches. 7. More than 50% of the members are actively involved in volunteer ministries. 8. Over 300 ministries and outreaches function in the church. 9. More than 2,000 people have been set free from drug and alcohol addiction in the church's rehabilitation center. 10. The church is attended by a wide spectrum of the society, from former addicts to pop stars, senators, major business tycoons and so on. 11. In the church's soup kitchen, 2,000 people are fed daily. 12. The church ministers to hundreds of abandoned street kids. 13. The church has made printed and recorded resources available, and I personally have authored over 30 books and have recorded over 1,000 sermons. 14. The church's Christian television and radio programs reach approximately 8 million people weekly. 15. Tens of thousands of people from different cities and countries gather for the anniversary of the church and the various conferences that are conducted regularly. 16. With over 20,000 members in Kiev, Embassy of the Blessed Kingdom of God for All Nations is widely regarded as both the largest evangelical and the largest charismatic church in Europe. 17. Furthermore, the church runs a 24-hour hotline, named Trustline, for people to call in need. The main organization is called Love Rehabilitation Center. 18. The New York Times made the following statement about me: could there be a more unlikely success story in the former Soviet Union than the Reverend Sunday Atalaya, an immigrant from Nigeria who has developed an ardent and enormous following across Ukraine? 19. There are many educational institutions connected to the church, and among them the following are more known: the Joshua Missionary Bible Institute in Ukraine, the Center of Restoration of Personality and Transformation of the Society in Ukraine, the History Makers Bible School in the USA, the UK, Germany, France, and the Institute for National Transformation in Nigeria. 20. The mayor of Kiev, Leonid Chernovetsky, is a prominent member of the church. Let me add that my goal in ministry is to raise up leaders and teach them what the Lord has taught me. To this end, I have raised a team of 12 pastors and leaders, whom I train as apostles and with whom I spend up to 10 hours weekly. My first apostolic team has already been sent out by God's direction to plant new churches in other parts of the world. I continue to mentor and train a second apostolic team. So many times, people have asked me how I was able to pioneer ministry in a place like Russia at a time when there were varying degrees of discrimination and opposition. And I tell them it is a result of obedience to God and the power of discipline. At this juncture, I would like to share with you how the power and force of discipline has helped me personally. How discipline helped me in life and ministry. I never knew I will become a pastor, even though I knew God's call was upon my life. When I was in university, my professor had told me categorically that learning the Russian language was an impossible task for me to learn or speak. In fact, he said he had met countless number of students who wanted to learn to speak the language, and my own case was the worst. At that point, I recalled Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 13 that my sister gave me a year before, back in Nigeria. I fell back on this scripture, praying and confessing it. In the process, God told me, quoting the scripture, "For eternity won't make me learn the language." So I asked God what I am supposed to do. God reminded me of the lessons I learned back in Nigeria, one of which was that geniuses are not given birth to but made. I remembered I was told that hard work is the womb that produces geniuses. Afterwards I made up my mind that after spending between 6 and 8 hours in classes every day, I will not go home or go to play, but head to the library for another 6 hours. From that moment, every single day, Monday to Friday, irrespective of how long my classes were, I will be in the library alone studying Russian language till about 10 p.m. This I did for 6 good years. Was I hungry? Was I tempted to go and play? Was I tired and dejected day after day? Yes, of course, but I forced myself to study. However, what gave me the discipline was the stamina I developed back in our village when my grandma used to take me to the farms without shoes, fetching firewood. I had to go early in the morning, gather woods, arrange them and trek about 2 kilometers to Ijebuod to sell them before getting dressed up for school. After school, and before lunch, I have to rush down again to go sell the firewood before I go ahead to prepare Papenhock from house to house. While going through the discipline, it was definitely not palatable and interesting. In fact, for the better part of the time, I hated my grandma, believing she made life difficult for me and that God was not fair and he hated us. Yet unknown to me, that was God's way of molding me into the man that I am today. So when my teacher told me I could never learn the language and I encountered difficulties because of the sacrifice I was making in the library, God reminded me of the discipline I passed through in that village and said if I could survive the hunger, the pains, long hours of barefooted trekking in the scorching sun, going from house to house to sell pap and so many other discomforts, why will I not survive in an air-conditioned library here? I therefore threw my past discipline to the challenge and spent the next 6 years pushing myself. Eventually, I graduated from my university as the best student in the history of the university. I had a first-class distinction, the best result in the last 25 years of the school. Again, when I eventually became a pastor and nobody wanted to come and listen to me because I was a black man and it was considered a great insult for white men to listen to a black man, I remembered the 6 hours in library for 6 years and my discipline in the village and decided that I will give it whatever it takes to get the breakthrough with the Europeans. I then began to pray for a minimum of 4 hours and maximum of 6 hours daily for the first 4 years of the church's existence. Later, I started taking 1 week away from my annual leave, lock up myself in a room, with no contact with my family members or the comforts of life and pray. Study God's Word for between 14 and 18 hours and I did it for 15 years non-stop and never missed 1 week. For 5 whole days, I will be seeking God's face, taking neither food nor water. This discipline was what helped us build the largest church in Europe and I became the only black man who has 99% white congregation. That is a feat that no man has achieved in Europe in the last 400 years and come to think of it, a black man did that. Similarly, as far as I know, I remain the only black man and the only African to have spoken to the Senate of the USA. I've also spoken in the United Nations and people keep wondering how these things are happening. I must say these are products of discipline. Friends, if God could help me change my life, positively impact Russia and Ukraine, you also can change Nigeria and Africa through the power of discipline. God is not a respecter of person. If he did it before, he can do it again in your life, but you must be willing to cooperate with him and to embrace self-discipline. Effects of discipline in my life and ministry. Discipline has no doubt paid off in my life and ministry. That is why the media has written the following about me and the ministry. 1. In October 2010, Sunday Atalaya was one of the foreigners in Ukraine who were awarded the most influential expats 2010 by the Kiev Post newspaper. 2. In May 2009, Sunday Atalaya became the face of Kiev 2009. The annual competition was conducted by the magazine Afisha and Atalaya took the first place with more than 1/3 of the votes, beating to the second position the most popular actor in Ukraine, Bohdan Stupka, to the third place, the heavyweight boxer Vitaly Klitschko, to the fourth place, one of the richest entrepreneurs in Ukraine, Viktor Pinchuk, and to the fifth place, the mayor of Kiev, Leonid Chernovetsky. 3. At the Azusa Street Revival Festival on Saturday, April 25, 2009, Sunday Atalaya received the first International William J. Seymour Award. This award is given to ministers who exhibit the characteristics of William J. Seymour. A statement from the award committee said, "This year we will award an international and national recipient. The international recipient will be Pastor Sunday Atalaya, who is a Nigerian-born leader with an apostolic gift for the 21st century. In his mid-30s, Pastor Sunday has already proven to be one of the world's most dynamic communicators and church planters and is regarded as the most successful pastor in Europe, with over 25,000 members as well as daughter and satellite churches in over 35 countries worldwide." 4. In March 2008, the Archbishop Benson Idaho's Prize for Missionary Exploits was presented to Reverend Sunday Atalaya in recognition of his missionary exploits and social engagement in Kiev, Ukraine and around the world. 5. In March 2007, Sunday Atalaya became an honorable member of the Euro-Asian International Chamber of Commerce. 6. In May 2004, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, Holland Mission gave a special appreciation to Pastor Sunday Atalaya for being part of what God is using his church to do in reaching out to the people of the Netherlands. 7. Pastor Sunday was honored to be on a first-page article of the Wall Street Journal in July 21, 2006. Pastor Sunday was honored to open the U.S. Senate in prayer on April 23, 2007. Pastor Sunday was honored to speak twice at the United Nations on August 23, 2007. Without a single iota of pride. One thing I can tell you without fear of contradiction is that all these things came by the grace of God and by my cooperation with God through the power and force of discipline. How I wish pastors in Africa and in Nigeria can adopt discipline so that we can change our continent for the better. Chapter 9. Fundamental Truths About Discipline. Friends, it is good that you have come this far in reading this book. I am sure you are ready for exploits and set to change the whole of your life, Nigeria and the Africa continent with the truths you are learning. However, I like to deliver into your hand certain truths I discovered so many years ago, when God was building me up in my days of preparation. This one thing is certain: these truths will work for everyone and produce the same result anywhere when applied. The truths will produce the same result in Africa as it produced for me in Russia and Ukraine. The truths will work in your finances as well as in your health and career. You must rise up to the challenge ahead of you. You must rise to the challenge of bringing a complete overhaul to our dear nation Nigeria and to the Africa continent through the power and force of discipline. And never you forget this: if you are easy on yourself, life will be tough on you, but if you decide to be tough on yourself, life will be easy for you. Single quote. Tips about discipline. Before I go ahead to share with you 12 concrete truths about discipline, let me give you a tip of the iceberg. These are the things and steps that will make the force of discipline work for you. #TIP1. Have an understanding that nothing just happens. There is a saying that if wishes were horses, even beggars will ride. That indeed is the summation of the fact that certain actions are required before certain results are produced in life. If you are familiar with fine art, when you need to produce a certain color, all you need do is to mix some other colors in certain proportion and you will get the color you need. In essence, you don't get anything in life by wishful thinking of waiting for luck to smile on you. There is no such thing as luck on the path to success, as true success happens when opportunity meets preparation. Nothing will just happen in the Nigeria situation. Listen. God is not about to create anything new to cause a success in your life or in our nation other than what He has already done, because most times the excuse and religious statement you make, like every other Nigerian, is that God will intervene. We claim we are waiting for God to intervene in the affairs of the nation and cause a change in our lives when He has already deposited in you His gifts, talents and abilities, but you have been so lazy and indisciplined to give expressions to those abilities. Could it be true that why your life and our continent are in this state of underdevelopment is because God is looking the other way? Definitely no. The reason is lack of discipline, which you have a responsibility to do something about. Is it really true that the reason Nigeria is where it is today is because God hasn't made that move to save her yet? No. God has done something already, but it will only show when you allow it through the power and force of discipline. It is time for you to snap out of that false expectation of waiting for a miracle out of the blues. It is a mirage. In 1 Kings chapter 18 verse 38, it is recorded that then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the burnt sacrifice, and the wood and the stones and the dust, and it licked up the water that was in the trench. 1 Kings chapter 18 verse 38. One thing you must however note is that fire did not just fall. Elijah had to do the needful in verses 30 to 32 and he got the result. Everyone whose stories I have shared in previous chapters did not just appear on the scene because God loves them more than you, rather, they paid the price. You must get up and do the required, because the heights that great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. #TIP2 Take time to be alone with a God. One of the greatest disciplines I have discovered, which is about the hardest thing I've ever done, but very essential, is to lock oneself up for days, alone with a God. You cannot take delivery of God's secrets if you can't create time to stay with Him. How can God talk to you about Nigeria or give you an idea that will create jobs for others when you are so far from Him? Caught up in every other activity that do not open up your heart to God for inspiration. As a matter of fact, these are days that there are several things to distract you and stop you from taking time out with a God, yet these are times for you to become like an eagle, riding on the wings of challenges to get the best. I need to let you know that discipline is a personal choice with a God, and our commitments are very vital if you will grow in your walk with Him. Now I like to share certain things with you about being alone with a God. Things that will help your concentration. My dear, anytime you come into God's presence, never be in a hurry to leave God's presence. While it is true that we really can get busy sometimes, there are emails waiting to be replied, phone calls you should make, papers to sign, and other tasks to be done. You must know that you are required to study to make yourself approved. Studying and reading are not the same. Studying takes time and effort. If you won't rush through watching a 2-hour movie, or a football match involving your favorite team, why should you rush out of God's presence, who can give you things that pertain to life and godliness? As an offshoot of that, you should resist the temptation to multitask when you are in God's presence. Multitasking is good but not advisable when you are in God's presence. You cannot get the best from God while you are in His presence and you are responding to emails, fine-tuning a report, or preparing a budget. Whatever is worth doing at all is what doing well, remember. Again, you should learn to trust the Holy Spirit for inspiration. While it is good to make use of other people's materials such as Bible commentaries, devotionals, podcasts, and books, always allow the Spirit of God to breathe on the written word. The accurate source of spiritual growth is your continual fellowship with the Holy Spirit, and this will deliver deep revelations to you. Also, you should endeavor to make your fellowship time consistent. You cannot meet with a God haphazardly. It is vital you create and stay with a consistent time day after day. If possible, create a particular location. Get up from your bed and go to the place where you have chosen. Do it like a duty and stay with it. In Daniel chapter 6 verse 10, the Bible says, "Now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went home. And in his upper room, with his windows open toward Jerusalem, he knelt down on his knees 3 times that day, and prayed and gave thanks before his God, as was his custom since early days." Daniel chapter 6 verse 10. Little wonder he was able to take delivery of God's secret. #TIP3 Sit down alone and study. Similar to the second tip above is the discipline to sit down alone and spend time studying. Several times when people ask what my hobby is, I tell them I don't have any other hobby than to read and study. Reading alone is also one of the hardest things to do, but one of the greatest. When you do this, you are developing yourself mentally and spiritually. You build emotional, mental and spiritual muscles which will help you through life. Dear, you cannot want to change an aspect of the nation for the better and you have next to nothing in terms of knowledge about the area. You need to lay hands on histories of great men, biography, autobiography, journals and articles. You need knowledge before you venture into any field and make impact there. So, be disciplined to study. Now, before I shed light on the 12 fundamental principles I mentioned earlier, I'd like you to read the story below. Mickey Mantle, the baseball player. Have you heard the name Mickey Mantle before? He was a very good baseball player whose speed was nothing compared to the power of his hitting. The Guinness Book of World Records credits him with hitting the longest home run ever measured, at 643 feet. By the age of 19, Mickey had been called up to play for the New York Yankees and won a World Series his rookie year. By the time he retired, Mantle had played more games as a Yankee than any other player, and had been named MVP of the American League 3 times. He still holds the all-time World Series records for home runs, runs scored, and runs batted in. A twist to the story, however, is that despite his impressive accomplishments, Mickey Mantle never reached his potential because he was a raging alcoholic. At age 62, with his health and family life in deep crisis, Mantle checked into the Betty Ford Clinic and started the long road to sobriety. Now, looking back at his life, he made very powerful statements. He said, "I never fulfilled what my dad had wanted, to be the greatest player who ever lived, and I should have. God gave me a great body to play with, and I didn't take care of it. And I blame a lot of it on alcohol. Everybody tries to make the excuse that injuries shortened my career. Truth is, after I'd had any operation, the doctors would give me rehab work to do, but I wouldn't do it. I'd be out drinking. I hurt my knees through the years, and I just thought they'd naturally come back. Everything has always come natural to me. I didn't work hard at it." Did you notice the twist in his story? His idea was that things will just happen, but I said earlier that nothing just happens. You need to make things happen with discipline. Despite his great natural talent, Mickey Mantle never disciplined himself off the field. By the time he was ready to change, it was too late. His liver was ruined from a life of alcoholism, and he died at age 64 from inoperable cancer. So friends, the gifts and talents that you have can actually take you to the Olympics and give you medals on the world scene, where you make your nation proud, but without discipline you will never get there, and it is very easy to fall from grace to grass. With the lessons of the story above, shall we examine the 12 concrete points about discipline? 12 concrete points about discipline, #TRUTH1. If you are easy on yourself, life will be tough on you, but if you decide to be tough on yourself, life will be easy for you. I like you to imagine a 45-year-old man who is down with fever. He goes to the hospital and is told he has to take injections which will fight the infections he has. He is, however, being easy on himself and doesn't want to hurt his body by the pain of the needle. However, for as long as he is being easy on himself by his refusal to take the injection, he is dying gradually because the infections will get stronger without treatment and wreak more havoc. But if he agrees to take the injection in his body, his wealth will be better and he can do other good things. That is what it is like to be easy on yourself or tough on yourself. Listen, when you take yourself through the rigor of discipline, you'll be able to surmount any challenge that comes your way because they look easy. If you ask people close to me, they can tell you what manner of challenges, troubles, accusations, attacks that I have faced in life and in ministry, and how I have not been easy on myself. For example, I have fought all manners of battles, fought the demon of communism and KGB. The fight was not all that easy, but definitely easier than the challenges I faced when developing discipline. To be hard on yourself is not punishment or suffering, it is for life to be easy for you, but when you become soft, life will be hard on you. You must know that when you pay the price of discipline, life will not have to discipline you, but if you refuse to do so, life and circumstances will discipline you, break you and shatter your dreams, except God has mercy. #TRUTH2. The biggest purpose of discipline is to effect change in yourself before you change circumstance. It is practically impossible for you to give whatever it is that you don't have. You cannot want to change Nigeria without first becoming a changed person yourself by the power of discipline. You see, when people have not succeeded in creating change in them through discipline, they automatically fail to create change in others. So many times, I've listened to many pastors and leaders who blame their members and accuse them of being lazy, non-productive and unchanging in almost in all cases. I know where the problem is, and the problem is that you as the leader have not allowed change in your life. In fact, you will find it easier to change others when you have changed yourself first. When people who have not trained themselves by changing, attempt to change circumstances, they fail woefully because only a changed man can bring about change. I remember the story of a pastor in Ogun State, Nigeria, who headed to a shrine with the intent of dislodging the idols there. But the tide turned and he got stuck in the shrine until the priests came and did some rites on him. The police even got involved and he was threatened with legal case of breach of public peace. What a ridiculous story. What a shame. Is that how to bring about change? How can you bring about such change when you yourself have not changed to the level where you know how to do what is right? #TRUTH3. Discipline involves pain. Discipline and pain are two sides of a coin. You cannot want one and neglect the other. It is really surprising to me how many people want to grow and experience success and yet do not want to experience any form of pain. Let me say it categorically and emphatically that discipline requires pain. Discipline is a painful process and you can do nothing about it. The Bible says about Jesus in Hebrews chapter 5 verse 8 that, though he was a son, yet he learned obedience by the things which he suffered. Hebrews chapter 5 verse 8. Before Jesus Christ obtained a more excellent name, a name that is above every other name, he had to go through the cross and he suffered the pain. You must therefore settle it in your mind that pain is part of the deal if you will get anything tangible from life. In fact, I wish I knew this so many years ago, but I never knew back then in Nigeria, and that was why I was initially a poor student. I never knew life requires pain from all of us. What I have discovered is that many people in Africa try to run away from pain of hard work, focus, poverty, discipline, labor, etc. But discipline is synonymous with pain and you can't avoid pain irrespective of how highly placed you are. You should know that everyone will experience pain. The difference, however, is that for some, it is voluntary pain while for others, it is forced. The choice is yours. #TRUTH4. The price of discipline is a compulsory price. The major difference between successful people and failures is that one forces himself to do necessary thing while the others do not. Earlier in this book, I shared the story of how Mount Everest was conquered and climbed by two humans. Prior to their successful attempt, others have gone that way but did not succeed. They could have considered all the reasons why the previous people failed and stop along the way. But they saw it as something compulsory to be done and they forced themselves to do the necessary things. At the end, they succeeded and broke records. You must note that failures do the only things that they enjoy. They don't endure things they do not enjoy but are necessary. If you don't want to pay the price of discipline, you'll be forced to pay the price of regret. #TRUTH5. Discipline involves judging yourself and telling yourself the truth. Friends, when you refuse to judge yourself and do a self-appraisal, people will judge and condemn you. Many times, people put on a poor performance at critical moment because they have refused to appraise themselves in secret before coming to the open. Even when they do, they sometimes deceive themselves and cover the truth. But discipline requires that you look honestly at yourself, give an objective assessment and make amends where necessary. It is not about pleasing other people or doing things to make others happy, it is about doing things that are necessary for you even when no one is watching. For example, you have decided not to eat chocolate again because it's not right for you and at night you feel like eating it. If you can successfully deny yourself of that urge, not because anyone is monitoring you, that is discipline. Or perhaps, you return from work, very tired and just sink into the sofa in front of the television because you can't seem to rise up to clean your house. If visitors come into your apartment at that point, of course you'll be judged as dirty, but if you can muster the strength and do the needful by washing the plate, not even because you are expecting any visitor, but because cleanliness is ideal and the right thing to do, then that is discipline. Or there are plates in your sink that needs washing, and you postpone washing them for later. Get up and wash them now. Do not let your laziness overcome you. By doing that, you develop your stamina and it will be easier for you to do whatever you have to do. #TRUTH6. Discipline affects your action. I believe you know that action, they say, is louder than voice. You cannot claim to love someone without giving. God demonstrated his love for us by giving us his only begotten Son. Abraham demonstrated his love for God by offering to sacrifice his only son Isaac. The truth is, irrespective of how clean your heart is before God, your action will show it. Therefore, you must behave in such a way that people will know your heart is clean. Since no one can see your heart, but by your fruit we shall know you, therefore, you need to bring forth fruits worthy of emulation by your actions and inactions. This is a mark of discipline. You cannot claim to be a disciplined Nigerian and you evade tax. It is impossible for you to claim to be disciplined when you get to your duty post late and you sign the attendance register, writing a wrong time there. You can definitely not say you are disciplined when you litter the streets with dirt and park indiscriminately on the streets. That is far from discipline. #TRUTH7. You must take responsibility of your life. In the Garden of Eden, Adam disobeyed God and ate the fruit which God commanded him not to eat. When God asked him about it later, he said it was the woman that God gave him who gave him the fruit. Attempting to shift the blame on God, and that was where the blame game started from. However, attempting to blame others for your situation and lack of self-control is gross indiscipline. In Nigeria and in Africa, when you ask some students why they did not complete their education, they blame their lecturers, government and every other thing apart from themselves. Some others have 101 excuses of why they failed a course when there are people who had distinctions in the same course taken by the same lecturer. That is wrong. You can't afford to live like that. Today in Africa, the number of unemployed youths is alarming. Indisciplined youths roam about the streets, engage in illicit businesses, armed robbery and other social vices, but when law enforcement officers catch up with them, they blame lack of employment and the government for their woes when there are countless young people thinking out of the box, creating businesses and heading organizations in their prime in the same Africa and under the same harsh conditions. Friends, you must learn to stop blaming others for your life. Remove responsibility of your life from your government, economy or others and be responsible for your success, progress, and development. Stop blaming circumstances, demons, God for the results you get because round about you are opportunities to succeed. God has already placed what you need to succeed in and around you, and all you need is to unleash your potentials with the power of discipline. Nigeria is a gold mine, an under-tapped one at that. You should get into the minefield of agriculture, technology and bring out something good and beneficial to the country. #TRUTH8. Discipline requires continuous self-analysis. The first part of 1 Corinthians 11:28 says, "But let a man examine himself." The same thing was emphasized in 2 Corinthians chapter 13 verse 5. By examining yourself on a continuous basis, you can point out areas of your strength, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. When you are aware of all these, you will know exactly what to do and what efforts to make in what you are involved in. For example, if as a person you have decided to watch your body weight and you are making efforts, it will be very good that you keep record of your weight, maybe on a monthly basis, so that you know whether your diet and exercises are working or you need to change the things you do. But if you do not know what your weight was the previous month, you may not be able to measure if you are making progress or not. Therefore, a continuous, objective self-analysis is essential if you will live a life of discipline. #TRUTH9. Discipline requires continuous self-improvement and education. Lifelong education is a commitment you make to always learn and unlearn at every point. No one is too old to be educated. You definitely are not too old to acquire knowledge, because just like Dennis Whiteley says, all of the top achievers I know are lifelong learners, looking for new skills, insights and ideas. If they are not learning, they are not growing, not moving toward excellence. Dear, that is just the truth. As anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. The greatest thing in life is to keep your mind young. What it takes to keep learning even at old age is discipline, because you require a great deal of patience, zeal, endurance and passion. However, this is essential. You must not get to a point in your life where you say you are old and therefore will stop learning, because for a man to attain to an eminent degree in learning, it costs him time, watching, hunger, nakedness, dizziness in the head, weakness in the stomach and other inconveniences. #TRUTH10. You need to discipline yourself to rightly use resources. Someone once said, time is life, life is time. To waste your time is to waste your life. Similarly, Les Brown said, in every day, there are 1,440 minutes. That means we have 1,440 daily opportunities to make a positive impact. Indeed, wastage of time and other resources is synonymous to wasting one's time, because time waits for no one. If you will get the best out of life, change Nigeria and be the best in your field of endeavor, you must be disciplined in time usage, association, creating right environment, and learn to manage your resources such as money, family and opportunities well. #TRUTH11. You must have discipline over your thought life. As a man thinks in his heart, so he is. Therefore, you cannot get any tangible result beyond how far your mind can see, because the mind is like the driving seat of your life. Most people forget that we have to live a life of discipline in our thoughts, because our minds control what we do. Therefore, what you think about yourself and about others must be controlled. If we are not careful with our thoughts, it becomes our habits and action. Many people live in fear, live in sin, and do many things because of what they permit in their thoughts. For example, in my life, I have decided to streamline my thought into just 5 areas without giving in to rumors, news, etc. When issues come up and do not fit into those 5 areas, I simply ignore them and move on. My mind is focused. So also you need to put a limit to what you think about. You cannot afford to think and give heart to every issue and expect to move fast in life. Unnecessary thoughts are like baggages that weigh you down on your journey. Remember, Philippians 4:8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honorable, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Philippians 4:8. If you are victorious in your thoughts, it will show in your life. #TRUTH12. Discipline requires that you have the ability to do the right thing at the right time. Right is right even if no one is doing it. Wrong is wrong even if everyone is doing it. In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. One thing you can't afford to do is to copy others and compare yourself with other people, just like 2 Corinthians chapter 10 verse 12 says that. For we dare not class ourselves or compare ourselves with those who commend themselves. But they, measuring themselves by themselves, and comparing themselves among themselves, are not wise. 2 Corinthians chapter 10 verse 12. You should not be caught in the web of comparing yourself with others, which I find common in Nigeria. The fact that your colleague just bought a car does not need to give you a headache and you start running around trying to get money by all means so that you can also get a car. Life is not a competition. Everyone has his own track as we run the race of life. Why many people don't do the right thing at the right time is because they look at others who are not doing the right thing and want to act same way, but no. Discipline requires that you stand alone and make up your mind to do the right thing at the right time, not waiting for some other time. When you do the right thing at the wrong time, it may not produce the desired result and may amount to wastage of time and resources. However, you should remember that even if you miss it once in a while, go ahead and endeavor to do right things at the right time. That is the way to go. #TRUTH13. Discipline requires you to focus on your purpose. As you journey through life, in your endeavor, academics, career, and what have you, several distractions will show up and you must learn to say no to distractions. Distraction, according to the Encarta dictionaries, is something that diverts attention, something that takes away concentration or takes away from something else. Anything that interrupts, interferes, or disrupts your focus qualifies as a distraction. At this juncture, let me state categorically that distraction is not necessarily a bad thing. It is not necessarily a negative influence. In fact, it could be something that is good but at that point in time is not needed by you, hence it becomes a distraction. Distraction, therefore, is whatever positive or negative that will not contribute meaningfully to or slow down an ongoing project and therefore is not needed by an individual or a group at a certain point in time while being involved in a project. Distractions could come from both internal and external sources. Internal, when the factors are from within one. For instance, a student in an examination hall writing a 3-hour paper is not likely to sleep, though he really feels like sleeping. At least, he won't sleep in the exam hall because it will interfere with his examination. A doctor in the theater room, operating a patient, is not likely to want to eat his lunch right there and then, despite being hungry, because it will simply reduce his concentration. The factor is external when another thing or person is bringing the distraction. For instance, a student receiving a call on his phone, or chatting with his mobile phone during a lecture is simply being distracted by the phone. A person praying to God right where the television or radio is switched on and a favorite program is on is simply being distracted. Generally speaking, friendship, watching television, listening to radio, eating, sleeping, social media and internet usage, playing, etc. could qualify as distractions depending on what project that you have at hand. However, the truth is, distractions of any kind is not only harmful but unwanted and capable of terminating a project. Hence, it is very necessary not to allow any form of distraction as an individual or group engaged in any project. The first step in overcoming distractions is to make a conscious choice not to be involved in any other thing that is capable of slowing you down. Before you commence any project, make up your mind not to allow anything get into your way. Remember, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. Stand against distractions. The second step is to try to accomplish any goal or project on time. In fact, try to complete it before the normal time, if you can. It is when you stay unnecessarily too long on a project that your resistance to distractions is weakened. Therefore, do what you will do on time and move on. The third step is to identify your areas of weakness as while in a project and try to work on it so that distractions don't overcome you from that angle. Whatever you are weak at does not make you helpless, it means you have to put in more effort to withstand that thing. Finally, always commit your plans and goals to God. He is the only one that can help you stand against distractions successfully. Chapter 10. The Pain of Discipline. As I start this chapter, I urge you to pay very close attention as I clearly highlight the pain that is associated with discipline. You need to get this knowledge because many people are quick to think that discipline is only about pain. Even though that is not true, there is a dimension of pain in discipline which you can't escape from, you just have to suffer either of the pains. The story of the tattooist. There is an old story about a man who went to a tattooist because he had always wanted a tattoo of a lion on his back. The tattooist started to sketch the tail into the man's torso. Ouch! "What are you doing?" asked the man. "I'm doing the lion's tail," replied the tattooist. "Well then, for goodness sake, let's have a lion without a tail," said the man, wincing in pain. Next the artist set about on the lion's whiskers. "Ouch!" cried the man. "What's that?" "The whiskers," said the tattooist, getting increasingly irritated. "Well, let's have a lion without whiskers," moaned his customer. The tattooist then set about doing the lion's back. "No, that hurts too," shouted the man. At this the tattooist finally lost patience with the man's lack of self-discipline. Throwing down his tools and the man out of his shop, he shouted, "How can you expect to get what you want without a little discomfort?" One meaning of this story may be to show how limited and handicapped you are or can be if you choose to base your decisions purely on your comfort level. If we don't develop the capacity for discipline, we deprive ourselves of not only greater likelihood of success but also larger and lasting satisfactions. The pain associated with discipline is why many young Nigerians are out of job and unemployed today. They can't seem to endure the pain that comes with pioneering and championing a cause. But the time has come for you to change and let discipline have its effect in your life so that you can bring about a change in Nigeria and in Africa. The pain in discipline. No one says discipline is not painful. In fact, the process of discipline is definitely not a sweet one, as it brings pain and discomfort. As human beings, our bodies are somewhat designed to seek pleasurable moments and avoid pain. You desire pleasures like sleeping in very soft couches, eating various assorted meals, getting your dishes washed by someone else, engaging a machine to wash, dry and iron your clothes. But we will avoid pains like reading books, writing, practice, rising up early, etc. However, the result of discipline is good and enviable. We all without exception must suffer from either of two pains, the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. The difference is that the pain of discipline weighs ounces while the pain of regret weighs tons. Discipline and pain are intertwined. Would you think it was very easy for our Lord Jesus Christ to lay down his life and die by hanging on the cross? Maybe you could take a needle and prick your hand and see how easy it is to suffer pain. But Jesus had to endure the pain because of a greater glory, and today he has a name that is above every other name. One thing that has become very clear in the life of those who are successful in their endeavor and those who are not is that successful people do what is necessary even when it is not convenient and they don't feel like doing it. A nation like India endured pain so many years ago in the time of Mahatma Gandhi when he banned importation into the country. The citizens suffered for a while, but afterwards, they became a producing country rather than a country dependent on importation like Nigeria. Today in Nigeria, we import virtually everything, and that is why we are so much affected every time there is an increase in the dollar rate to a naira. Until we pay the price and bear the pain that comes with banning importation, we are not ready for any growth. You can, however, start the Industrial Revolution by being disciplined to take up the challenge of contributing your own quota to the various sectors. Several nations depend on banana, sugarcane, cocoa, etc. as the mainstay of their economy, and they are surviving. Yet we have all these things in abundance, and they are even wasting on our farmlands. Nigerians, wake up now. Friends, the lives of individuals cannot change without enduring pain. Societies cannot get better without enduring pain. Pain is necessary because if you do not endure the pain of discipline, you will cry under the pain of regret, and I can tell you without fear of contradiction that the pain of regret is a very shameful and deep pain. You don't want to find out by your own experience. Dimensions of pain. I said earlier that if you do not endure the pain of discipline, you will cry under the pain of regret. This is because there are dimensions and types of pains. These dimensions I like to share with you are 1. Voluntary pain. 2. Forced pain. Voluntary pain. Roger Bannister made a very powerful statement a long while ago. He said, The man who can drive himself further once the effort gets painful is the man who will win. No doubt about the fact that the statement is so true, because driving you further despite pain is a voluntary, painful choice. Let's assume you are a student and you choose to study hard so you can pass well. Of course, the process is quite painful, because while others are enjoying and playing, you are denying yourself. While others are sleeping and snoring, you are up and awake, studying and researching, and while others are socializing and idling away, you are there at your study desk writing and reading. However, when people who refuse to be disciplined and pay the price to study end up as laborers, pushing wheelbarrow, sweeping the streets, doing drugs and living as lowlifes, etc., you will rise and rise, because when you see a man diligent in his work, he shall stand before kings and not mere men. When you pay the required price and choose to go through pain voluntarily, your rising and opportunities are unlimited in life. Voluntary pain is your choice. It is the type of pain you take yourself through, so as to enjoy the rewards later. Voluntary pain in Nigeria National Assembly. Despite the economic crises in Nigeria, members of the National Assembly, NAS, comprising the senators and members of House of Representatives, have received a total sum of N$6.78 billion as their official salaries and allowances in 1 year. A report according to Economic Intelligence magazine showed the legitimate remuneration of the federal legislators in compliance to the statutory approval of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC. The remuneration packages include annual salaries, accommodation, vehicle maintenance and fuel, personal assistance, house maintenance, domestic staff, entertainment and utilities allowances. Others allowances are constituency allowance, annual leave, hardship allowance, wardrobe, newspapers and responsibility allowances. A careful scrutiny of the report shows that each senator has an annual salary of N$2.02 meters, while a member of the House of Representatives receives N$1.98 MN as annual basic salary. The basic salary of the Senate President is N$2.48 MN, while that of the Speaker of House of Rep is N$2.47 MN. The Deputy Senate President has N$2.30 MN as annual basic salary, while his counterpart Deputy Speaker earns N$2.28 MN annually. In addition to the annual basic salary, each member of the National Assembly receives 200% of the annual salary for accommodation, 75% for vehicle maintenance, 25% for personal assistance, 5% for house maintenance, 75% for domestic staff, and 30% for both entertainment and utilities. Others are 25% for wardrobe, 15% for newspapers and responsibility allowance of between 10, 7, and 5% respectively, as the case may be on the position of the legislator. While each senator receives a whopping 250% for constituency allowance, member of House of Representatives gets 100% for the same annually. In all, the Senate alone, numbering 109 senators, gulped the sum of N$1.85 billion in the last 1 year, while the 360 members of the House of Representatives got N$4.93 billion. According to estimates from the report, there are non-regular allowances federal legislators are entitled to. They include furniture and severance gratuity, which are due only once in 4 years. Other non-regular allowances include SDK allowances, which is paid in US dollars for foreign trips, and duty tour allowance, which is paid in Naira for local trips within Nigeria. Further analysis by Economic Confidential reveals that an average Nigerian worker with a minimum wage of N$18,000 a month will have to work for 4 years before earning the utility allowance for one legislator. Unless the remuneration package is reviewed downward or upward by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, the legislators will continue to enjoy the current official salaries and allowances. Can you beat that? Even a senator in the US earns $174,000, and in the UK, a member of the parliament earns about $64,000 per year. A Nigerian senator even earns more than United States President. Imagine how much taxpayers' money goes to servicing a bicameral legislature that is irrelevant to our development. Now don't you think if we can be disciplined enough to voluntarily change the constitution of Nigeria that allows National Assembly members go home with such an outrageous amount, it will be better for us? Don't you think we will do our nation some good? Of course, some people will lose their source of income, but in the long run the money will be channeled into job creation and rebuilding of every sector of the Nigerian economy. You have a part to play in this. This must not continue. Coping with voluntary pain. To ease the burden of voluntary pain, I want to show you certain things you can do which are practical enough. First, you should create and stick to your plan. You need to fashion out the right strategy towards being successful and stick to it come rain or shine. For example, as a writer, you can't wait for inspiration before you put pen to paper. You need to define a routine for writing and task yourself with it. Don't wait to be in the mood before you do something tangible, because following one's mood leads to infrequent actions, but following your plans helps your consistency and gets you more result. Secondly, you should execute your plan strategically. Once you have made your plans, do not just have it on paper, begin its execution immediately, and in doing that you have to daily implement your plan without excuses. When you are set to do something, be so rigid with it that nothing frivolous can't make you miss it. For example, you have made up your mind to wake up to read every 4 p.m., then plan ahead, create reminders on your mobile phone, set alarm, and inform people who can help you. But by all means, do tangible things. A word of advice though. In executing your plan, you may fail sometimes, but that does not mean you should abandon it totally and say maybe it can't work. Know that there is a margin of failure, but being disciplined means you can forge ahead irrespective of the failures you encounter. Remember Thomas Edison, right? Forced pain. The 65-year-old Nigerian vulcanizer. Some time ago, I had a very long chat with a 65-year-old roadside vulcanizer who shared the story of his life with me. With tears in his eyes, he told me of how he enjoyed life as a young man. Back in the days of his secondary education, he never put his heart in his studies and absconded classes at will. He belonged to the clique of the happening guys and could have his way with any beautiful girl he wanted because he had money to entice the stupid and willing ones. During his university days, he got involved with guys who introduced him into robbery and cultism. His first outing was, however, his last, as they were caught, taken to court and jailed. He spent 25 productive years behind bars. Now out of jail, he couldn't go back to school because he felt he was too old, couldn't get any decent job, and doesn't have a family of his own. As an alternative, he took the job of a roadside vulcanizer unwillingly and today does not live a good life. He looks back into time and wishes he had a second chance to live as a young man, but that time is gone forever. He is deeply pained, and that is forced pain. Forced pain is the pain life inflicts on people who refuse to go through voluntary pain. There is an unavoidable pain that life subjects you to. For example, when people complain about the pains of poverty, it is because they have chosen not to voluntarily take the pains of learning about wealth and working with the principles of wealth creation. Illustration of voluntary and forced pain. In my church here in Kiev, when I teach people about pain, I illustrate the voluntary and forced pain with grams. Voluntary pain is likened to 2 grams, which is light and bearable, but the forced pain is 2 tons, which is unbearable. When you compare 2 grams with 2 tons, you know the difference. For so many years, my wife tells me all the time to eat right and watch my diet. But I did not really pay much attention to it until I saw someone who died of cancer. This made me think about the forced pain 2 tons that can be avoided choosing to voluntarily abide by small pain of right diet 2 grams. Friends, pain is inevitable. You can't escape it. The question, however, is which of the pains will you choose? It is up to you to choose. Destiny is not a matter of chance. It's a matter of choice. It is not a thing to be waited for, it is a thing to be achieved. William Jennings Bryant. I believe it's established that pain will come whether you like it or not. It is therefore fruitless to attempt to avoid it. That will be an attempt to run away from one's shadow. Since pain will come and we have the chance to choose, I believe it is a better plan to choose the pain of discipline because that pain is temporary and every successful person in life experienced this pain. If you will also be successful and live the best life on this side of eternity, you must learn to embrace this pain as well because it is sine qua non. The woman at Six Flags Park. Years ago, I remember hearing a story about a woman who stayed in line at Six Flags amusement park for over an hour in 90-degree heat to ride on a roller coaster with her son. Six Flags is an amusement park corporation based in the United States. When she and her son finally made it through the line and arrived at the roller coaster, something life-changing happened to her. And it wasn't pretty. The Six Flags park attendant couldn't close the safety bar to secure the woman in the roller coaster car because she was too overweight. In an incredibly cruel fashion, the other kids and parents waiting in line started laughing hysterically as the park attendant called over another attendant to help push down the safety bar on the woman, to no avail. Even worse than her own humiliation was how mortified her son was by all of this. He was simultaneously humiliated by the vicious laughter and teasing, but also desperately sad about the treatment of his mom. He waited for months to go to Six Flags, specifically to ride this roller coaster, and even though his mom pleaded with him to ride the roller coaster alone, he wanted to ride it with her. After the park attendants had no choice but to give up, the woman and her son both made the walk of shame past the line of snickering park-goers, and as they walked away, she noticed tears in her son's eyes. As she walked away, she said the following two life-changing words to herself with anger, sadness, and complete conviction: never again. She used that mortifying situation at Six Flags to find the inner strength, mental discipline, to master the pain of discipline. What did she do? She changed her diet, went to the gym for the first time in many years, and most importantly, she reclaimed her health and her happiness. During that time, do you think that she wanted to give up and skip going to gym? Do you think that she wanted to reach for a Big Mac and fries instead of a lean chicken breast and veggies? Do you think that she wanted to give up entirely? Absolutely, but she didn't. She feared the pain of regret more than the pain of discipline. Definitely, that was a wise choice to make, and today, she is better for it. The woman simply had to discipline herself in her diet so that she could stay healthy. It couldn't have been so easy for her, but she did it anyway. Need I say more? The choice is yours. You can refuse to experience the pain of regret. You can choose the pain of discipline and inch closer to success by making the right choices today. The pain of discipline vis-a-vis the pain of regret. In closing this chapter, it is my desire to juxtapose the pain of regret and the pain of discipline, since it is clear that you cannot escape from either. For every pain of discipline, there is a corresponding pain of regret. For example, if you don't take the discipline of saving and investment, you will most likely experience the regret of having no resources during financial crisis. When you refuse to go through the pain of hard work, you will face the pain of regret when you can't deliver a job given to you and by extension lose your rewards. Similarly, if you choose not to live a healthy life and adopt healthy diet, you will be full of regret when you are diagnosed of a health condition. If you don't find the discipline to stop taking alcohol and cigarettes, you will surely experience the regret of lost opportunities, family and associations. The pain of regret in Nigeria. In Nigeria today, what the nation and its people suffer is the pain of regret. If only successive administrations had paid attention to the development of the country. If only previous administration had been disciplined enough to save and not just share national cake. If only past presidents, senators, governors had been disciplined enough to build lasting educational system, we should not be this underdeveloped. But in the days of oil boom, we did not make plans for the future. The good news is, however, that it is not too late. That is why you have a part to play and must rise up to the challenge through the power and force of discipline. What I want you to know is that the pain of discipline is very real but temporary. You must pay the cheaper price now, pain of discipline, or pay the much more expensive price later, pain of regret. Also remember that when you allow yourself to become undisciplined, you open the door to become a slave to things and materials. Food and drinks become your lord. Internet, television, and social media becomes your master. Success does not come to a designated set of people who are destined to be successful and lucky. It is what every human in society can achieve with discipline. Always remember this: discipline weighs ounces. Regret weighs tons. Chapter 11. The power of discipline at work, in nations, in individual lives. At this juncture, there remains no doubt in my heart that you fully understand how discipline works and how you can change Nigeria and Africa with discipline. It is not a question of your age, your gender, or your location. You have the ability to cause a change in your environment. You can successfully birth the idea of how to make electric trains work in Nigeria. You be the one to show the way of having 24 hours electricity in Nigeria and African nations. You can discover new ways doing things that will make life easier for people in our dear land. Others have done it, you can also do it with discipline. In this chapter, therefore, I will reel out to you names of Nigerians and Westerners like you who are doing great in their fields. Disciplined Nigerians doing great things in their fields. 1. Chukwuemeka Efigbo. Chukwuemeka Efigbo joined Facebook from Google, where he served until 2015 before being replaced by Anidi Udo-Obong. Efigbo currently manages strategic product partnerships for Facebook in Sub-Saharan Africa and has been instrumental in Mark Zuckerberg's Nigeria tour. 2. Ime Archibong. Ime Archibong is the Director, Strategic Partnerships at Facebook, where he leads a team working to connect Facebook's products and strategies with various business partners. Archibong and his team have worked on everything related to Facebook, including the Messenger app. Prior to joining Facebook, Ime was an advanced technology business development professional at IBM. 3. Enmachi Jidama. Enmachi Jidama manages payments and commerce partnerships for Facebook Global, right from the heart of San Francisco Bay Area. With previous experiences working at PayPal, Google, and JP Morgan, she also happens to be the founder of CP Africa. 4. Abilo Okapi. Abilo Okapi has headed public policy for Facebook in Africa for the past 2 years. She was the former global head and senior legal director, human rights for Yahoo! 5. Lawrence Alderman. Lawrence Alderman built Mona, a person-to-person money transfer app which won the 2013 edition of Start with eNotation. Apparently, his competence got the attention of Mark Zuckerberg, who hired him to head payments and commerce partnerships for Facebook Global. 6. Maureen Olawole. Having been raised in Nigeria but lived in 3 continents, Maureen Olawole is a polyglot. She speaks about 5 languages. This is probably why she sealed a role as the Chief of Staff, VP Global Marketing Solutions at Facebook. Maureen Olawole has since taken up a new position as the luxury vertical lead for Facebook, Instagram. 7. Lauren Hale Ogbechi. Lauren Ogbechi leads a strategic partnership team within Facebook's Global Platform Partnerships organization in Menlo Park, California. In this role, she partners with mobile developers to help them build, grow and monetize their apps through the integration of Facebook platform products. Prior to Facebook, Ogbechi worked as a digital organizer for President Obama's re-election campaign. 8. Francis Ebong. Francis Ebong joined Facebook in November 2015, where he has since acted in the capacity of Director, Online Operations. Francis is a graduate of the George Washington University. 9. Teniola Dedipe. Prior to joining Facebook, Teniola Dedipe served in 2 capacities within KEMGANG, in the space of 14 months. She started out as the head, merchandise planning in January 2014, she then went on to become Associate Director, Retail Operations. Teniola Dedipe is now the Program Manager, Deal Desk and Global Agency at Facebook, New York City area. 10. Monica Ugwe. Still relatively new at the company, Monica Ugwe works with the Product Operations Division of Facebook. Prior to that, she was an Engagement Manager for McKinsey & Company and an Analyst at Goldman Sachs. A graduate of computer science, Ugui also holds a master's in business administration from the Stanford University Graduate School of Business. 11. Ibrahim Shakoni. Ibrahim Shakoni is Facebook's product specialist at San Francisco Bay Area. His previous experience no doubt played a huge role in blending him into Facebook. Prior to joining Facebook, he was the mobile product manager at Option Express, where he managed the top-rated mobile trading app across multiple mobile platforms. He also worked as a business analyst at Phoenix Bits Limited, overseeing various operations. He joined Facebook in April 2015. 12. Olaoluwa Okalola. Olaoluwa Okalola is one of the few Nigerian-born software engineers at Facebook. Having completed his secondary education at the International School Ibadan, Okalola proceeded to Avicenna International School and Howard University, Washington, D.C., to complete his secondary and university education respectively. He then joined Microsoft as Explorer intern in January 2005 and left in August the same year for Google, where he worked as an engineering intern from May 2006 until August 2006. Okalola joined Facebook in 2007 and has been there ever since. 13. Barbara Mbanfo. Barbara Mbanfo is another Nigerian-born software engineer at Facebook, where she develops iOS applications that help businesses connect with their customers. Mbanfo completed her primary and secondary education in Nigeria before proceeding to France to obtain her master's degree in software engineering. She speaks French fluently. Prior to joining Facebook in May 2016, Mbanfo worked as a software engineer and a mobile app user experience designer in France, Canada and Hollywood, California. 14. Kunbi Adeyemo. Kunbi Adeyemo has served in two capacities at Facebook. Between 2013 and 2014, she was on the Facebook North America Small and Medium Business team as a customer insights analyst. In December 2014, Adeyemo moved up to the San Francisco Bay Area, where she has since served as Facebook's Diversity Programs Manager, Women in Computer Science. 15. Isaac Nwokocha. After obtaining a first-class degree in mechanical engineering degree from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka in 2010, and Isaac Nwokocha tried his hands out on entrepreneurship, he co-founded two startups, including real-time road traffic web app Traffic Day. Probably deciding he had had enough of entrepreneurship, Nwokocha proceeded to Stanford for a master's degree in management science and engineering. No sooner had he completed his master's degree than he secured a role as a product data integrity, community operations project manager at Facebook. 16. Michael Awadadu. Armed with an MBA in Finance, summa cum laude, from the University of Tampa John H. Sykes College of Business, Michael Awadadu works in risk program management at Facebook, where he helps to facilitate strategy and execution for risk management on products like FB Games, Oculus VR and ads. Prior to Facebook, Awadadu oversaw risk management for Walmart's $30 billion check cashing portfolio. 17. Jainik Pala. With almost 10 years of strategic, analytical, negotiating, presentation, and management expertise, Jainik Pala is the product specialist social good and goodwill community operations at Facebook. A polyglot in her own right, she speaks at least 4 languages. Pala worked previously as an associate at McKinsey & Company, where she served mainly technology and financial institution clients on a wide variety of analytical and strategic engagements. 18. Dapo Olapod. Dapo Olapod started her career as a journalist Washington, covering the 2008 campaign and the Obama era for publications including The Atlantic, The Guardian and The Washington Post. Nowadays, Olapod applies her wealth of journalistic experience on the Facebook Media Partnerships team, where she helps publishers take advantage of Facebook from a business and product perspective. The list is endless, and I took the pains to list them so that you can know that people like you are already doing great things and making impacts. So you should join them now. People who accomplished great things at different ages. 1. Helen Keller, at the age of 19 months, became deaf and blind. But that didn't stop her. She was the first deaf and blind person to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree. 2. Mozart was already competent on keyboard and violin. He composed from the age of 5. 3. Shirley Temple was 6 when she became a movie star on Bright Eyes. 4. Anne Frank was 12 when she wrote The Diary of Anne Frank. 5. Magnus Carlsen became a chess grandmaster at the age of 13. 6. Nadia Comaneci was a gymnast from Romania that scored 7 perfect 10.0 and won 3 gold medals at the Olympics at age 14. 7. Tenzin Gyatso was formally recognized as the 14th Dalai Lama in November 1950, at the age of 15. 8. Pelé, a soccer superstar, was 17 years old when he won the World Cup in 1958 with Brazil. 9. Elvis was a superstar by age 19. 10. John Lennon was 20 years and Paul McCartney was 18 when the Beatles had their first concert in 1961. 11. Jesse Owens was 22 when he won 4 gold medals in Berlin 1936. 12. Beethoven was a piano virtuoso by age 23. 13. Isaac Newton wrote Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica at age 24. 14. Roger Bannister was 25 when he broke the 4-minute mile record. 15. Albert Einstein was 26 when he wrote The Theory of Relativity. 16. Lance Armstrong was 27 when he won the Tour de France. 17. Michelangelo created 2 of the greatest sculptures, David and Pietà, by age 28. 18. Alexander the Great, by age 29, had created one of the largest empires of the ancient world. 19. J.K. Rowling was 30 years old when she finished the first manuscript of Harry Potter. 20. Amelia Earhart was 31 years old when she became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. 21. Oprah was 32 when she started her talk show, which has become the highest-rated program of its kind. 22. Edmund Hillary was 33 when he became the first man to reach Mount Everest. 23. Martin Luther King Jr. was 34 when he wrote the speech, I Have a Dream. 24. Marie Curie was 35 years old when she got nominated for a Nobel Prize in Physics. 25. The Wright brothers, Orville 32 and Wilbur 36, invented and built the world's first successful airplane and making the first controlled, powered and sustained heavier-than-air human flight. 2. 26. Vincent van Gogh was 37 when he died, virtually unknown, yet his paintings today are worth millions. 27. Neil Armstrong was 38 when he became the first man to set foot on the moon. 28. Mark Twain was 40 when he wrote The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, and 49 years old when he wrote Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. 29. Christopher Columbus was 41 when he discovered the Americas. 30. Rosa Parks was 42 when she refused to obey the bus driver's order to give up her seat to make room for a white passenger. 31. John F. Kennedy was 43 years old when he became President of the United States. 32. Henry Ford was 45 when the Ford T came out. 33. Suzanne Collins was 46 when she wrote The Hunger Games. 34. Charles Darwin was 50 years old when his book On the Origin of Species came out. 35. Leonardo da Vinci was 51 years old when he painted the Mona Lisa. 36. Abraham Lincoln was 52 when he became president. 37. Ray Kroc was 53 when he bought a McDonald's franchise and took it to unprecedented levels. 38. Dr. Seuss was 54 when he wrote The Cat in the Hat. 39. Chesley Sully Sullenberger III was 57 years old when he successfully ditched U.S. Airways Flight 1549 in the Hudson River in 2009. All of the 155 passengers aboard the aircraft survived. Colonel Harland Sanders was 61 when he started the KFC franchise. 41. J.R.R. Tolkien was 62 when The Lord of the Ring books came out. 42. Ronald Reagan was 69 when he became president of the U.S. 43. Jacqueline Elaine at age 70, handcuffed and shackled, towed 70 rowboats. 44. Nelson Mandela was 76 when he became president. 45. Muhammadu Buhari was 72 when he became the civilian president of Nigeria after contesting about 3 times. The power and force of discipline at work in Japan. Friends, this piece about Japan is no doubt a testimony of how disciplined a nation can be and the effects it can have on them. Our nation and continent has a lot to learn from this. 1. Japanese children cleaned their schools every day for a quarter of an hour with teachers, which have led to the emergence of a Japanese generation who is modest and keen on cleanliness. 2. Japanese citizen who has a dog must carry a special bag to pick up dog droppings. Hygiene and their eagerness to address cleanliness is part of Japanese ethics. 3. A hygiene worker in Japan is called health engineer and can command salary of $5,000 to $8,000 per month, and a cleaner is subjected to written and oral tests. 4. Japan does not have any natural resources, and they are exposed to hundreds of earthquakes a year. But it did not prevent her from becoming the 4th largest economy in the world. 5. Hiroshima returned to what it was, economically vibrant before the fall of the atomic bomb in just 10 years. 6. Japan prevents the use of mobiles in trains and restaurants. 7. In Japan, students from the 1st to 6th primary years must learn ethics in dealing with people. 8. Japanese, even though they are one of the richest people in the world, do not have servants and the parents are responsible for the house and children. 9. There is no examination from the 1st to the 3rd primary level in Japan, because the goal of education is to instill concepts and character building, not just examination and indoctrination. 10. If you go to a buffet restaurant in Japan, you will notice people only eat as much as they need without any waste. No wasteful food. 11. The rate of delayed trains in Japan is about 7 seconds per year. They appreciate the value of time, very punctual to minutes and seconds. 12. Children brush their teeth after a meal at school. They maintain their health from an early age. 13. Students take half an hour to finish their meals to ensure right digestion. When asked about this concern, they said, "These students are the future of Japan." Discipline can change Africa and Nigeria. All of the things written about Japan can only happen through discipline, and you can be sure that children brought up in such an environment will grow into the system and continue the legacy, which is why they will continue to be relevant. Most of the cars we drive in Nigeria are from Japan because they are disciplined. We can also become disciplined as a nation and experience a turnaround in our continent. I want you to know that discipline cannot only change you, it can change Nigeria, change Africa and other nations for better. It can bring a total turnaround to developing societies because we have all it takes to change our world. When professionals move from developing nations to Western countries with little efforts, they succeed. That is an attestation to the fact that we have the brains and manpower to bring a change. We equally do have the resources. The funds are there. Some of the laws are even there. What is missing is the discipline to implement the right things or create the enabling environment for our systems to work. My observation is that when you go to private-owned and managed companies in Nigeria and any part of Africa, there seems to be a high level of order, effectiveness, efficiency and productivity because managers there ensure people follow rules and live a disciplined life. However, government organizations seem to condone laxity and are not as efficient as private institutions, not because the humans there are different, but because the system has allowed some forms of indiscipline which must stop if we will grow. If everyone in their little corners will allow discipline influence the way they act and behave, especially to official matters, our society will experience a dramatic turnaround. 1. Necessity is laid on you to choose between what appears safe and what is necessary. 2. It is a misconception to view discipline as a painful one. 3. You can choose the life of discipline if you so desire. 4. No excuse is tenable for your failure. 5. The road less traveled is that of discipline, yet it is more rewarding. 6. No one is born disciplined, you have to learn it. 7. Discipline will sustain your habit and habits will make you. 8. Don't live your life waiting for a miracle, let discipline guide you. 9. Goals are better made specific, measurable and attainable rather than abstract and vague. 10. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kinds of friends he chooses. Chapter 12. You can and should adopt a disciplined lifestyle. It gladdens my heart to have you here at the tail end of this book. Better is the end of a thing than its beginning thereof. You will surely be glad you read to this point. But before we draw the curtains, let me show you why you can adopt a lifestyle of discipline and why you should, because the disciplined life is for you. Not for any special set of people alone. Through the power and force of discipline, you can birth ideas relevant for the development of your life and the society. But then read the following lines. Early in the morning. It's early in the morning. Your alarm goes off. Beep beep beep. You opened your eyes feeling groggy and disoriented. Still half asleep. You try to figure out what's going on. Then you remember. Last night, feeling particularly inspired, you decided you'd get up early and go for a run before heading to work. Your bed feels so warm, so comfy, like a little cocoon. You close your eyes again. You know you have to make a decision. You can take the easy way out. Hit snooze and go back to sleep. Or take the highest road, put on your running shoes, and head out the door. The choice is yours. And only yours. What will it be? Friends, every blessed day, you and I are faced with numerous decisions like the one in the scenario above. When such moments arrive, necessity is laid upon you to choose between what appears safe and comfortable and what is an absolutely necessity. On their own, such decisions appear small and insignificant. However, when we consider them in the long run, they add up. In the light of the above, it becomes imperative for you to take the road less traveled, which is that of discipline and fulfillment, as against the easy way out, which brings regret, mediocrity and disappointment. Just imagine that, on the inside of you is a switch which you can flicker on and off when you need to exercise discipline, and indeed, you can create that switch. How? How you can cultivate discipline for your life. No horse gets anywhere until he is harnessed. No stream or gas drives anything until it is confined. No Niagara is ever turned into light and power until it is tunneled. No life ever grows great until it is focused, dedicated, self-disciplined. Harry Emerson Fosdick. This tells us that having an impactful life comes by discipline, and discipline comes by implementing practical strategies such as the following. Strengthen your willpower. Roy F. Baumeister, author of the book Willpower, Rediscovering the Greatest Human Strength, says, willpower is not a personality trait, a skill or a virtue. Instead, it operates like a muscle, and as such, it can be strengthened. Willpower is the combination of determination and self-discipline that enable someone to do something despite the difficulties involved. Someone said, you may succeed if no one believes in you, but you can't succeed when you don't believe in yourself. Whether or not others believe you can effect the necessary change in Nigeria and in Africa is irrelevant. Your discipline level will determine that. You need to step out whether they clap for you or not, because people don't associate with planners, they associate with doers. So start something big and see people coming on board. Know this, whatever you will start begins from your mind. You need to make up your mind and determine to make relevant discipline changes that will bring focus, direction and success into your life. In other words, you need to develop your willpower. Place restrictions around your life. In addition to building your willpower, it is important to place restrictions in and around your lives. Imagine a farm, without a fence or restriction of any sort. Human and animal predators will sure gain access to the farmland at will and destroy the crops there, and that affects the overall result gotten from the farm. Now you can compare a life without restriction to that farmland, a life where any and everything is allowed and welcome. Such a life will take 2 steps forward and 5 steps backward. We need to build walls against anything that will make us lose focus, and building this wall requires a great deal of discipline. Be mindful of your association. In a related vein, if you will live the life of discipline, you really need to be careful of your association. Someone once said, "You'll be the same person you are today in 5 years' time, except for the people you associate with and the books you read." The power of association is so great and powerful that it has the capacity to change the course of one's life for better or worse. Several people have made it big in life and doing just fine because of the friends they kept or do keep. So many young men and women are living in regrets, pains and penury today simply because of the friends they had or have. Some have even lost their lives at a prime age. Little wonder Abraham Lincoln said, "It is better to be alone than to be in bad company." Miles Monroe also said, "Show me your friends and I will show you your future." The truth is, we become like those with whom we associate. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kinds of friends he chooses. The person or people in whose company you stay, whether online or physically, influence your choices and actions. If you have a group of people who encourage you to study hard, who demand excellence from you rather than encourage your mediocrity, you will develop and discipline faster. You should learn to resist the temptation to conform and blend in. The life of discipline is the life that stands out, not the one that blends in. Make yourself accountable. My dear, there is really nothing like absolute freedom. The truth is, when we are left to act the way we choose, we may not do the needful. Most times you realize you are too tired, too busy, or you can just afford to do it at a more convenient time. But when you check the organogram of most organizations, you realize everyone is responsible to a superior officer, someone who checks out your productivity vis-a-vis your schedule of duty. If you have a productive supervisor, you know he won't leave you alone without completing a task at hand, and even when you want to relax or shirk your duty. Once you remember that your supervisor will come around to check, you buckle up. Similarly, developing a life of discipline requires that you make yourself accountable. This you can do by giving a spouse, friend, colleague, or someone close and discipline the task. You may, for example, task someone to wake you up at 5 a.m. so you can observe your daily academic study time. Create SMART goals. If you are a lover of the round leather game football, you know when players file out to the pitch of play. Each side plays from either side of the field, and their aim is to shoot past the goalkeeper into the goalpost, as that determines the winner. Now imagine a football pitch without a goalpost, and what players do for the 90 minutes of play is just to shoot indiscriminately, without focus and aimlessly. Absurd, right? Yes. But that is exactly how many people, especially in African nations, live their lives daily without any goal or focus, just hoping and waiting for a miracle. However, when you make goals, it helps you find direction for your life, and you can align your daily activities to your goals. Ryan Ellis, an entrepreneur who sold his first corporation for $169 million, made a powerful statement. He said, "Clearly define your goals, print them out, and put them up on your bedroom wall." That, I believe, is straightforward enough. However, when you make goals, endeavor to make them specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. SMART. For example, it will be wrong to set a goal of becoming more educated. Rather, your goal should be, "I want to start and complete my postgraduate master's program in 2016," or "I want to invest $100 monthly between June 2016 and July 2018, rather than "I want to cultivate the culture of investments." The moment you make such SMART goals, you begin to take disciplined action every minute that will contribute to the actualization of such goal. Develop and adopt relevant behaviors and practices. I think I need to remind you that your level of success in life today is a result of the habits, behaviors, and practices you chose several years ago. If you will develop discipline and get results, you have to develop and adapt relevant habits, which you can do by setting a reminder. Choosing a habit that is easy to begin. The moment you have an habit formed, you maintain it and it runs almost on self-pilot. Octavia Butler, in an essay for aspiring writers, says, "First, forget inspiration. Habit is more dependable. Habit will sustain you, whether you're inspired or not. Habit is persistence in practice. Get feedback about your acts." A little boy went to a telephone booth which was at the cash counter of a store and dialed a number. The store owner observed and listened to the conversation. Boy: "Lady, can you give me the job of cutting your lawn?" Woman, at the other end of the phone line: "I already have someone to cut my lawn." Boy: "Lady, I will cut your lawn for half the price than the person who cuts your lawn now." Woman: "I'm very satisfied with the person who is presently cutting my lawn." Boy: "Lady, I'll even sweep the floor and the stairs of your house for free." Woman: "No, thank you." With a smile on his face, the little boy replaced the receiver. The store owner, who was listening to all this, walked over to the boy. Store owner: "Son, I like your attitude, I like that positive spirit and would like to offer you a job." Boy: "No thanks, store owner, but you were really pleading for one." Boy: "No sir, I was just checking my performance at the job I already have. I am the one who is working for that lady I was talking to." Unknown. Raising the bar of discipline in Nigeria and Africa society. The role of the home. Friends, if Nigeria and the Africa society will have disciplined people and system, it starts from the home, your home. The home is the smallest social unit, yet about the most important, because that is the foundation where people are molded into what they become, and what they become is what they act in any position they occupy in the society. As parents and guardians, you must take up the challenge of building discipline in your children and wards. You should remember that the age we are in is that which there are technological advancements, and children don't have to wash their clothes now, since there is a washing machine which their parents will operate for them. Children do not have to cook, since you can make meals in advance for 1 month, store in the refrigerator and microwave when you need it. However, as good as all these appear, you may be raising up indisciplined and lazy children who will be liabilities for the society tomorrow. You must balance these activities and ensure your children are totally brought up. You should also make rules and ensure they follow them, as this will be what they will get used before going into the society. Finally, you must live by example. Do what you want your children to do, because that is how best they learn. If there is a disparity between your words and your actions, they will follow your actions. So, do the right things always. The role of the church. The church is a body of people who are called out to make a difference. Hence, churches in Nigeria and in Africa should not be a place where believers just gather to shout, dance, pray, and enjoy God's presence. Rather, it should be a breeding ground where people are trained, equipped, and deployed to identify a specific area of need in the world and go all out to fix it. Religious leaders should also, through their sermons, emphasize the benefits of living a life of discipline rather than emphasize luck, miracle, and other topics of selfish interest. This will indeed be a good step, since quite a number of people consider religion and religious leaders very sacred. The role of the media. The media's role in the promotion of discipline is also very huge, since the print, electronic, and social media have a lot of followers. Programs that emphasize discipline should be designed and sponsored. Using these media, we can drum it into the ears of citizens how they can adopt the life of discipline. The role of NGOs and others. Groups, clubs, political parties, and other formal and informal organizations can also begin campaigns on discipline. A campaign is a planned and organized series of actions intended to achieve a specific goal, especially fighting for or against something or raising people's awareness of something. If companies and organizations will make it part of their corporate social responsibilities to promote and reward discipline in the lives of individuals, many more people will be encouraged to adopt it and take it as something very good. Similar to the above, individuals, churches and groups can come together and start non-governmental organizations whose thematic focus will be on developing, instilling and promoting discipline. When such efforts are made and given adequate publicity, it will change the perspective of people towards discipline. NGOs can come up with programs, plans, activities that will ginger the life of discipline, especially among young people in schools like we did here in Kiev. Listen. The same principles I have taught you in this book are what helped me to raise the church. With over 3,000 go that are devoted to solving one problem in the society or the other. Scholarships, awards and special rewards could be instituted for people who perform excellently well and gave in lots of sacrifices to ensure certain ideas and visions are established. When others see this, it will spur them to action and encourage them put on their critical thinking hats. The role of pressure group. In a related vein, a number of people can gather to work together in making their concerns known to those in government and to influence the passage of legislation. This is known as a pressure group. If such groups spring up in every state of Nigeria, and influence lawmakers at all levels to pass legislations that will favor the life of discipline, it will go a long way in building the life of discipline in our societies, as people will get to know that even the government is interested and ready to support and encourage people and anyone living the disciplined life. 1. If you fail, it is your choice. 2. It is not sufficient to read this book, rather grab the principles and run with them. 3. You must add value to yourself on a consistent basis. 4. You may succeed if no one believes in you, but you can't succeed when you don't believe in yourself. 5. Most things we consider as minus or pluses if you are disciplined. 6. Your background does not have to keep you on the ground, it is an opportunity to become stronger if you are disciplined. 7. Make discipline work for you by being accountable to someone. 8. You need to make goals, but make them smart. 9. A farm without borders and restrictions will be invaded and destroyed. Place restrictions around your life. 10. Your association has the capacity to activate or deactivate the life of discipline. Conclusion and final thoughts. The story is told of Hernán Cortés, a Spaniard who took a very great and disciplined decision which I believe everyone can take a cue from. In 1519, Hernán Cortés sailed from Spain to South America with a fleet of 11 ships. Upon their arrival to the new land, he discovered that his troops would have to fight the natives in order to claim the land. However, his men were tired, malnourished and out of shape from the long journey across the Atlantic. Many of them didn't want to fight. Cortés knew they had to do this. He ordered everyone to go on the beach, and once he was the only one left on the ships, he proceeded to burn them all. Now his men had no option to retreat. So they gathered up all their strength and courage, fought, and claimed the land that is now known as Mexico. Now that is a very big decision to make, and only a person who has mental and physical discipline could have done that. Well, he did it, and got a good result. You can also take some core decisions about your life and get good result if only you will adopt discipline in your thoughts and actions, because the disciplined lifestyle is within your reach. The life of discipline is within your reach. The life of discipline is something within your reach. It is available for you to choose and adopt. In fact, there is no tenable excuse under the heaven why you can and should not begin to live the disciplined life and to apply it to every area of your life. You have all within you to make the choice, and the choice you make is not for yourself alone. It affects your society and your unborn children. Friends, you can choose to go on living the same way you have lived without productivity, or take the principles in this book as a launchpad to success and relevance. So many times, it grieves my heart to hear people make statements such as, "I do not have the ability to." Their mindset is that certain people have the special ability to adopt the life of discipline, or certain people are just wired naturally for such a life. The truth, however, is that discipline is learned and no one is born with it. Rise up for the salvation of Nigeria and Africa. You need to rise up. Look at Nigeria and African nation and see which area you can make a difference with discipline in your lives. Areas such as music, business, education, politics, economics, fashion, agriculture, arts and culture, entertainment, media, sports, etc. Or perhaps you are concerned about vices such as cultism, drug abuse, abortion, rape, illiteracy, destitute examination, malpractice, etc. That you have a concern for it might be an indicator that you can do something about it. Jesus said, "The works I do, greater works than these shall you do." You are the Savior some people are waiting for. You cannot afford to sleep and snore while people perish. Rise for their salvation. How should you rise? Perhaps you are wondering, how I am supposed to get funds for these things when I don't even have a job or steady source of income? The first thing is that you need to put on your critical thinking cap and begin to think critically and creatively. Look within yourself and think about the practical things you can do to bring a change to the scene in that area. When you begin to think that way, ideas and illuminations will come to your mind and you can pick it up from there. Again, know that you may not need to start with money. When you have the idea of starting a campaign on drug abuse to all secondary schools or taking destitute off the road and caring for them, God has a way of connecting you with people who will be the voice and legs of the idea if you are disciplined to start something. He can touch the heart of anyone. Does the Bible not say the hearts of kings and priests are in his hands and he turns it wherever he wishes? Finally, after you have identified the very area where you want to change with the power and force of discipline, read and research about the areas. Do an in-depth study of the genesis of the problem so that you can have a revelation as to its solution. After that, draw up a relevant strategy to tackle the issue. Are you to team up with other people? Are you to approach the local government for a permit? Whatever it is, just draw up a practical strategy and swing into action. You will not receive a medal for the things you plan to do. You will be known for the things you attempted to do even if it did not succeed 100%. Friends, delay is dangerous. You cannot afford to wait indefinitely, so get up. Take the first step into that area so that we can begin to record sounds of victories in every area of our country's life. Bring smiles to the lives and faces of Nigerians with your ingenuity and positive steps. The earnest expectation of the creature eagerly awaits your manifestation as the Son of God. Be sure God is waiting for you to take disciplined actions that will cause a turnaround. God wants you to become kingdom-minded and go about town with his kingdom on your heart and not self-glorification, so that through the power and force of discipline, you can transform lives and nations. You have come this far in reading this great book. Thank you very much. I sincerely hope to hear great news about your exploits in Nigeria, Africa and all of the nations. Feel free to write me at any time to my personal email, pastor@godembassy.org. You can also avail yourself of other training materials of mine available on my blog at www.sundayataliveblog.com. For the love of God, church and nation. References. Chapter 1, The Reality